Imagine a technology partner invested in your dreams, where we take the time to understand your aspirations and give you the opportunity to transform them into reality through disruptive innovation. We are Asiata Digital Labs. We are a team of IT professionals, data scientists, cloud solutions specialists, creative design engineers, spanning 7 global offices. We are enriching the lives of over 500 million people. We have successfully delivered projects globally, specializing in digital telco solutions, mobile money, fintech, IoT, AI, machine learning, data analytics, and self-care solutions. Using our expertise and domain knowledge, we have helped challenge the norms of industries and rewrite the rules of engagement. We provide our customers with agility. We provide them future-ready products now. Asiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life. Imagine a technology partner invested in your dreams, where we take the time to understand your aspirations and give you the opportunity to transform them into reality through disruptive innovation. We are Asiata Digital Labs. We are a team of IT professionals, data scientists, cloud solutions specialists, creative design engineers, spanning 7 global offices. We are enriching the lives of over 500 million people. We have successfully delivered projects globally, specializing in digital telco solutions, mobile money, fintech, IoT, AI, machine learning, data analytics, and self-care solutions. Using our expertise and domain knowledge, we have helped challenge the norms of industries and rewrite the rules of engagement. We provide our customers with agility. We provide them future-ready products now. Asiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Who's this gonna be? There she goes, there she goes. Woo! 1019! That whale was first seen in 1988. We've been watching her for half her life. My job is the best job in the world. My name is Lisa Steiner. I'm a marine biologist. I've been studying the sperm whales in the Azores for the last 33 years. The Azores are pretty much on a line between New York and Lisbon. pretty much in the middle of the Atlantic. I live in Fayal, which is one of the islands of the Central Group. I'm probably one of the original sperm whale geeks, basically. The level of my techiness is probably a 1. The tail of sperm whale is kind of like a fingerprint. They have a distinct shape to each tail, and you can match them over time. I've been watching a few of the whales now for almost 35 years. We started with black and white film, and you just go along trying to find that match, and then you match them. So that's the same, you get the same marks. It's all very repetitive, which is one of the reasons why it's important to have a program that's doing it automatically. I think the whole idea of this project is to catch the public's imagination and get them submitting photos online. The link up between myself and Capgemini was pretty much luck. One of their employees came out here on an expedition and suggested that maybe they might try machine learning for sperm whale flukes. We have a meeting once a week, and I basically try and break it during the week, and then the guys go away and fix them.
Let's take a look at what the developers have produced over the last 7 days.
I tried to increase the usability by showing what we're doing in a video. Goes to match whales. Now the AI is computing the similarity of the new uploaded picture to all the pictures that we have in the database.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I can try it. Machine learning for me is they've trained it to know what a tail is, what a tail looks like, to recognize the contour of the edge. It finds matches that, looking by eye, I would never find. All the information is in a database. Where they've been, who they've been hanging out with, kind of what the social structure of the groups are. So you won't have to be a techie to use it. I told you it looked a bit like a tree trunk, and there it is, just floating at the surface. Okay, there goes the arch. So next time it's gonna dive. Everybody ready? And there it goes. There's nothing I'd rather be doing on a nice day, nice weather with nice whales. Although, when there's bad weather and no whales, I'd rather be in bed.
The true potential of limitless insights has been out of your reach. The constraints of 40 years of on-premises solutions have persisted in the cloud, making the data your business depends on disconnected, siloed, and too hard to unite. Imagine the possibilities if the barriers to acquiring, uniting, and securely sharing data disappear. Data workload with virtually unlimited scale and performance. It enables instant, governed, secure, and compliant data access. It delivers a single experience no matter where data lives, no matter where you are. Across your business, across your ecosystem of suppliers, partners, customers, and with the thousands of organizations that operate in the data cloud, Snowflake unlocks the true potential of data, so you can uncover a new horizon of vast insights. Mobilize data like never before. Join the data cloud. Snowflake.
When you can go from sun-kissed to mountain mist in just 4 hours, That's so Sri Lanka.
When dolphins and whales swim around you all year so you can visit them at any time? That's so Sri Lanka.
When a bicycle ride in the countryside is one long roadside party of board games, quirky friends, and the world's best cup of tea, that is so Sri Lanka.
When every sunset is an aphrodisiac and the nights command you to dance them away, that's so Sri Lanka.
When you can marvel at elephants in the morning
and then meet some exotic birds, bears, and leopards for lunch,
that's so Sri Lanka.
When you can get an eye full of paradise and a heart full of adrenaline in a single afternoon,
That's so Sri Lanka.
When people brave dizzying heights to taste a buzz of fresh, warm toddy.
that's so Sri Lanka.
When feasting together makes you family, so we take every opportunity to indulge. That's so Sri Lanka.
When time slows down and urges you to as well.
So you can soak up the full magic of cultural treasures at every turn.
Storied street food made with love for 3 millennia.
360 degrees of ocean.
365 days a year.
Hugging lush forests, misty meadows, secret waterfalls, and ordinary Wednesdays. That is
So Sri Lanka.
when you surrender to every minute
Becoming your new favorite memory.
on Earth's favorite island.
So wild.
So pristine,
So scenic.
so thrilling,
So spiritual.
So bold.
so colorful. That's so Sri Lanka.
This is a story of success. Shakya is a baker based in Colombo. His sales were increasing daily due to escalating demand for bakery goods, and he received a lot of delivery orders. He had been looking for an efficient way to manage deliveries for a long time. To meet the demand, Shakya partnered with Nadija, who owns a food delivery business. As a result, Shakya was able to expand his delivery services to cover the entire district of Colombo. However, he found the delivery mechanism to be very time-consuming and rudimentary, which resulted in a lot of late deliveries, customer complaints, and various other issues. The entire delivery operation was based on telephone calls, which was impractical and inefficient. But the demand for his bakery goods kept rising, and along with it, the delivery problems increased. For one, they weren't able to track the actual distance traveled by the delivery team. Shakya was receiving more complaints from customers about delivery delays. Then Nadija realized that one vehicle from his fleet was consuming excess fuel. It was time to upgrade his service levels. Shakya had some knowledge of GPS solutions, and he did what everyone does. He Googled it and came across Dialog GPS tracking services. It was very easy to connect with the Dialog account manager via the Dialog website. The account manager introduced him to the Dialog Smart Fleet solution. It was the perfect solution for Shakya. By activating the Smart Fleet solution, they were able to calculate and obtain accurate trip reports. They also found out that some drivers were making personal detours during deliveries, and they were able to curb this by using the solution's geofencing feature. The Smart Fleet solution has a route optimization option. This helps the drivers to take the best routes, avoiding traffic, and they were able to assign deliveries based on order location, eliminating two drivers being in the same location at the same time. They were also able to estimate the delivery time and share with customers to better manage customer waiting times. The overconsumption of fuel was remedied by the fuel sensors that come with the solution. Shakya and Nadija were able to overcome all their business challenges by installing the Smart Fleet solution, allowing the business to prosper. This can be your success story too.
It's been 11 years now. March 4th, 2009. The date you go in and the date you come home, you'll never forget those days.
The day I was arrested was the day I found out I was like 4 weeks pregnant. You think your life's over, and then someone tells you you're pregnant, and it's just kind of, it's a lot. But it's the best thing that could have ever happened to me, all of it.
Coming home, it's just a crazy reality. You've been constricted to this small area for such a long time, constantly kind of being told and through the messaging of the system that you're less than, and it's really difficult to separate from that. I'm Aidan McDonald, and I'm the founder and program manager of Justice Through Code. Justice Through Code is the semester-long coding and interpersonal skills intensive for the formerly incarcerated. I think it's really telling to think about the statistics. About 4 years after release from incarceration, 75% of people will be rearrested.
Speak. Okay.
Predictor of recidivism is unemployment. But yet,
Hi, y'all. Good morning. That is here. Okay.
The excitement of being free, but then the reality of not being prepared. That things that changed rapidly in just the few short years that I was away. When you're incarcerated, everything is stripped from you. Like, you're no longer who you are, and then when you come home,
Saturday?
you're trying to be just be a person again.
I mean, I can speak to my personal experience.
Hope you are not
I was
disturbing your
incarcerated
routine.
in federal
Recording
prison
in
for
progress.
close to 4 years. When I returned home, I went to a halfway house.
It's only
in
for a few
Connecticut.
minutes, so that's okay.
And for me,
Thank
it
you.
was very difficult to get a job. A year after release from incarceration, 75% of people will be unemployed. When you look at that and think about the statistics that for the bottom 10% of
Need
earners
to
in
check
this
because
country,
we only see
their
the
children
present.
are approximately
Yeah,
20
correct.
times
We're on the
more
presenter
likely to
link,
end up
so we can't see
incarcerated
the
in their
number of
lifetimes than the
participants. Your
top
team would have
10% of earners.
could have mentioned
Not
it to you.
only is
I didn't
it
realize
impossible
that
to get a job,
there will be a
in
big
many
group
ways,
outside of the
because of
Aziata
the way
universe.
that we treat people that have
Yes,
returned home
yes.
from prison, these young
There will be
children
group,
don't have a
outside
chance as well.
Throughout, I think we have had over 500 to 1,000 participants for this.
Oh, wow. We must, this is the first, right?
Yes, this is the first.
I think we can make this as an annual fair, probably make it slightly more prominent, you know what I mean?
Correct. That's the plan.
Through coding program, and I didn't have experience, but I always wanted to learn it, but it was just kind of like a big overwhelming thing. Like, where do you even start?
No, we're gonna have fun with this one though. Sharpen your skills.
Why coding? Technology and coding is this great equalizer. The industry cares more about your skills than your specific background.
You got all the speakers that you need for the sessions, right?
Yes, that I think we have a lot.
I really enjoy figuring out
Quite a
the
lot.
problem, feeling of getting something right.
This time was a lot smoother. We went through that pretty quick.
It was. You guys breezed right through it.
You write a few lines of code, you test it out, and something breaks, and then you got to kind of figure out how to like solve it, and then do this and do that, and you have like a picture in your head of what you want something to look like. It's just an amazing feeling of accomplishment.
It's kind of hard to describe because unless you code, it's almost like you can't really understand the feeling. What's up? It's Thursday, man. Last day of class for the week, you know? Trying to get everybody hyped, man, you know?
Well, let's say I get stuck. You know, like what will be your next step?
Look, your computer is not going to explode if you make an error. And it's good to make an error so you can understand how to fix the error. Because since you're going to have so many errors, why not know how to fix them?
The code doesn't know I've been to prison. The code just knows I'm a software engineer and that I am going to use it to create something. You want to play the game I made with me? Yeah. See, look, I programmed it, so you type your name here. Now, if I'm faced with a problem, I know how to break it down into small pieces. It's just kind of like rewired my whole brain and how I look at everything in life. Which square do you want?
This one.
You won!
The tech industry has a responsibility to build inclusive technology. And in order to do that, you need to have people from all walks of life.
At least where a person who's formerly incarcerated can apply without having to worry.
Can I have a hug, please? I want her to look at me one day and see all that I've accomplished, where I came from, and what I'm doing in my life and how successful I am. And that's what's behind everything I do every day. I'm definitely going to teach her early, though.
It's really exciting to see that our students will be a part of that work to shape our future, and that they'll be able to contribute to us living in a more equitable world.
We're rewriting the code. We're rewriting the code.
Thanks for taking a look at Snowflake for your data science workloads. Data science and machine learning create a competitive advantage for companies. But to be successful, organizations need to obtain more varied data than ever before and quickly provide it to their data scientists. Ingesting, processing, and cleansing data rapidly can be challenging. And integrating that data with the latest machine learning tools, frameworks, and libraries is critical. However, managing and securing a complex system of data lakes, warehouses, and marts is no trivial task. Keeping data up to date, consistent across departments, and easily accessible requires a large team of specialized resources. Just finding the right data can take many hours, and that doesn't include the hours it takes to cleanse, feature engineer, and build training datasets. Preparing data for machine learning competes for the same resources as BI, reporting, and ad hoc analytics, resulting in bottlenecks. And just relying on machine learning offerings from cloud vendors is restrictive. Their tools can be complicated to use and difficult to integrate with external machine learning platforms. This is why data scientists using legacy tools spend the majority of their time searching for and preparing data, not actually designing and building models. It's no surprise, then, that more than 87% of data science projects never make it into production, yet cost millions of dollars to design and build. With Snowflake's unique cloud data platform, every organization can now collect and process more data than ever before, accelerating their data science initiatives. Snowflake offers a single governed platform for securely ingesting structured and semi-structured data and delivering the performance and scalability modern enterprises need to support thousands of concurrent users without resource contention. In addition to accelerating data science, Snowflake consolidates data engineering, data lake, and data sharing workloads into a low-maintenance, easy-to-use service, available across all three major clouds. Snowflake provides data scientists a single consolidated source for all data, one that's live, always up to date, and accurate. Snowflake's unique data exchange and marketplace provide ready-to-use data sources right at your fingertips. Dedicated virtual warehouses for each team and workload means there's no bottlenecks, and teams can spin up powerful clusters within seconds, only paying for what they use. With Snowflake, data scientists quickly find that they have more time to explore new models and try new ML tools through Snowflake's extensive partner ecosystem. Every day, thousands of customers accelerate their data science workloads with Snowflake, Harmony is Australia and New Zealand's leading peer-to-peer lending service. Predicting loan risk using advanced data science and machine learning models is essential to their business. Just a 1% improvement in these models translates to more than $1 million annually. If you're ready to accelerate your data science initiatives, there's never been a better time to try Snowflake. To see how Snowflake's cloud data platform can transform your organization's use of data, sign up for a free trial today.
Artificial intelligence is everywhere. It's in the appliances we own, the vehicles we use, and on our devices. It recognizes us, offering personal shopping choices and entertainment options. It provides medical breakthroughs, and it delivers business innovations that drive competitive advantages. AI is growing thanks to advances in data science, compute, storage, and networking technologies. At the same time, data is exploding, driving the need to adopt a data-first strategy using the power of AI. But how do you begin? It starts with an approach that brings knowledge experts into an AI center of excellence. Together, they create a plan that outlines the business problems to be solved, the technology investments required, and the bottom line results expected. From concept through deployment, success depends on an integrated, optimized IT infrastructure. At Dell Technologies, we have the end-to-end infrastructure solutions for every step of your AI journey. Data science teams must find patterns within large, unstructured data sets. Using Dell Precision Data Science workstations with data stored on Dell EMC PowerScale, they can efficiently train deep learning models from day one, shrinking hours of iteration time to minutes or seconds. And when it's time to move from concept to full deployment, your data stays in place, so you can seamlessly take advantage of Dell EMC AI-ready solutions. Built with PowerScale storage, PowerEdge servers, and PowerSwitch, our AI-ready solutions provide a holistic approach precisely for your AI initiatives. And when you consolidate data on PowerScale, managed by PowerScale 1FS, you have a single file system environment for simple scalability, without costly, time-consuming data migrations. To gain intelligent insights, you need to prepare for an unstructured world with no boundaries, where access to any data, anywhere, is possible. PowerScale offers multi-protocol support for unlimited flexibility. Run workloads that store data with one protocol and access data with a different one, and allow multiple applications to access the same data with different protocols. At Dell Technologies, we use AI in our own data centers and solutions. We understand how it shapes your data infrastructure needs. Let us power your AI journey with a data-first approach from the edge to the core to the cloud, using the industry's broadest portfolio of products, solutions, and services.
Your data is locked in dozens, possibly hundreds of silos across your organization. From your executives to your frontline employees, decisions are made more on gut than fact. To gain a truly competitive edge, you need to share data across your organization with suppliers, other business partners, and customers. But your costly, risky, and cumbersome methods only deliver stale, incomplete data. This has all changed. The Snowflake Data Cloud has arrived. Join this global network to discover, access, and securely share data throughout your business and with thousands of other organizations. So how does the Data Cloud work? The engine that drives the Data Cloud is Snowflake's platform. Snowflake customers use our platform to unify, integrate, analyze, and share data. They do this for many of their critical data workloads and at nearly any scale or speed they desire. Once you mobilize your data on Snowflake, that data becomes part of the data cloud. You retain complete control, but can seamlessly and securely share governed slices of your data with anyone in the data cloud. But how do you and others connect in order to share data? Through Snowflake's innovative secure data sharing technology. Unlike traditional data sharing methods, with Snowflake you can share live, ready-to-query data across cloud and region without any ETL. In addition to sharing data, you can also share business logic and services, ensuring your ecosystem has the data and tools they need. And with fine-grained governance and access controls, it's safe, secure, and can meet industry and region-specific data regulatory requirements. With the Data Cloud, you can create one-to-one, one-to-many, and many-to-many data sharing relationships. First and foremost, you can break down barriers of siloed data within your own organization and share data across departments, subsidiaries, geographies, and with your business partners. You can also find new data sets listed on the Snowflake Data Marketplace. The Data Marketplace is where SaaS providers, commercial data providers, data service providers, and Snowflake customers can list and deliver data sets and data services. Data products and services from over 100 providers can be discovered in the Data Marketplace. Why should you join the Data Cloud? To easily access your data and a vast array of third-party data, and to obtain the deepest insights about your customers, your organization, and what lies ahead. The Data Cloud. Mobilize your data. Mobilize the world's data.
Our history isn't in the past. Our heritage isn't our better times. Our culture isn't done being defined. It's in the air. It's in the earth. It's in the waters. As it has been for thousands of years. As it still is this morning. Sri Lanka isn't a place, it's a marvel, a brave new world that wasn't made by the rules. She's a rebel of nature. She's a blessing of imagination, of untold innovation and resilience. Let's tell the story of Sri Lanka with the same courage this island was born of. It's in how we love, how we believe, how we protect, how we share, how we feast, and how we heal. As we dismiss strangers by making them friends. Because that stuff of stars that is beneath our feet, the brilliance that makes the monsoon waltz around lush hills and save itself to soothe scorched plains. The wonder that makes the salty seas nurture jungles of pure paradise. And the wild beauty that stays fierce and vibrant even as time tries to quieten it, is in us. And now, it's time to show the world Sri Lanka, as it has always been, but never been realized before.
Hello, good morning everyone. On this beautiful morning, Aritmi is pleased to welcome each and every one of you to the first ever Axiata Digital Labs AI Forum 2021. So today we are here with pioneers, knowledge experts of the industry to mark our last but not the least step in this glorious summit journey, the AI Forum. Before we get started, let me throw some lights on purpose of the summit and who we are as Axiata Digital Labs. Axiata Digital Labs is the technology hub of Axiata Group Berhad, Malaysia, a leading group in telecommunication services in Asia with over 350 million subscribers in 11 countries. In pursuit of Axiata's vision to be a new generation digital champion, we at the lab position ourselves as a key driver to deliver a range of innovative telecommunication products and services. With the strength of over 1,000 professionals spread across 7 countries, we help global customers in the space of telecommunications, digital services, and financial services. Our analytics and AI team is one of our key tech stack at the lab, which drives business through big data analytics, artificial intelligence, data science, and machine learning with a team of domain experts. Axiata's first AI Summit is designed by our analytics and AI team as a CSR initiative of Axiata Digital Labs, joined with innovative pioneers in the field to share their expertise and knowledge to advance the digital life for an AI-powered future. So, ladies and gentlemen, in 7 days of this AI Summit journey with a workshop and a hackathon, today we are here to mark the last step of the summit as AI Forum with a lineup of 10 esteemed keynote speeches and 4 panel discussions. Over the next few hours, this AI Forum will provide you plenty of opportunities to discuss, share knowledge and insights to prepare yourself for an AI-powered future. I'm so glad to mention that we are joined by over 1,000 participants from various parts of the globe, and we are blessed to see such a diverse and dynamic representation in our audience. I'm sure that you all can't wait to kickstart this amazing forum. So without further ado, let us have the pleasure to start the forum officially. To give a good energetic start for the day, let me welcome one of our distinguished invitees to address you all with the opening remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome the Managing Director, President, and Group Chief Executive Officer of Axiata Group Berhad, Dr. Wizardin Idris, to welcome you all with his official welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and a very good morning to everybody, and welcome to today's event, the Axiata Digital Labs AI Summit. First and foremost, congratulations to the team at Axiata Digital Labs to successfully organize this AI Summit. And of course, I'm especially thankful for this opportunity to speak to you on this Saturday morning. Indeed, as the world rebuilds in the wake of this crippling pandemic, there cannot be a more important time for the best minds to collaborate and chart the future of digital. Now more than ever, we must continuously engage in productive conversations and efforts that pave the way for real solutions to support and encourage socio-economic recovery and unlock new growth streams in the post-pandemic world. It is the technologists, the innovators, and digital proponents who have had a head start on this digital revolution, and we know this terrain and are well poised to help. Now, before we delve into the subject of the day, for the benefit of the external parties who may not be terribly familiar with Axiata, just a bit of propaganda, yeah? So Axiata is a leading regional telecommunications business in the ASEAN and South Asia footprint, operating 11 countries. We currently have 12,000 employees across the region and fulfill the needs of more than 157 million customers. Of course, we started off as a pure mobile telephony business. Today, we are bucketed, if you like, in 3 business segments, which are digital telcos, digital businesses, and infrastructure. Now, and our aspiration is encapsulated under what we call Axiata 5.0, and that is to become the next generation digital champion by 2024. And of course, ADL, AI, machine learning, it's all part and parcel of the DNA that we like to build up as part of Axiata. ADL it's a relatively new business set up in 2019, and it plays a pivotal role in our ambition with its 1,000+ digital telco software professionals and mandate to take back control of IT software development from external parties. Now, I won't bore you with the details of Axiata. You can easily visit our website, but we started this journey, if you like, leveraging into the digital ecosystem. Firstly, involving the unprecedented step of venturing into digital businesses via Axiata Digital, and then digitizing our core through APIfication, which is simplification and processization. We started off way back in 2013 by investing in the digital ecosystem. We have committed and we've actually invested something like 370 million US dollars in a few tech companies. But today, it has whittled down to two buckets, essentially fintech, through our now new rebranded Boost portfolio of companies, and the other one is to data analytics and artificial intelligence services through a company called Axiata Digital Analytics. The strategic intent and execution capabilities have also been validated with investments from strategic partners such as SoftBank Corporation, Great Eastern, the insurance company, Mitsui, Sumitomo, as well as other partnerships collaboration. Now, of course, as part of our efforts also to enable developers to innovate on top of our core assets and provide additional solutions to customers, we have developed an API marketplace through Dialog, our business in Sri Lanka. It's called IdeaMart, and the knowledge and experience from successfully running IdeaMart unlock the what we call APIfication of our internal platforms, hence accelerating our digitization journey. Now, how we are leveraging AI to future-proof Axiata, I think for those of you who may not be familiar, I mean, I saw the video earlier on, didn't realize tracking sperm whales. You can even develop an AI and machine learning sort of software to algorithm to track sperm whales. So in other words, AI is key to our future because it can literally help us make business decisions, develop products, especially in telcos. And just to use some examples. At Axiata, AI is helping us to reinvent customer relationships through the segments of one concept, where the offer of a data plan, for example, is customized to an individual customer's need, and this will significantly improve lifetime value of customer portfolios. The other aspect of our business, you may not realize this, we are a capital-intensive business. Capex is, for us as a group, it's always about 6 billion ringgit. There's about 1.5 billion US dollars every year for the last 8-10 years. But because it requires a lot of investment, the extremely complex nature of the business, the traditional planning process is usually siloed needs to be revolutionized. So we need to reinvent the way the network architecture is developed and planned. So the integrated and intelligent planning process powered by AI can certainly establish links between every investment and the company's competitive objectives, making distinction between mandatory and discretionary spending. So in other words, AI will certainly help us, sharpen our pencils when it comes to investments. Now, having said that, we acknowledge that getting value from AI requires more than setting up platforms and data. We've observed some global trends in terms of roadblocks that are holding companies back from capturing the full potential of AI. So, in other words, there are challenges to make AI work for the organization. What we need is a comprehensive strategy. We must collaborate, develop, and implement use cases adequately. We must also think about scaling AI implementation across the organization because we have, 6 MNOs, mobile businesses, 157 customers. We certainly have the scale. And of course, the other bit, like a lot of things in life, is identifying, recruiting, and retaining AI talent. And because without backing up all these efforts through a structured framework, I think this is only it's going to be an exercise in futility. So at Axiata, we're engaged at full throttle to execute a set of AI initiatives that will future-proof the business in a very unprecedented way. We are building an AI-first organizational mindset. We are leveraging our established IT blueprint to set up AI as a platform and ensuring quality data availability. We're developing our talents with required AI skills and enabling systematic experimentation. We're building a portfolio of use cases. And of course, the most important thing is to make sure that we can democratize AI so that our employees across organizations are empowered to use the benefit of AI. In fact, I'm trying to make sure that even our HR team, the lawyers, the finance function, the internal audit team adopt AI in our day-to-day businesses and processes. Now, all of these initiatives will further complemented by our focus on AI governance, which is always important. And of course, we need to find the right balance between value versus risk, privacy versus convenience, AI controls versus job efficiency. Yeah, because we always people always talk about job losses when it comes to AI, and of course, effectiveness versus freedom. So there is no single answer that comes to the right AI strategy, but we believe that through experimentation, to sessions like this, the summit, the discussion, the discourse is going to take place, I'm sure we'll be able to figure out the way to go. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I shall let the real experts step in and share their insights in this space. I've seen the program. There are some really exciting sessions ahead. Unfortunately, I can't stay on throughout the whole day for the session, but I'm sure it will be a deeply engaging discourse and a very productive learning experience for all of you at today's AI Summit. So thank you once again for joining us today, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the warm welcome address and giving a wonderful start for the day. It's indeed an honor to have you with us today. So before we moving forward, let me acquaint you with the agenda briefly. We will continue with keynote speeches and panel discussions back-to-back at a stretch. Around 5 p.m., we will have the presentation ceremony of the AI Hackathon and also announcement of the winners. So stay with us till the end. So it's now the time for the first keynote speech. This will be a recorded session due to our keynote speaker's unavailability on the day, but he was kind enough to put his effort and share his valuable knowledge with you all via a pre-recorded session. So ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you our keynote speaker, Chief Technologist, Asia Pacific, AWS Solution Architecture, Olivier Klein. His expertise in IT architectures, internet technologies, and software engineering paved the 2 decades for him, helping businesses make the most out of technologies such as cloud computing to solve business struggles and adapt to a data-driven business model. Let's listen to his view on the topic, building effective AI ML operations and constantly improve your machine learning models. Let's start.
Hey, hello everyone, and welcome to this session where we want to talk a little bit more about how to build a smarter and faster business, specifically using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And today I want to talk you through a little bit on some examples that we see from an Amazon perspective, but also different customers that we have, and dive a little bit into the platform and some of the things that you can actually use to build your own machine learning models on top of a cloud computing platform, specifically AWS. My name is Olivier Klein, and I'm the Chief Technologist for AWS here in Asia Pacific. And I hope that in the future, again, we hopefully can do some of these conferences again in person. Unfortunately, this time I gotta come virtual to you. Now, the first thing that I always like to look at is, well, why do we do certain things in the technology space? Well, we do it to achieve a variety of different business goals. And that's really what we always want to work backwards from. So that can be, I want to grow new revenue streams for my company, maybe improve my operations, have better operational efficiencies, and with that potentially have cost savings. And of course, generally I also want to look at how can I lower my business risk. And all of these things can be achieved with the help of data and of course with machine learning. However, there are a variety of different challenges that we have here in this specific regard. The first one, we have more and more data that is being aggregated, and it just keeps increasing over time. Data is stored in a variety of different types, you know, from unstructured to semi-structured data to complete new formats like blob formats, like video formats or audio files that we need to just transcribe and put into our AI machine learning. On top of that, very often that data sits potentially in silos, so you might have it in different units or different parts within your business. The other thing is really about the challenges that we see around, you know, data analytics and machine learning skills. Specifically, how can we make sure that we have the latest and greatest tools and frameworks, and that we have people can actually make use of these tools or frameworks as such. And then lastly, of course, we want to make sure that whatever data that we're storing, that we're compliant with the local privacy laws, that we make sure that the data that we're having is securely stored, and that we are compliant with any kind of regulations. What that then for us means is that we generally got to develop a certain data strategy. Very often I refer to these as a modern data strategy. So instead of having the traditional model of having some big kind of data warehouse appliance that I have sitting somewhere in a data center, cloud computing now allows me to store data very much more efficiently. First, we can decouple compute and storage. Storage can grow infinitely large in different kind of formats. But to do that, we first got to look into how can we modernize our data infrastructure. And that means I need to build my data assets on top of a data lake infrastructure that sits on top of a cloud computing platform. If you use AWS, you get the benefit that you work with some of the most scalable and trusted cloud provider out there. Now, the next thing that you can do is you generally don't end up with just one single data lake, but you end up with, many different data puddles, you could see it, many different places. And that's okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that we create a lot of different data silos, because with these new techniques and tools that we have available and the scalability of cloud computing, we can unify, a variety of different data sources together. We might have certain purpose-built databases, from maybe the more traditional SQL Server, Oracle database, or any relational databases to some of the newer ones like Cassandra or DynamoDB or MongoDB or different like time series databases. We can grab from all these data sources and unify that together to, do things like data analytics, but also feed machine learning models. And this is really where we can start innovating, and that's what I want to talk about next, is how can we now reimagine kind of the customer experiences that we have with the help of AI and machine learning on top of that new data strategy. And if you follow a variety of different research companies like IDC or Gartner, Deloitte, we can see that there's really a trend of machine learning and AI becoming commonplace in pretty much every company. Actually, IDC estimates that by 2024, the global spending on AI is probably going to reach 110 billion US dollars. Gartner, for example, is also looking into, well, what do they predict in terms of from piloting, like quickly trying machine learning model, to really operationalizing it. And they believe that by the end of 2024, 75% of all the enterprise companies out there will have shifted completely from right now they might just be trying things out, machine learning, and by then they really operationalize AI pretty much into the entire company. And Deloitte is also looking at how AI is really transforming over the next 3 years. Now, if we think a bit about the business outcomes and business impacts that I was talking about earlier, if we take machine learning, well, what are some of the things that you can actually do with AI and machine learning? The first one, pretty obvious, right? I want to optimize my business because I want to have better efficiency. I want to run my company more efficient. I want to do better forecasting, etc. I want to do smarter or better or faster decision making, right? I maybe want to reroute a package. I'm going to give you a few examples with Amazon Logistics a little bit later. How can we make this decision better? The other thing is really about, can I add new capabilities to my products, right? Can I, enrich and improve my customer experience by personalizing the experience, by having new channels using natural voice or computer vision, or other deeper experiences that you can create for your customer. And lastly, of course, we might even end up completely inventing net new products. Not too long ago, speaking to a smart speaker or computer system was complete science fiction. By now we have, devices like the Amazon Echo speaker with the Alexa voice services or other smart speakers out there, and we just take it for granted that we have these new products. Well, AI and machine learning helps us again to potentially create a lot more of these products. And you can see that across, if you look at some of the customers that build on top of AWS with their machine learning and AI capabilities. Take, for example, Intuit. Intuit is looking into how can they use natural language processing model, transcribed voice conversation for the entire call center and call center agent to, number one, enrich the experience for the customer and the call center agent themselves, but also use these new formats and this new information that they get through the AI models to really improve the customer experience. Take for example Lyft, which is a ride-sharing company primarily in the US, I think, but they work, for example, with Level 5, which is building a variety of different self-driving car abilities. So again, we're looking into complete net new products. You know, how can we build a self-driving car, at least, you know, reduce, for example, the amount of human input that we need when we need to go from point A to point B. Cerner, which is operating in the healthcare space, they're looking into how can they use, you know, data points to potentially predict diseases before they happen. Specifically, they're looking at cardiovascular diseases. So with these new AI deep learning models that they created, they can predict 50 months earlier certain risks that they couldn't do beforehand. And even in the sports space, if you follow, for example, the National Football League in the US, NFL, you might have heard of the AWS Next Gen Stats, which is basically statistics that calculate, you know, what are the probabilities of someone, you know, having a certain pass, etc. And all of that comes from computer vision again, which is AI models, and also sensory data in helmets, etc. So a good combination, you know, of data lake, in real time stream data, running it to a machine learning model, taking other unstructured data like computer vision, running it to a machine learning model, and then creating a better viewer experience out here. Same thing goes for Amazon. We have a long history of using machine learning models and AI. As a matter of fact, if you look at Amazon.com, over 4,000 products are sold per minute on just Amazon.com alone, and a lot of this requires complete machine learning models, right? We have about 1.6 billion packages that are being sent out every day, and again, I will show you a video in just a little bit to show you how we optimize, you know, some of the fulfillment center work that we're doing and how machine learning is being used there. I already talked about, you know, voice services, Alexa voice services and smart speakers, billions of Alexa interactions that we have now every week. You know, not too long ago, this was a complete new product. And we also have things like Prime Air, which does drone deliveries completely autonomous. So a drone that can maneuver packages maybe from one fulfillment center to the next, completely by itself. The first delivery that we've done there, that's already back in 2016 now. And all of this is requiring, of course, data, but a lot of machine learning. Now, let's have a look at the following. Here you can see a video of one of our fulfillment centers in the US. And this is the A side of the building. There's also a B side of the building. So you can imagine the scale and the size of these fulfillment centers, because this only shows you half of that one fulfillment center. But the one interesting thing that you probably notice here in the video is that the picking process is actually done by robots. So this is coming out of the Amazon robotics department. There's little robots that drive under the shelf, lift up the shelf, and bring it to the packing station. We do this for two reasons. Yeah, the first one is obvious. You know, obviously that this picking process is being automated, which allows us to potentially improve the picking time. I mean, reduce the picking time. But the actual, and that's the second, which is the main reason for us, it actually allows us to reduce the cost of space that we're using on how we actually store this product. Why? Well, if you look at these shelves, they can actually move very close together, and we can stack and pack, you know, all these products into these different shelves very closely to each other, which allows us to reduce the cost of actually storing goods, which allows us to pass these savings on to end customers. Now, the next thing that you're obviously going to think about is as well, how do these robots know where is what stored, and how do we actually fill up these shelves? And that's obviously a big data problem. And again, here we use things such as computer vision to actually, number one, identify empty space in these bins and the shelves, but also we can detect object misplacements, because the one thing you want to make sure is that if your database says in this shelf, in this specific bin, I have this product, we also want to make sure that that product is actually there. When the robot drives this shelf to the packing station, there's generally still, most of the time, it's only a human FC associate that takes it in and out. Sometimes there's an error that happens. Maybe you grab the wrong product, you put it back into the wrong bin. Computer vision here again allows us to understand, has the right product been picked, but also understand the empty space that we still have, and based on that really optimize on how we store goods so we can pack them up to the maximum of the space that we have in. Also, if you look at the supply chain itself, we automate them fully end-to-end. Again, using machine learning models, specifically deep learning AI models that do forecasting. forecasting that, by the way, anyone can now use through AWS, but I'm going to get to that in a little bit later. We do demand forecasting for over 400 million products daily. And here's the interesting thing. Based on these forecasts, we can then understand what's our capacity, should we buy, procure these products, and where do we then place them in which fulfillment centers. Over 99% of our entire inventory is completely automatically ordered with the help of these machine learning and forecasting models. Right? So there's no human intervention of I need to buy some more of these products. It's completely done automatically. Also, if you look at within the fulfillment center, take for example these conveyor belts. Again, you probably heard of predictive maintenance. That is being very useful in the industrial space. We do exactly the same thing here. So all the conveyor belts are equipped with a lot of sensor technology. That sensor technology then allows us to understand, what's the flow of these packages. But more importantly, we can also do things such as predictive maintenance. We can see if there's any problem, any of these motors that might break down. Before it breaks down, if we predict it, we can fix it before it happens. But here's the more interesting thing. We also do something we call SLAM, scan, label, apply, and manifest, which allows us to basically decide the carrier and the route on how we ship a package out at the last station right before we send it out. Really, it's just in time. So we weigh the package after everything has been packed, we weigh the package, and then we have a machine learning model that looks at all the current carriers and predicts what is the most cost-effective and fastest way, because these things can change pretty much every second. And then that very moment, we only decide which carrier we're taking and label and manifest the package, and off it goes. So again, a good example of using, in real time data knowledge that we have together with machine learning to make better decisions. Now, I also said you can create complete new products. I talked about the Amazon Echo speaker earlier, but you might have heard of Amazon Go. Now, if you haven't heard of it, it's basically a store where you can just walk in, you scan yourself in once with your phone and a QR code, and the door opens up, and then you can take off the shelves whatever you want. You can put it straight in your bag, you can straight consume it, maybe eat it, drink it, whatever. And when you walk out, we just automatically charge you based on what you took off the shelves. So no cashier, you don't need to wait in any line, you don't need to swipe any credit card or what have you. You just walk in, you take off the shelves what you want, walk out, that's it, end of story. How do we do that? Well, we actually do a combination of both sensor fusion technology and, of course, computer vision. So AI and machine learning is being used here. If you ever have the chance to go into one of these stores, look up into the ceiling and you'll see lots of cameras basically hanging in that ceiling. Now, these cameras basically record any activity within the store, and that allows us to then decide what you actually picked off the shelf and who we need to charge for that product. What you see here is an actual video footage of one of these stitched together cameras that runs through our computer vision system. So the top part here shows our first store in Seattle. You can see that we actually anonymize, of course, who that person is. So it's not that we track the individual person, you an anonymized identifier, but you can see basically there's the entire movement in that store can be verified or basically tracked by all these cameras, and that allows us then later to run our algorithms on top of it and understand what did you take off the shelves. And on the bottom part, you both see a computer vision model that allows us to understand who actually grabbed something from a shelf, and you can see how specific that computer vision model is. And also on the left-hand side, you actually see a simulation. So one of the things to train this computer vision model is we're obviously going to use actual real footage of people, going into the store and doing certain things. But very often that is not enough. So we also create 3D simulations and use that also to further train our computer vision model with more and more use cases over time. And of course, we improve the computer vision model over time. Which brings me now to the machine learning journey itself. So if you think about, if you want to launch into the machine learning journey, what do you need to do? Well, first you really got to think about how do I remove my undifferentiated heavy lifting, right? Don't think about racking and stacking servers and creating your own kind of data lake. Look at modern data strategies and what's available with AWS or other cloud providers out there. Get your data then in order, understand where you can apply machine learning, and that should always be driven by business outcomes. Then you're going to look into what frameworks can I use, how can I develop my team to potentially do that, and then of course champion your machine learning culture. So if you want to get started with your machine learning journey, the first thing I would always look at is what is my data strategy? Now, hopefully you already have a wonderful modern data strategy. If you don't have, you first want to lay that foundation, a good foundation of data lake capabilities, purpose-built data stores, and ways to unify different data sources, have structured, semi-structured data, etc., that you can basically train your models on. From there, you then want to start from a business challenge. So think about what kind of business challenge do I have, what kind of outcome do I want to drive, and based on that, you can then start building out a machine learning model. And the other thing that I would say is we got great services, we got great frameworks, and I'm going to talk about that in just a bit, but also look into, are there maybe partners that could potentially help you with training or with other programs or with, excuse me, with enabling you on machine learning or build the machine learning models for you. So there are many different ways to help you along the way. And for me then, the next kind of steps for your machine learning journey is generally you look at, well, what are some of these horizontal use cases? Are there scenarios where I can just take an API that AWS or other partner provides and I can easily add intelligence to any of my application? Or do I look more into like vertical specific solutions? So in AWS, we invest into specific industry specific services, in the computer vision space, healthcare space, others. So have a look what we got there. But if none of that applies, then you probably want to end up building your own machine learning models through what we call our Amazon SageMaker platform that allows you to really build, train, and deploy your machine learning models, potentially with pre-built and existing machine learning algorithms on top of your own data, but with pre-built algorithms. I'm going to dive into that a little bit more in just a bit. Now, from an AWS perspective here, we basically look at it, multi-layered kind of stack. I mean, that top stack, as I mentioned, is pretty much solutions that are built for specific experience, for specific industries, right? So how do I have personalization capabilities? You can get access to the same personalization recommendation engine that Amazon.com is using, but without having any machine learning expertise. It's just an API that you can connect with. You can load up your metadata and your data sets, and off you go. You have your own recommendation and personalization engine. There are different ways of, for example, intelligent contact centers, the entire solutions that we have, or media intelligence, if you're in the media and entertainment business. There are ways to optimize your business, right? Intelligent search capabilities, fraud detection capabilities. Again, you can get access to the same fraud detection engine that Amazon.com is using with Amazon Fraud Detector, but again, you just implement it with an API. Intelligent document processing, very important. If you have different kind of documents lying around, you need to process them, extract information out. Sometimes metrics analysis. Any kind of metrics that you store are always useful to run machine learning models on top of it. We got solutions that allow you to do that straight away and find outliers. Based on that, I can improve my business. To a certain extent, this is even useful for software development with Amazon Code Guru. You can accelerate your software development, find bugs, find problems, find performance problem. And then, like I said, also industry-specific solutions, where again, we keep expanding this footprint. If we currently don't support industry, let us know. We always want to build these things out. So in healthcare and life sciences, many different ways of doing things like transcription, comprehension of different medical terms, and different things that have been talked about, intelligent data lakes that are compliant for the healthcare space or the industrial and manufacturing space. So predictive maintenance capabilities, and also things such as quality inspections and even computer vision at the edge on existing CCTV cameras that you might be having hanging around, or IPTV cameras. The layer below then is other AI services. So services such as computer vision services with Amazon recognition, speech services, chatbot capabilities, textual, natural language processing capabilities, which are now building blocks that you can put into your application without the need to train any of these machine learning models yourself. Then below really comes the machine learning platform. That's really where the Amazon SageMaker platform sits. So that allows you to label the data, collect, store the features, etc., train, pick your algorithm, train it. I'm going to talk about this in just a bit in more detail. And lastly, of course, the different kind of frameworks and the underlying infrastructure to both train your machine learning models, but of course, also looking into what are the underlying infrastructure on which we infer machine learning algorithms on top of it. Again, we are agnostic in terms of the frameworks that you use, so it's not just the ones listed here over MXNet, TensorFlow, PyTorch. You can use any of the frameworks out there. We optimize for a variety of different frameworks. And of course, we also optimize the underlying infrastructure. And I'm going to get to that in just a bit. But let's take, for example, just these AI services. That's really easy way to add intelligence to your existing applications without the need to learn any machine learning skills. So that's around computer vision, chatbots, different business tools, speech, text, contact center capabilities, improving ways of how you run your DevOps metrics, healthcare, etc. I talked about this. So this is always the way to start. Look at, can these tools help me? These are just services that I can use. I can easily implement them into my application. What if that's not the case? Well, then maybe I want to build my own machine learning model. And this is really where Amazon SageMaker comes in. So the entire SageMaker Studio IDE covers the entire life cycle of machine learning models. So that means I'm going to pick my algorithm and I can choose from inbuilt algorithms that are available, or even our entire partner network, where you get access to specific algorithms that have been built by our partners that you can use. And you can look into, how do I label my data? How do I train my models? How do I optimize that? How do I prepare my data? How do I tune maybe the parameters to optimize machine learning algorithm over time? Based on labeling or training that data, I might also create what is called features that I can reuse for other machine learning models. So I can store these features and then of course deploy into production, check if my model is working well, is there any bias, do we have any drift on my model, so we want to manage and monitor that. Of course, we also have capabilities about visualizing everything in notebooks. Generally, for example, Jupyter notebooks are probably the most common ones. We support a variety of them. And of course, also support CI/CD capabilities so that you constantly can basically roll out new versions of your machine learning model, improve it over time, do things such as A/B testing, etc. How does that all work with something like SageMaker? Well, like I said, prepare, build, train, tune, deploy, and manage your machine learning models. And here you see the specific capabilities that you can now get. The first one is, what if I need to label my data for training? SageMaker Ground Truth can help me label my training data, even with the help of machine learning. So basically it tries to automatically label things that it already knows, and if it doesn't, then you can have a human annotation and it will again learn over time there. You can also aggregate and prepare your data with things such as the data wrangler. With SageMaker processing, you can also do pre-processing with, with Spark scripts or your own built-in Python script, etc. And like I said, you also have a feature store. So if you label certain data before, then you can say, now I have a feature that I can reuse for other machine learning models too. And with the feature store, I can basically store, update, and retrieve and share these features across all my different machine learning models. When I build it then now, generally we want to rely on potentially notebooks. We want to, like I said, then choose an algorithm. It's either way a built-in algorithm that we provide from an Amazon perspective, or through our APN partner network. Or, of course, you can obviously also build your own algorithm if you want to do so. Again, we have capabilities also to do some of the local testing, maybe on the local machine before you actually deploy it out to a cloud. And the other interesting thing is there's also an autopilot functionality. So if you say, I just want to, I don't really know what machine learning model to use here, just go and autopilot this out for me. Here's the data. SageMaker basically goes ahead, looks at your data sets, and then tries to find the optimal, the optimal kind of algorithm completely on autopilot mode. From there, of course, when we train our machine learning models, again, we want to tune that machine learning model over time. So first things first, with one click of a button, we can launch a distributed cluster of an infrastructure to train my machine learning model really quickly. But then I can start experimenting and say, what if I change some parameters around with things like SageMaker experiments? I can capture and organize every of my experiments by every step, and based on that, I can decide maybe what way or what version works better for me. And again, that's important because no machine learning model is perfect, certainly not the first iteration very often, so you always want to experiment and improve over time. Now we do have some automatic model tuning capabilities here, so that means I can optimize my different hyperparameters. So these, especially deep learning machine learning models, generally always have a variety of different hyperparameters. Depending on what you set them, the model performs better or worse. This is a way of basically trying out to change these parameters around and then find out what is the best parameter to really improve my model. Of course, it comes with a debugger, so you can debug all your training runs and see what's going wrong, where you maybe want to improve it. And then the other interesting thing is you can also train with what we call spot instances. So spot instances is basically the ability to say I bid for a certain amount of capacity at a price that I say I'm willing to pay 10 cents for your biggest GPUs, 1 cent, whatever. And depending on demand and supply, we actually have a market rate, which very often is up to 90% cheaper than the actual on-demand capacity. So what you can do is to say, I'm just going to bid on this specific price. When it's available at that price, go and train my machine learning model that can reduce cost up to 90%. And then of course, with one click of a button, I can deploy it. I get an API endpoint with my now own built and trained machine learning model. Again, I can, it's fully managed, you know, it can go down to ultra low latency, high throughput. You have a flexibility in how you do it. If you use something like Kubernetes or Kubeflow, there's integration for that. Very important, there's also the ability to have multi-model endpoints, and I highly encourage that. So you can have multiple versions of your model and have multiple endpoints and send certain parts of your user base to different kind of models. This is actually the way Amazon is doing it too. This is not only to roll out a new version, but we constantly want to test what performs better on different users, on different models. So you can do that with multi-model endpoints. And of course, how do you model that? Well, you can use the model monitor of SageMaker so you understand what's my accuracy on my deployed models. And automate that entire thing. You know, a CI/CD pipeline is always good. With SageMaker pipelines, we can really orchestrate and automate that entire workflow. And that's really an important thing. Something like SageMaker is DevOps ready, and I always say start automating straight from day one. First things first, from a security perspective, a lot of security features that we build in really help you to meet maybe some of your privacy laws or some of the compliance that you have around HIPAA compliance or PCI compliance, etc. But you can create your own machine learning workflows that are completely automated. You can always think about scalability in the cloud. Maybe you train at a very, very large cluster that then once the training is done, you actually shut it back down, and that allows you to train on massive data sets, I should say. And that again is fully managed to the SageMaker platform. So you can say just scale it up when you're done training, shut it all down so I stop paying for it. And of course, all of that can be automatically scheduled based on events, based on timeframes. You have complete flexibility on how to do that. Now, I talked a bit about training on the underlying infrastructure. Let's zoom into that just for a moment here. Because with AWS, you actually get access to the broadest and deepest amount of compute infrastructure specifically for artificial intelligence and machine learning. So you have a full flexible choice between a variety of different CPUs, GPUs, and even specific chipsets and accelerators that have been built just for deep learning capabilities. So if you look at some of the traditional machine learning, maybe you want to use some of the Skylake CPUs or the Intel Cascades. There's some accelerators, about Gaudi, gonna get to that in a bit. Maybe you train it on some AMD or whatever. But we also have our own chipsets through the Annapurna Labs, which is an Amazon company where we create things such as the Graviton CPU, but also the Inferentia chip, which allows you to actually make run machine learning inference as a fraction of a cost of some of the other processing units that you would have. But if you go into the deep learning space, very often you also want to have GPU capabilities. So for inference, we have things such as the Inf1 instances, or you can get access to some of the latest and greatest NVIDIA GPUs, such as the A100. And let's just have a quick look at these things. Like, for example, the Amazon EC2 P4D instance, which is the most powerful GPU instance in the cloud at this point in time. We find that if you take an existing model, go to this latest training capabilities, you can lower your cost up to 60% to train your machine learning models at a faster speed with more performance. This is with the help of the latest A100 NVIDIA GPUs, comes with 8 of these GPUs, 400 gigabits of network bandwidth, very important, so you can actually talk between your nodes, and is capable to do up to 2.5 of petaflops of performance. So that's really a really great way if I would need to train very massive data set or extremely complicated computations that I want to run. And of course, scale, you can deploy it in multiple clusters. You can deploy it in what we call ultra clusters, where we tightly couple these instances together so they can quickly talk to each other. with the right network bandwidth to really allow you to train up to any kind of scale that you want to have. In a similar gist also, what about things such as deep learning instances? For example, take the Amazon EC2 DL1 instance. This is one of the instances that comes with the latest, newest Intel Habani Gaudi accelerator, right? So this instance comes with 8 Gaudi accelerators. So again, this is a new way of potentially inferring and training your machine learning models. With a Habani Gaudi accelerator, we find that you get up to 40% better price performance than some of the latest GPU instances. So if you say, okay, actually I want to get a better cost performance here, maybe I can use a Habana Gaudi accelerator. Again, you obviously got to design for it, but generally it comes, if you integrate with TensorFlow or PyTorch, Habani Gaudi accelerator are compatible here. It's relatively easy to get started there. Then I also talked about the Inf1 instances, right, which come with the Inferentia chipset that is specifically built by AWS for machine learning inference. And our idea is how can we cut the cost of machine learning inference? Because training is one thing, and you find that the majority of cost very often comes from actually making predictions, inferring from a machine learning model. So Inf1's instances here with the Inferentia chipset, the AWS Inferentia chipset is really built for that. Again, comes with the Nitro system, so you have an Inferentia chipset, comes with a Nitro system on top of an Intel processor, nice networking that we can scale all the way out, which allows us to get high performance inference at a fraction of the cost. And now if you wonder how can I use this Inferentia chipset, because that's obviously not maybe what my usual framework is using, that is the reason we have something called the AWS Neuron SDK, which is a high-performance software development kit that comes with a Neuron compiler, Neuron runtime, and profiling tools, integrates with TensorFlow, MXNet, and PyTorch. And what it then does is you take your model that you have in TensorFlow, MXNet, you can compile it with the AWS Neuron compiler so it can actually run on these AWS Inferentia chipsets. And then you have flexibility of choice how you deploy it out. By the way, all of this is of course open source, so you find it on GitHub as the AWS Neuron SDK. So a great way to say I can run machine learning inference at a fraction of the cost. So we talked a lot about the different things that you can do, a variety of different examples of how we are using things in the broader Amazon space, and how machine learning models apply there, how computer vision can be used, etc. So if you want to get started with your own machine learning journey, we can help with things such as, of course, the platform, everything that I talked about, but also things such as training. I also encourage always to prototype things out. Can you do a quick proof of concept? And we can help you with that so that later on you can really bring these machine learning models into production. Now, how can we help with that? Well, first, if you want to build your team skill, there's some hands-on learning capabilities. By the way, we do also have devices like Deep Racer or Deep Lens. So if you want to do computer vision at the edge, so you have some of these tools that can help out here. We have the Deep Composer for generative AI, if you're interested in generative adversarial networks, etc. But then also the machine learning training and certification as part of our training and certification program. And of course, with training and certification, we partner up with other training companies here. So Coursera, Deep Learning AI, Udacity, edX, many different ways to get started. And of course, I think the first thing is always, talk to anyone in AWS if you want to get started too and say, I just want to learn a bit more and here's some use cases. We're more than happy to point you in the right direction. With that in mind also, we have something called the Amazon Machine Learning Solutions Lab. So where we engage directly with customers and look into, can we take some of our Amazon machine learning engineers and help bring them in to help together with your engineers to kind of figure out what would be the right solution. So we look at a variety of different machine learning engagements and use cases, and then we help with the ideation all the way through production of that machine learning model that you specifically want to build. And by the way, this is a team that is a global footprint, so you can get access to some of our machine learning engineers that are building for the broader Amazon space. Also, we have the Machine Learning Embark program. So again, have a look at that. A variety of different cross-functional workshops for you to actually try things out, get hands-on, understand, have, I should say, in-person training right now, maybe not in person given the current pandemic situation, but still with an actual instructor, and hopefully in the future, again, also in classroom training that's available for you. Like I said, for the development, we have the Machine Learning Solutions Lab available. And if you want to engage, get hands-on with things like Deep Racer, Deep Lens, really great ways to get started. So in summary, again, always think about working backwards from a business outcome. That's always what we want to drive from, but tap onto AWS, the different frameworks, the different services that we have, our entire partner network to quickly iterate and build, prototype out your machine learning models, improve them over time, use platforms such as SageMaker to roll things out quickly, but also look at some of the fully managed AI services that are available. So always start there, so that it's our responsibility to constantly improve and train, build these machine learning models. But if that is not sufficient, you can use things such as SageMaker. And again, we are agnostic to the frameworks that we're using. We're constantly looking into reducing the cost and make it more cost effective for you to build your own machine learning models with new chipsets and new underlying infrastructure. So that's all I have for today. You can always feel free to visit ml.aws if you want to read up a little bit more on what we do around machine learning and get started with some of the things that I talked about. Hope that was insightful, and if there's any feedback or comment, please just reach out to me. More than happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Olivia Klein, for the insightful, knowledge-filled keynote speech. We really appreciate your effort. So with that gratitude being expressed, coming up next, the second keynote speech of the day on topic of developing resilient, smart, and sustainable AI-powered cities of the future. Let me have the privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, who is a practicing professional of city architecture development, advanced technology evangelist, compliance, governance, risk management, and cybersecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with us welcoming the Global Chief Technology Officer for Digital Cities at Dell Technologies, Field Global Architecture Team Leader, and Acting Senior Government Services Advisor, Martin Yates. Over to you, sir.
And thank you very much, and a good morning to you all, wherever you are. It's a pleasure to be here. It's nice and sunny here in Singapore. I hope you're seeing the screen very well. If anyone is not, please do say so now. Otherwise, I will then continue. So in the next 45 minutes, we are going to continue with the theme of artificial intelligence, but this time we're going to take a much closer look at how we use those platforms to development of the resilient, smart and sustainable cities that are all critical for the future. And really now we're at an inflection point where this is the time to make the transformation because of all the environmental factors that we see with growing populations and pressures. So just a quick introduction to myself. My name is Martin Yates, as was introduced. I have a great team here based in Singapore and some people around the world, and what we do is we help architect the smart cities and digital cities of the future. We help support governments on developing their emergency services, building integration operations centers, how to architect the cloud models that they need to be able to underpin those, and embracing all the newer technologies that we see around that, such as 5G and IoT Edge, artificial intelligence and more. And I really just would like to sort of share the vision that Michael Dell shares, is that he always has this views that we share a vision of the future that's always better than today. And I think that's very important, that we don't stop at a single moment in time to continue to improve. And I'm based here, as I mentioned earlier, here in Singapore, and I help the government on various different standard communities, whether that's cybersecurity, community and security development. We've also produced some interesting books around cloud security and cloud native standards for things like Kubernetes and things, so do take a look at those books if you can. So what's this all about? I think we've all seen the pictures from around the world where if you allow a city to develop in an unchecked way, it grows, more and more people are coming to that city. It puts huge pressures on utilities, the electricity, the water, and all the different resources. So people tend to build higher, and pollution, as the city density transport becomes more condensed, pollution really sort of ramps through. And you start to sort of imagine and start to see these cities of the future that really are not great places to live, somewhat almost dystopian. And we realize that at this time in history, now is the chance that we can say, using our know-how, using our technology, using the latest techniques in building and planning, with good governance, we can build a more utopian society, a more utopian place to live. And this is what drives us every day, is to build those beautiful places to live in our future. And when we look at the journey that people are taking and planning for and have already been on that journey for some time, we see that essentially the cognitive cities are core, right? The ability of a full intelligence end-to-end city. But at the same time, zero waste. If you look at somewhere like New York that has this very clear vision in quite a relatively short time to produce zero waste. Or perhaps you might want to look at Sydney, which is what they call the 60-minute city, which is all about being able to get to anywhere across that city within 60 minutes, rather than very large delays. And when we focus here on Singapore, we regard ourselves as a whole of society. Everyone is included, government and people together, integrated together under a digital platform. But of course, paperless journey has been something that everyone has aspired to for a long time. Government typically tends to lag the commercial industry, but again, we see, if you take, for example, UAE and its paperless journey, it shows that it's absolutely possible to have that vision of a complete digital world. And finally, if you look at amazing projects, some of the ones that we've been looking to right now is the autonomous city, which is Woven City in Japan, which is a Toyota vision of the future, a model of how the world will look when it's fully autonomous. And so these are great cities to take a look at as work afterwards to see, when we think about AI, what are you really trying to apply this for? What are you really trying to deliver there? And so we see and we know that that requires that intelligent infrastructure, requires that 360 awareness, because if you cannot measure, you cannot manage, and it's always been like that. But also the world is full of different emergencies and critical times where you need a good way of managing crisis, and we've seen that, of course, in the last 2 years in particular. And other things around things like such as predictive policing, again, that's an AI core, distributed energy, smarter energy, autonomous mobility is rolling out across the world at different speeds. Right here in Singapore, we have all sorts of autonomous mobility, be that buses, be that taxis, all types of service and robotic systems as well. And so these are just some of the things that we see that are really allowing that foundation to be sort of created and to be delivered for those cities that want to be able to be part of that new future. As an example, again, as you know, Singapore, and I'm sure that most of you have been to Singapore, we are a small country, and we realize that we can only win when we work together, and we must be innovative every day. What we did yesterday, we can celebrate, but today is a new day, and we have to start the innovation process again. So we never stop innovating. And that's why often if you check in any number of different reports, you'll always see that Singapore is the #1 smart nation there. But it's not something that is given by default, it's something that has to be worked for every single day. Now, it's very interesting because I'm, as a person, I'm really a big technology person. I love technology. I live, eat, and breathe it. I probably buy all sorts of things that I shouldn't do, from the AWS, etc., on different devices and IoT devices. So I'm fascinated by technology. But the reality is the world today is not looking to technology, and I use this beautiful quote here that says, you know, people don't want to buy a 1/4-inch drill, analogous to the technology. They want to buy a 1/4-inch hole. So this is really all about the outcomes and the KPIs that people are looking for. So myself as a technologist, I always have to look very far into the future about what those outcomes are going to be looking for. So when we start an AI project, of course, we're always mindful of what that outcome needs to be and how quickly that might change. So these KPIs are often can be moving targets. Now, my intention is not to go through every line item here, but what do we mean by, you know, cognitive outcomes? And again, if I give you some examples here of where we've applied AI, for example, it's all about developing that citizen satisfaction. You know, happy people is very important. How do we know that we're happy? How are we measuring that? But of course, you know, a country survives on its business. So are we measuring our business effectively? Are there people saying this is a great structure to build a new business, to be able to innovate and to be able to expand with staff? So again, the stakeholders of both the business and citizens are absolutely critical. You've got to have ways to be able to measure that. But of course, the ability for e-payment services, the ability to exchange contracts that are signed and sealed, and exchanging of information are also critical. As well as, of course, the number of transactions from end to end must be digital. At no point should they escape into some form of paper or some form of email sort of tick box. So we really need that whole payments life cycle, that whole transaction life cycle to really be part of an endless stream. Digital capabilities, and here's a good point, you see, because we often talk about how government should use artificial intelligence, how they should use big data. But what you end up with is a very small number of people that know, you know, data science, that know how to apply that know really what it means. And it's incumbent upon every one of us to go out and be able to enable people on big data and AI, just as these great sessions are doing right now. And so really we've sort of put KPIs in the ground that say, you know, that X number of thousand of civil servants must have some understanding of big data and artificial intelligence and how they can apply that. And so that's really part of the journey. You know, you cannot be an elite set of digital natives. It must be, everyone must be part of that journey of transformation. Otherwise, you get a disconnection in terms of the journey. And you often can get rejection. So people, if they don't understand the technology, they may reject the technology. So it's very, very important. And of course, when we really super zoom in on that AI and that data analytics side, you know, it's important we set those KPIs as well on. The ministries must be using AI. They must have high impact outcomes. And there must be a good core and understanding of many of the services must be able to use machine-readable formats and APIs to be able to exchange information between different government entities and different businesses. Because without that, you end up with silos of data that are hard to convert. So it's just some of the things that really is important in terms of defining that journey. As a CTO myself, we receive requests all around the world from different people wanting different things. Essentially, before we even think about the technology, typically these are the KPIs that people are looking for. They want their city to operate more efficiently. People want to feel more safe. The energy has to be well maintained and predictive, where emergencies are handled really, really well, no matter whether that is road accidents, whether that's climate change type incidents, hurricanes, typhoons, all these kind of things. Emergencies need to be managed better and better because the world is getting, unfortunately, more and more of these kind of climate type change. But of course, you know, building smarter industrial states to build and attract client to that. Smarter healthcare is at the center of any good national policy. Building that, being smarter, and more importantly as well, using predictive and AI technologies to keep people out of hospital. I mean, that's really the point. I mean, hospital is your kind of last point. Really what you want to do is keep people more healthy and happy, so that they don't have to come to hospital in the first place. That's one of the key areas that we see as really important. But again, good transportation services, simplified government, Huge pivot in the last few years on green and sustainable. So how are we best using those wind turbines, solar energies? What other technologies and energies can we use in terms of providing a more cleaner and sustainable environment? And artificial intelligence has a long way to be able to provide all sets of different services behind that. And I could literally run a whole session on just the clean and sustainable environment and technology and where that fits. And also more efficient food production. You know, food is becoming more and more difficult to produce. There's less and less land, and therefore we have to look at smarter, more better agricultural ways to develop food. And here in Singapore, for example, we have a number of different strategies, even though we're a very high density city, to grow our own food. And we're looking to be able to grow in the next few years 30% of our own food using techniques such as vertical farming. And all of this will require very advanced technology to be able to support that. Everything we do now, we look at that and we say, you know, where do we as ICT professionals fit in the United Nations Sustainability Goals? Because these are the core ones that we all aspire to and our governments are signed up to. And I guess the most common one is really SG11, which is about the sustainable cities and communities. But of course, there are other areas as well, whether that's on the climate action, life below water, life on land in terms of smarter crops, etc. And being able to produce more affordable and cleaner and greener energy. They're just some of the areas that we need to look towards when we think about how we're applying artificial intelligence and digital technologies. So all of the examples that I gave you earlier, they're all underpinned by those technology drivers. You know, the 5G is becoming a very, very large driver now, but Edge, AI, ML, big data, cloud, and security, these are all core drivers. Today we see a mix of deployment models of these technologies. People use their own data centers, enterprise cloud models. People like to start using telecommunication companies. So many of our customers around the world are telcos, and they want to stand up their own services. They want to deliver their own agricultural service, their own healthcare services. So around the world we have numerous customers in that journey now because they've got great networks, they've laid out their fiber optics, you know, they're deploying their 5G, and now of course they want to monetize those services, deliver those value-add services. Telco has been a huge, huge focus in this last 1 year for smart city and digital city application. But of course the local cloud service providers continue to take a role, as well as the global cloud service providers as well, the AWSs, the Azures of the world. And so all of these models that I put here in front of you all are part of that fabric in terms of being able to deliver the right kind of services for the right type of use cases. And probably my most important key message that I can always give to you is, whilst it's great to develop all these different use cases, it's very easy to rush ahead and deploy in one particular way or another way. What is really important is to build an underlying framework, a message core, a message network architecture that allows the different data types to be exchanged at speed in real time. And as more and more devices get attached to networks, we need faster and faster digital framework, network frameworks and meshes as that backbone. So in keeping with what I really just explained, this is exactly what we're really seeing here in cities. We're seeing increasing use of cloud computing, we're seeing vast numbers of IoT devices being deployed pretty much everywhere across a city or across a nation. But what we've also seen is that with all these devices creating so much data at the edge, we realize that not everything's going to go back to the data center, and a lot of things are going to have to be processed at the edge. So we call that the city edge analytics. So we see with the growth of IoT, we also see that people need to be able to provide effective platforms for doing edge analytics. Now, of course, the whole topic of this event is really around AI, and of course the faster and faster adoption is taking place in the AI, ML and DL space, and that's all of course applied to those analytics that you see there downstream. A big pivot in the last 1 to 1.5 years has been digital twins. And I'm sure you've all heard of digital twins and what their importance is. I'll talk about that a bit later. But many of our clients today are saying, when you build and plan my city, when you build and plan my business process, can you make a twin of that? A replica model that allows me to test and simulate and build to speed up my business process, to speed up my development time, check things out before I even implement. So digital twin has been really key in many of those conversations that we're having. I'm very excited to share a bit more with you later. Now, a lot of people say to me, what's this quantum computing? I'm absolutely excited about quantum computing. It's going to be a huge game changer in so many areas. It is a little bit further out in terms of mainstream adoption, but do keep an eye on that because, you know, as this is an AI forum, right, that we have, quantum computing is going to be very, very important in that whole space. Absolutely game changer, and so very excited in that space. It's going to be a real big effect in many different areas, whether that's financial, manufacturing, and even cities themselves. Now, what is really important, of course, is to have still to focus on that data management, focus on the data privacy, look at the exchange mesh that I talked about, those network fabrics. But everything you do, everything you go out and deploy, think security first, right? Because it's easy to deploy things digitally with different firmwares, with different softwares inside, etc. But in reality, you have to keep that under control because those are kind of cheese holes essentially that allow hackers and malwares to be able to exploit. And we see blockchain as being really critical as part of that. And so we're using a lot of blockchain now to be able to secure industry and to be able to secure cities. And I mentioned earlier that, you know, green and sustainable is pivotal as well. Now we're looking to all the technology we implement should actually align with the UN sustainability goals and should be as green as possible. Again, I won't go through this whole list, but what we have seen is this traditional IT and traditional closed standards have moved away now. The world now is based around microservices, implementation of 5G services, containerization models such as the Dockers, Kubernetes of the world, cloud, AI, ML, agile software development. There's no point doing software development if it's not agile anymore because you need those results faster. I call it bigger data because the data just gets bigger and bigger. Analytics at the edge at speed, critical, software-defined everything, digital twin, supervised aggregated IoT edge, AR, VR. We're seeing huge demand for AR and VR right now across our client base. Not forgetting that blockchain and that quantum computing. So the kind of KPIs that we receive, we don't get requests for actual technology directly. We get requests for environment. Can you improve our water quality? Can you improve our waste management processes? Can you provide better air quality management? You know, because we want to reduce by 1 or 2% of this or this. But also help us think about how we can grow our city, how we can engage our citizens better, how we can deliver better mobility across that city with all the different KPIs that you see here. How can we do our public safety better? What are the key priorities? What are the budgets that we need to be able to improve that, whether that's smaller things such as the jaywalking, but more important things like crime deterrence and response times to incidents. And finally, of course, that all-important digital government. You know, it's great to be digitalized everywhere, but the government must be there, right? And that whole journey of government, population, identity management records, seamless government, that's all key part of this digitalization of a country's future. And if people are really not focused on these parameters in front of you, then you're going to really fall behind, whether you're a business, whether you're a city, whether you're a whole country. So when we've implemented different solutions across the world, we've just given some averages here, and it does vary from city to city depending on our implementation. But we have seen, for example, 30 to 40% reductions in crime, the reduction times in commute, 15 to 20% is actually quite achievable by using smarter traffic systems and being much more predictive. But of course, that all-important reduce the pollution, the greenhouse gases, keeping people out of hospital, treating disease better. We've seen significant improvements there. And probably one of the easier and nicest ones where we see a real change is doing business with government. Government services, digital government services has had significant effect on the KPIs that the government was looking for, but more importantly, citizen satisfaction. Now, out of all those endpoint outcome KPIs, it was all about, when you look at your model, when you look at your architecture model, am I fully automating? Am I maximizing computer vision? Am I maximizing GIS technology, digital twin? What about my data lake? What about my data warehouses? Am I using predictive analysis to the full? And even are you using prescriptive analytics? I won't go there today because that's a really great topic, but to be able to, beyond predictive is prescriptive, where already the answers and the best paths of action are already decided for you based on the data before. And of course, data privacy and security, we've seen the malware attacks. And the other one is the open data portals, where data should not be kept in secret unless it really needs to be kept secret. The more shared data, the better it is for the world in terms of being able to develop business capability and smarter cities and smarter citizen outcomes. Our learning and implementing platforms across whole of government, it was great that we could see that you could have smart buildings, smart homes, you could do things in silo, and that was interesting, of course. And I mentioned earlier how important it is to put that together as a mesh network. But it's very fast and easy to do smart things. But what it's not so easy to do is don't forget that as you implement smart water, smart transport, they have to be linked to more legacy systems. You know, large government systems, taxation systems, land registry systems, they're not so fast to move, they cost a lot of money. So you need to see as part of that journey to bring all your smart stuff to life, how do I connect with the traditional government systems that I have? Right? And that's really, you know, I don't really ever see a true smart digital city until I see a lot of those systems being integrated with the core government systems today, or what I call the systems of record. When we look at the projects around the world, and I'm sure many of you will be involved in, you've seen the kind of projects, urban development, mobility, wellness, education, smart government, and they can really start at different points. Today, the entry points we see is here number one, which is people want to build a safe city, or they want to do something like build a smart campus, or there's a particular agency in government that want to modernize. Maybe it's the Ports Authority, maybe it's the airports authorities, things like this. So we're often start with these vertical use cases in many cases. However, quite a few of our customers today come to us with that end-to-end. They said, this is my whole city, I want you to modernize end-to-end. And we see a split in projects. There are the greenfield projects and there are the brownfield projects. So the greenfield ones, of course, are much easier. Brownfield ones are always a bit more challenging because you have to deal with existing information architectures that have been installed in the last few years. And in fact, many of the decisions may have already been made about what you need to have. So you've got what I call the in-flight projects. You need to build that and integrate that into it. But sometimes we see there's a requirement for building those smart provinces, those smart states, that cities, you know, so states filled with cities, and they want to build top down. And very often we will get involved as well with what does a smart nation look like? You know, what are the systems I need to be able to interconnect? What are the APIs that I need to connect city to city, city to government? Yeah, and city to citizens. And so that is a much more interesting project, a much more long-term project about that whole smart nation planning. And it takes many years. There's no one overnight thing, but it's very important that you have those good frameworks in place. So here the background you see is a portal. I'm not doing a live demonstration today, but normally I would log into the Singapore portal and you'd see all this data come to life. Our cameras, you know, the number of beds in hotels, the number of hospital beds that are being occupied, etc. So this is all powered and driven by data. And that really is for us where we really want to be. We want to be able to have that complete 360 view. And as I mentioned earlier, I mean, Singapore very much is a brownfield integration. We're a very small country. Many, you know, we don't have much open space. There's not many spaces to build new things in. So very much our journey has been about a brownfield integration. But of course, if you have large areas that you can develop, greenfield deployments are much easier. There's much less stakeholders to engage with in terms of politics. There's less silos that you potentially need to deal with because you're dealing with a clean sheet of paper. And that's great because the architecture you can put in day one can be modern up front, and it can be agile as well, which means you're kind of trying to future-proof it. So those are really the kind of portals that we look to build based on whether that's greenfield or whether that's brownfield. Now, when we look at the use cases that can be applied, and many of the telecommunications companies that ask us today, they say, well, you know, what should we start with? You know, we want to do these things, and there are so many different areas, but typical ones can be, you know, helping like with the smart buildings, maybe the emergency and disaster management, hosting open data portals. Perhaps it's smart surveillance and systems, connected cameras, smart streets with intelligent poles on them that not only is a light, but it has a weather sensor, it has a camera, it has public information boards on it. Smart waste is a very good one as well. A lot of requirements. It's easy to buy things, but of course you need to get rid of those materials. So smart waste is a really, really important use case to focus on. But of course, again, that's smart utilities, electricity, water, smart health, smart mobility services, smart parking related to that, smart traffic getting people from A to B. Red light violation cameras is a big thing that we're required to do at the moment. Nobody likes tickets, of course, but obviously for public safety, there are more and more governments saying, you know, we have to get people driving a bit slower, and we've got to stop people sort of jumping red lights and things. So a lot of focus around that kind of violation type architecture as well at the moment that we've seen from across the world, as well as smart communications, being able to connect to everyone. This is the latest status information about X, Y, Z, smart kiosks, smart information. Help, call pods, etc. All these are the main areas. Now, bringing this all together in that common format is really the challenge for all of us architects out there today, to bring it together in a smart way, including building ourselves that digital twin operations center, that e-government operations center, and that city government operations center. So just this is one of the extracts that I've just made here that I captured some time back. We've looked into our port and we said, what are the people thinking about us? So taking that data and saying, you know, where are the complaints coming from? You know, what are the kind of issues? How are we doing? What are the complaints that we're seeing? What topic areas are people complaining about? You know, so these are important that we have that kind of pulse of the city, you know, almost second by second, minute by minute, so that we can very quickly adapt to that. Now, using AI, you can take a lot of these and make sense of the data you're receiving and start providing those more predictive and prescriptive outcomes. An example here, this is the opening of the Command and Control Center in Singapore, where, again, I mentioned that it's important for different agencies to be able to share their data between them, to be able to reduce response times, to be able to reduce their overall operating cost, and of course, you know, shared data center, shared services is a reduction then of energy. And so that's just one example of bringing things to life with integrated data that is actually powered by AI. In a bit more of a deeper dive into the infrastructure, you can see typically how an IOC would be structured here. We're taking all the different types of data from IoT devices. They can be microphones listening for abnormal noises, weather conditions, flooding, for example, and taking all the different types of video sources as well and bringing that all into this analytics core. And I'm not going to go into any detail, I'd love to, but because each one of those is a great use case, but bringing it into that analytics core, ingesting, processing, that's really the smart part of our journey as architects in making this real. And then surfacing that through to the people that need it, bringing an understanding in our water services, our electricity services, connecting with our communication services, such as the police, such as the hospital services, security departments, etc. And bringing in all that transportation data as well as the different healthcare services. So this is what we aspire to when we look to have an integrated nation, or when we have to look to an integrated city. And again, just some more. This is actually a snapshot I've done of one of the live portals, whereby we see this is more the emergency management side, where we link the mappings, field communications, all the different assets that are in the field, providing analytics, computer-aided dispatch, call handling, and API integrations to connect to the different subsystems that make up government. And here you would see, for example, that there is a critical stress on one of the bridges, and this is then raising a critical alarm that's being alerted to the relevant authorities with a complete SOP set of processes to make that happen. Again, kind of things that we're using AI analytics for. I think you all know these, but it's always a good reminder that very, very commonly we're looking for disruptive situations, especially around transport, queues on roads, and if we can immediately identify here that this situation is not right, this immediately triggers in our command centers that something is wrong. So we don't have to have someone looking at a picture or waiting for a phone call from someone. We actually know that through video analytics that's happening, but it can also be law enforcement. It can be things like such as social. Perhaps there could be some fighting or something. Something doesn't look right. Bins are overflowing. Let's flag that to the relevant authorities. Let's do more on relief around those traffic junctions, making sure that we're collecting the right data points on the number of vehicles. Are there any compression points that we need to relieve by changing the traffic light sequences dynamically? And of course, any security concerns, left baggage is always something of concern, whether that's an airport or the side of the road. This is all something that AI analytics brings to the table in terms of delivering good cities. So one of the challenges as you build your cities, as you build your nation, is you will have so much choice on what kind of sensors you can buy, what kind of operating systems that support that, what kind of protocols they use. And very often different government departments or different businesses will have their own budgets, and they will go and buy the brand that makes sense for them, which is nothing wrong with that. The problem is when you want to bring all of those services of the city together to be a true digital city, you'll find that you're trying to, create, you've got this kind of mishmash of all these different devices and protocols. It'd be a lot better if you could standardize on a framework in the beginning, standardize API, standardized what we call pub-sub architecture models for being able to display different devices and be able to link that to different device queues. And so what happened here in Singapore is we said, let's stop the journey of just having disparate devices. Let's create an architecture, a sensor network itself, where the devices are more standardized, the protocols are more standardized, and how we exchange that data between the government departments. So if I want to install one camera, that camera can be shared between the police, the traffic department, the environment authority, rather than having 3 separate cameras. So that's all part of how to share, right? And without that good governance in place, it's very, very difficult to be able to truly become that smart city, that smart nation. But of course, as you deploy, I mentioned that earlier, as you deploy IoT, you're going to go from hundreds that were manageable to thousands that are becoming, that's starting to become a bit more difficult to manage, to potentially millions of sensors across a city, across a nation. And therefore, keeping an eye on that security and what systems will you use to keep management and update of all those different sensor types and gateways, because they're all operating systems in themselves. Typically they may be a Linux OS, and they'll all need to be patched and managed to some degree. Here was just an example I took of an implementation we did. This is another command and control center where we brought all the pieces together, video, analytics, the command and control, using what we call that city data, bringing all the pieces of data together, using national agencies because we need the number plates of cars to do any matchings, and that security operations center, and that's all in the integrated framework of delivery. And so this is very, very typical what we see around the world, building these command and control centers to provide those outcomes that we talked about earlier. And of course, a lot of that data can be real time, and some of that can be batch. Not everything you need for what you do needs to be actually processed in real time. So you may want to do an analytics AI job in batch model that can run over several days to provide you different types of outcomes that are not real time critical with AI outcomes exactly at that time. It's always very important, if you've got good data, share good data. If it's obviously classified, that's a very different matter, but most data that's created by businesses and governments typically can be shared for the good of society. And please do take a look at, for one example, at data.gov.sg. Here you will see all the different data sets that actually that show how Singapore's functioning, whether that's environment, education, whether that's technology development, whether that's where are all of our buses and transport. And it's really, really easy to just get started. You can pull it as a CSV, you can pull it in as an API, get post-timer models. So much data is available there for you to be able to use. I mentioned that, about batch information earlier, and I said that whilst it's important to look at, what is happening in the past, what's happening right now, because I need to react to it right now, but also to be predictive. And so what I need to be able to do is, with my data, I need to be able to look for hotspots. I need to be able to say, do I have all my right traffic officers deployed in the right place? Do I have all my tow trucks deployed in the right place, based on previous data? And so that's really part of the journey as well, becoming, not only looking back at what happened, rear view, what's happening now, respond and act, but being smarter to be able to deliver smarter outcomes by being predictive and prescriptive in nature, if you can achieve that as well. And so just some real examples there of some heat maps that we're seeing from different agent and police deployments based on different hotspots and troubles that could be occurring. A topic close to everyone's heart, looking forward to when this goes away, sooner rather than later. Pandemic management, to be able to understand where outbreaks are occurring, and again, all pandemics are data in one form or another when you're collecting this. What is happening? How many people are infected? How many people are being tracked? How many people? Which hospitals should people be deployed to? Start to spot the trends and say, based on all this data, I know what's going to happen next, or I have a good feeling of what's going to happen next. So that complete life cycle of pandemic management. And so we've had to respond to many different requirements from around the world from our customers, including such things as, like India, for example, was where is the closest oxygen bottle, what are the suppliers of the oxygen bottles within different hospitals. So those are all projects that we've had to implement. And this is all based on data. It's all making smart use of that data as well. The same token, but huge amounts of data is being created by traffic systems. We want to be more predictive. Here is a picture you can see. I snapshot this the other day of where are the buses in Singapore, right? Where are the hotspots? Is there bus bunching where you get too many buses close together and they're not separated well enough? So we want to dynamically separate those buses so that they keep according to their schedule. Or perhaps they've broken down. So we're constantly using message protocols to be able to collect in real time, by the second, where every bus is and actually what's happening. And again, using this data, we can develop smarter models based on how many passengers we picked up. Do we have the right buses for the right routes? Should we use a single-decker bus or a double-decker bus? All this is important data for whether that's business efficiency or environmental efficiency. And I would say that we spend a lot of time in this area of understanding what's happening from data and building these heat maps and trying to make sense of what we see. I won't go into detail here, but you will have the PowerPoints later. This is really just what we call that cognitive architecture that I mentioned earlier, about how we process that data core, how we provide the automation, and how we provide the artificial intelligence and cognitive algorithms that basically run against that to deliver those outcomes that we talked about earlier. I mentioned digital twin. Digital twin is really one of my pet subjects right now. I think it's amazing. And if you haven't used it yet, you must use it and start looking to how you can use it, because it's all linked to the AI as well. The ability for you to take a analog model, anything that exists in reality, turn that into a digital model, whether you're building for public housing, whether you're doing emergency simulation, what would happen if, whether I need semantic information for my planning of buildings, whether I want to know what impact something has, like adding more cars, adding a road, shutting a tunnel. Whether I need to figure out where my solar panels need to be placed on my buildings, and how am I doing? Am I keeping to my goals of energy and management and efficiency? And again, I mentioned earlier about the transportation, but am I achieving those goals if I make changes to these different routes or to these traffic lights? Will that really actually deliver something useful? Because it's all about sustainable outcomes, right? It's all about reducing travel times, and it's also about switching eventually from diesels and petrol cars to electric vehicles as well. This all can be simulated in a digital twin model. Here's some screenshots that we've done for you, where we've looked at demand mobility, we've looked at the traffic flows, we've looked at the air pollutions, for example. Where are the hotspots happening right now? What are we doing there? Where's the noise within cities? How can we build better that reduces noise of transport and industry? Where can we best place our wind farms and our solar? Where's all the energy hotspots being taken from? What happens with global warming and flooding? Give me a predictive model of what needs to change in my city or in my country. And what is the effect on health and livability indexes as we make changes and design changes? And that zero emission mobility, for example, as we switched in Singapore from the diesel to the electric trucks, how would that change the environment? Where would we need to install all our electricity charging points? Would a bus be able to go as far as one that would today on a full tank of diesel? So all of these need to be part of that data gathering model that you need to build as a digital twin. A quick example here of a city that I mentioned earlier. This one is Vizag city in India, where all the pieces of government, where all the IoT is brought together in an intelligent way, ingesting using artificial intelligence to be able to deliver smarter outcomes for the city. And really, I mentioned right at the beginning, if you recall, I talked about stakeholders. And there's nothing more important that technology we know. I love technologies, it's easy to deal with. But never forget, at the end of the day, the different stakeholders that are involved in changing an agency or a city or an entire nation. And this example is the nation of Thailand, where we brought the different government officials together from different agencies that represent their data as such. And we said, how do we all work together? How do we build a framework for Thailand where we can bring all this together and deliver cognitive AI outcomes? So that was a workshop we did. That was actually in March 2020. I think a month later, I stopped traveling around the world. I stopped traveling to Sri Lanka, which was a shame because I have a nice little house there. And yeah, so this is really a very important picture. Bringing people together is what matters, because the technology you can solve, no problem. You're going to see so many solutions today about how to do that. But people are the most important part in your transformation. And finally, getting together, building those rapid design workshops, getting the whiteboards out, the pens out, building those frameworks so that you have strategic clarity, make sure you have the right leaders in the room, the right stakeholders. Don't overcook a vision. I mean, make sure that you can achieve it. There's no point putting something in that's just not achievable. Make sure that you can achieve it, deliver it, and build on that success. Right? Be very razor focused on the users themselves. That's really important. And future-proof your solution as much as possible, whether we're talking about agile, whether we're talking about standardized message protocols, architectures, and data frameworks. Keep developing those skills. You're going to need them faster and faster. And don't forget quantum computing is coming as well, so look to that. But having great people around you, many of the people on this call today, the supplier partnerships, they're part of that journey as well. And make sure that you really can get the benefits. If you say that you're going to deliver a business outcome, you're going to deliver a return on investment, make sure that you do that, because that then you can plow back into your next success. So it's a big journey. I've really enjoyed speaking to you. I wish I could be all with you in front of you today. I do miss the people interaction. You can contact me, Martin_Yates@Dell.com. And with that, I wish you a super success in the remaining conference that's ahead of us, and wishing you lots of learning. And I really do hope to be able to hear from you soon and learn about all of the successes that you're actually having within this group today. And so with that, I say thank you very much. And if there's no questions, I will hand back to the organizer. Thank you very much, and take care now.
Thank you so much, Martin Yates, for sharing such a valuable insight and knowledge with our audience. It's an honor to have you with us today, and hope you will be able to travel again and visit Sri Lanka very soon. On that note, it's time for our next keynote speech of the day. It's my privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker. He is a seasoned data enthusiast with over 15 years of experience, and who is passionate about data governance and breaking down data silos. His expertise are mostly around data engineering and data analytics with emphasis on healthcare and telecom industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our distinguished knowledge expert, our third keynote speaker, Senior Sales Engineer at Snowflake, Karthik Venkatraman. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Ridney. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. So my name is Karthik. I take care of the sales engineering side of the business for data and analytics at Snowflake India. And here, thanks to Axiata Digital Labs for giving me this opportunity where I'm going to walk you through how you can accelerate your data science initiatives with Snowflake, right? Any presentation doesn't start on a data science without having a quick inroads into what are the different challenges that folks at data science face. Now, I mean, these are standard ones, right? I mean, with all the data sources that are proliferating, it's all the more difficult to get the data available to the data scientists at the right time, at the right place, in the right format, and making them to understand and bring it into the contextual format that the business understands, right? And even after doing all those hard work, there are challenges putting these models into production, iterate through and get the right feature engineering in place. And finally, how do you collaborate with your analyst and the larger ecosystems of consumers who can then put these data science models to optimize business and drive out new revenue streams, right? And of course, it doesn't go without saying that the amount of time a data scientist or a data engineer works to get a model and to train it and make it production ready spends immense amount of their time to make sure that they are able to discover, collect, do the exploratory data analysis, and then finally get it ready, right? Before they can even bring about their hypothesis and start working on the models, right? And this is where Snowflake cuts down and helps to improvise on the availability of such data to the data science in a simplified platform. Now, to bring out what is Snowflake, right? Snowflake is a unique platform which was built grounds up for the cloud. It was a massively parallel processing system that is designed to work in all the three public cloud natively as a service, precisely designed to address the use cases that is being implemented across the globe by many of the large customers around data engineering, data lake, data warehouse, data sharing, data application, and of course, the topic of interest here today, that is data science, right? At the foundation, Snowflake is a service with no maintenance, availability of resources using its elastic performance engine so that no team is scampering around to do infrastructure management, and ability to have data moved across different geographies, different regions, so that you are not logged into one location but are able to run the same models across different business units across the globe, right? And why do we call it Snowflake as a data cloud? Of course, the platform provides you the capability to ingest, process, identify the patterns, and consume. Snowflake takes the level of data consumption to a next level, wherein we not only look at the data that resides within your organization in a centralized fashion, you are able to bring in the data from your partners, sister concerns, your group companies, all of the roaming hubs in a telco world, mix and match with the CDRs and the customer information that you may get, and start making sense out of the data. To bring the icing on the cake, Snowflake also enables the capability to bring in third-party enriched data like the likes of Dun & Bradstreet's S&P Global Intelligence, specifically around the different industry verticals, including telco. Then there are these experience and weather source information which allow you to enrich your data sets, apply more meaningful data on the data that you already have within your organization, and transform and build more effective and qualitative information on the models that you're developing, right? And Snowflake already has 650 live and curated data sets. And the beauty of this data cloud is you are not moving around the data from one organization to another organization, but readily querying all within the Snowflake's data cloud. And all of that using a secure and governed platform, right? That is the core of the Snowflake data cloud. Now, given the topic of interest here being the data science, how does Snowflake solve or enable data science to start driving more value, right? One of the most fundamental point is Snowflake being a cloud native as a service, software as a service, it allows you to bring in humongous amount of data, which could be structured, unstructured, and semi-structured data all into Snowflake at the same cost as you would pay for a cloud object storage with any of the cloud providers, and make sure that you are able to bring in not only these data from the various sources that exist within the organization, but also from all your partner and third-party data sources, and ensure that different teams can work in parallel using the language of their choice, which could be SQLs, Java, Scala, or the Pythons, and make sure that you are not hampered by the resource availability. And best of the breed is how do you enable your business team who understand data better to work with your data science in a collaborative fashion and put these data science models into production to drive outcomes across the organization as well as in the units. Having said that, Snowflake is striving towards building out the industry data sets, and one of the things that will soon come out is the telco data cloud. Snowflake is already adopted across all the major telecom providers across the globe in North America, Europe, and across APJ as well. Many of the use cases that we come across are like Snowflake is being used specifically to harmonize on the equipment and IoT data with the enriched supplier assets data and the data sharing capability that's come along. There are use cases that we see in the telco industry where telecom providers have wealth of data assets that they have accumulated over a period of time. And they are now putting those data to not only drive their business outcomes, but are also using it to monetize and get into new revenue streams. Then there is also the augmented data sets that are being put in along with the traditional data sets to enhance and bring about new advanced data models. And best of the breed is how do you make sure that you bring about data sets which probably you may not be even thinking about bringing into your landscape is now feasible to be brought in via the data marketplace with a click of a button, have it enriched, massaged, and you can explore and find out new use cases as to how you optimize and bring about efficiencies with the business units that probably were lacking these things, right? And all of that using the simple, scalable, and native cloud platform, which does not require you to manage but focus on the data outcomes. Now, this is where Snowflake goes fundamentally, right, in enabling many of the organizations across the globe due to its simplified nature, right? You can bring in as much amount of data as you want in any format and in any latency, whether it is batch, near real time, or using any other means, right? You can use a simple SQL dialect to interface with Snowflake, or you can bring in the language of your choice and consume it with different mediums. Snowflake also enables you to to ensure that the computes are isolated for each team, which means that they are not competing against one another while finding out the relevant data sets that they are looking at. Snowflake provides you the visualization capabilities that enables analysts as well as the business owners to first start looking at the content and the structure of the data and look at the profile information to identify what are the hypotheses or the feature engineering that will be relevant for the use case and ensure that they all work collaboratively in one single platform at scale. Right? Now, with this, let me get into the next, or let me taper down one more level into how Snowflake is enabling machine learning and data science capabilities to embed an organization, right? So at the outset, let me call out, like you would come across, I mean, and this has become a very standard one, right? Again, Forrester has published this note wherein we can see the fragmentation of the machine learning platform, where it could be a multi-model where you could have a low-code or a no-code GUI with a little bit capability of AutoML already embedded, which could be cloud native, or it could be an independent software vendor, or you could have many teams using typically a coding-driven approach, which is functionally powered by a notebook or an environment-based, where people prefer to write code and extract the juice out of the information that they have. Or last but not the least is the pivot towards a citizen data scientist, where you are able to bring non-tech users to look at and prepare data, understand and come up with hypotheses, create feature engineering, and then create models which can be operationalized, right? Now, these are the three broad categories that we have come across in multiple customers as well, who are bringing in the tools of choice. And Snowflake enables and works with these three ecosystems of machine learning platforms, right? Now, fundamentally, Snowflake provides you the platform where you bring all your data in one place. Snowflake ensures that there is governance that is already baked in while the data is coming in. I mean, there is a strict role-based access control. You have column-level security and row-level security already enabled. And then Snowflake also provides native connectors for Python, Scala, and the typical programming framework that comes along with it, right? To ensure that the data is openly used and consumed by anyone and everyone with the tools of their choice. At the outset, you have the capability to enable massive feature engineering and data preparation capabilities within Snowflake using the key capabilities of Snowflake, which we'll anyway cover in the next slide. Then you can use, and we rely with our strong partnership with any of the data science tools, typically the data robos or the data icos, which supports the AutoML, the Amazon SageMaker, or the Azure MLs, or the Google platform to provide the native support, as well as ability to support the open source world, right? Where you can bring in the coding tool of your choice and pretty much interface with Snowflake, right? And to make sure that all the trainings and on the data sets that you have done have been operationalized and deployed, Snowflake enables you to deploy these models as an API endpoint and consume it via external functions capability within Snowflake, as well as you can also do an in-place inference pretty much within Snowflake by deploying them as jars, again, which I will be covering in my subsequent slide. And last but not the least is Snowflake also relies in all these partners and works in tandem to make sure that you are able to monitor, manage, and iterate through the process, making sure that any model that becomes stale is automatically brought into purview and kept up to date, right? Snowflake ensures that works tightly with the likes of Data Robo and Data IQ, where we have a partnership at an executive level as well as at the product level, where they are able to process the information and ensure that they are able to constantly monitor the model's usage, how much data it is getting, and how do you make sure that it is getting corrected as and when new data sets arise, right? To make sure that how do I run through all these processes, let me go through a typical workflow that we come across where Snowflake is deployed along for data science use cases, right? This is a typical workflow that we see where, data scientists across the organization spend majority of the time to collect data, then utilize the tools of choice that they have to visualize and come up with explorative data analysis, data cleaning, data preparation capabilities to ensure that they have the right data sets to work on. Then they put up the feature engineering process to identify the right set of features that would be able to identify and perform the necessary outcome that would be expected out of this data science initiative. And finally, put that feature engineer data sets to train and identify the right set of model which might be used, and identify the right set of model that also needs to be deployed, and have a continuous process of monitoring, right? So at the outset, Snowflake provides you the single platform where you can bring in all data. You don't have to enable a data scientist to go scampering around in a data lake or in an RDBMS or into some other streaming platform to identify the right data set and work on data engineering aspect of it, which is the time-consuming process, but rather use the data that is already available. And we ensure that we have a control on what data is available to what team, right? It's not like once the data is available in data Snowflake, everybody has access. The business owners and teams can work together, collaborate, and identify the right set of data elements at the right granularity and with all sorts of anonymization put in to ensure that there is no breach of data for whatever use case, but the data science team has the right data set available to work on, right? And then, of course, you do not worry on the platform maintenance. Snowflake is a self-managed platform. All you worry about is how do you start using the data, right? You just focus on putting the data at work rather than working on how to bring my data in, who will manage the upgrades, who will manage the partitioning keys, and so on and so forth, which probably is taken care by Snowflake behind the scene. And last but not the least, you always have the compute and the scale available to you at fingertips, right? You don't have to worry about infrastructure provisioning or delays in getting the right set of tools available, right? Snowflake makes sure that it is available as and when you require it. And to make sure how these data science workflow is enabled, the different features that we have in Snowflake, like the capability to have data sets that could be procured directly from your partner organizations or from your sister companies, or have the enriched curated data set available as a live data to you as an extended database, right? You are not going to do any FTP, SFTP, or HTTP or API pulls, but you have bulk data set available directly at your fingertips. You can work on structured, semi-structured, or the unstructured data now. And then you can bring about streaming data sources as well. All of that in one place, have them curated. You can work on the data engineering aspect of it all within Snowflake due to its native capabilities of streams, task, and all. You could actually query the data that resides in a structured, semi-structured format within Snowflake, or in case if you want to go ahead and look at the data profiles or look at the data preparation activities, you can also use the external tables features. Also, there are capabilities now enabled to ensure that you are look at the visualization of such data rather than look at the stale data in a tabular format. You can keep ensuring that you are looking at the right data sets, whatever is required from a profiling standpoint, data preparation and data wrangling standpoint. All of that could be done with Snowsight, and then put that data into motion by identifying the features that are responsible for driving this outcome, making sure that you use the features of ANSI SQL views to create new features. You could use functional languages that goes beyond SQL, like you can use natively Java, Scala, and of course the Python is also coming up to extract the data or make sure that the data is made available in a consumable format for different types of models that you're building. You can start creating pipelines to interface with existing deployed models by invoking via APIs, via the external functions. And then you can keep enriching the data models by using streams and tasks, which can incrementally identify the changed data and ensure that your models are trained regularly and kept up to date, right? Last but not the least, and this is where the data science team loves Snowflake, is that you can create a whole copy of data in production within few seconds and ensure that the organization does not incur double the cost. And that is what we call as zero copy cloning, where data is immediately copied over for a particular use case. There is no actual underlying copy of data, even though it might be in multiple petabytes, but yet two teams, the production team and the data science team, can work in isolation without having any sort of conflict when working on the same set of data, right? And this is the true pillar on which we enable data science to rapidly scale and deploy models into production. Of course, all of this is done by our existing extensive set of data partners, as well as the connectivity that we provide. And again, we rely on our model management with all our partners to make sure that we are putting it into production. Now, there are a couple of things that I would like to call up specifically for Snowflake that enables you to accelerate your feature engineering with the data science team, right? Of course, we do understand that not many people are SQL savvy, and this is where Snowflake has enabled the capability called Snowpark, which allows you to write the functional code in the language of your choice, and yet deploy such code into Snowflake so that you can refer it for all sorts of ML scoring and inference, right? Now, what does that mean, right? So a typical analyst or data scientist would be used to writing code in a structured SQL language, but we want to enable the data engineers and data scientists to use the language of their choice, the data frame libraries, the way they are used to writing code, or you can use any of the citizen data science tools to pretty much interface. And Snowflake takes care of converting this code into an optimized SQL statement and ensure that that is executed in Snowflake and you get the resultant data set out, which means that you are not anymore having issues with respect to understanding the SQL dialect, but you can use your language of choice. And the other thing that we have actively promoted with the advent of massive data usage is, how can you bring in data or the code to data rather than take the data out to the code? The typical way would have been that you export out the data, run your data models, data science algorithms on top of those data, and then curate the data, identify, refine it, and write it back the results, right? It was an expensive affair, and with the privacy laws coming into play, we have all sorts of issues, right? So this is where Snowflake ensures that you can deploy your code as a jar and push it into Snowflake, where code executes where the data is remaining, right? Now, last couple of slides where I'll talk about the typical data science models that have been deployed with Snowflake, right? The traditional, of course, is that you have two systems running in silos. The data science tools, pull out the data, they do the training, they do the deployment, and finally create all sorts of prediction and write back the results into the Snowflake's as a data warehouse, and they can then infer and consume the data from a productionization standpoint, right? These are the traditional way, which is kind of what we see is knocking off, right? I mean, people do not want these kind of approaches anymore. The second approach where things are getting into a more finer refined way is, of course, the models exist outside and they are hosted as an endpoint via an API, and Snowflake can interface with them directly by passing it as an API call. In this case, the limits, the data resides as much into the platform, but are operationalized into a runtime mechanism. And the last that we are moving a lot towards is, how can you bring in the models that you have trained and embed it inside Snowflake such that there is no data movement of hops happening, but you have the data available within the platform and are able to operationalize and make it production ready from a business and analyst standpoint, right? All of that is managed and governed in a single platform, and this is where Snowflake's two collaborative initiatives comes into play, where you can bring about the collaboration between engineers, data analysts, and data scientists, all of that in one place in a secure and governed fashion, and you can bring the library of your choice to ensure that you are able to do deployment at scale, and you are able to also operate it on for your business outcomes, right? With this, I will close it out with a couple of customer stories. We have tons and tons of customers, but I can only bring out all that are publicly referenceable. We have customers across the globe, whether it is Telia or the Tele2 in Sweden or DNA, and we do have one of your larger sister concern in the Axiata group already using Snowflake for business outcomes, right? One of the use cases that Tele2 in Sweden was that they wanted to bring all of that data which were in siloed location to drive business outcomes, right? They wanted to get into pay-as-you-go pricing and ensure that data is democratized and is available to all the business users in a governed fashion, and they could drive all sorts of next-generation use cases to drive new revenue streams, right? Similarly, Sonos, again, a retail customer here, but I mean, that calls out like, right, they were having very difficult process to bring all their data scientists in all in one place, one language, right? And they were getting streaming data from their 100+ million connected devices, right? So now the whole point of having all these data in one place, which is structured, semi-structured, and unstructured, was to enable the data science as well as analysts who were working on day-to-day to self-serve and are able to collaborate and need not move around the data from one platform to another platform, right? So with this, I will come to the conclusion. Snowflake is now a publicly listed company. We have more than 5,000 customers across the globe. And what we pride at is the highest level of the net promoter score that we have across the organization. So with this, I will conclude my presentation. I would like to thank the Axiata Labs for giving me this opportunity. And if there are questions, I will take it up. Otherwise, I will close it out. And thanks so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Karthik Venkatraman, for sharing your deep knowledge with us. I hope everybody enjoyed and had much value to take away with all the 3 keynote speeches we had so far. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first panel discussion of the day in Axiata Digital Labs AI Forum 2021. This panel discussion will cover the topic of leveraging on multi-cloud and hybrid cloud environments for AI long-range plans. When choosing a multi-cloud versus a single cloud or a multi-cloud AI long-range plans, organizations should carefully weigh the advantages and disadvantages of each approach and think about how their needs might evolve over time to avoid migration headaches, expenses, and be better prepared for the future. So this panel discussion will cover the types of multi-cloud architecture, strategies, challenges, advantages, and impact of multi-cloud and hybrid cloud environment with 4 distinguished panelists. Please welcome our panelist of the first panel discussion, cross-solution lead of Microsoft Asia Pacific, Dave Wainwright, Managing Director, South Asia at Snowflake, Jeff Soon, HPC and AI Senior Solution Architect at Dell EMC, Rumain Butcher, Senior Director, Cloud Strategy and and Consulting, Huawei Cloud Asia Pacific region, Tech Guan Neo. Let me hand over the platform to our moderator of the session, Data Science Architect of Axiata Digital Labs, Buddhika Gamage. Buddhika, over to you.
Hi, welcome to the first panel discussion of Axiata Digital Labs AI Summit. So this panel discussion will be trying to discuss about how we can leverage on multi-cloud and also hybrid cloud environments for artificial intelligence long-range plans. To give a little bit of a background to what we're going to discuss, if you take 10 years ago, so we were planning everything on what we can do with the big data and the huge data we used to have, how we could leverage on this data to start making applications related to machine learning as well as data science. Now we have come to a point where we start, we need to bring this edge, these machine learning and data science applications to start working on the artificial intelligence applications and also its development, deployments, and we can no longer rely on our on-prem architecture. We need to start looking into other options available to make it how we can make it more scalable and make it more reliable and bring it to the next level of the Industry Revolution 4.0 where we are at the midst. So thank you Romain, Dave and Neo and also Geoff for joining this panel discussion. I would like to first direct the question to Romain. So Romain, shall we discuss a little bit about what are the sort of multi-cloud and also hybrid cloud architectures we could observe right now?
Yes, sure. And good morning, Buddhika. So when we talk about multi-cloud today, basically we talk about a combination of public clouds. There's multiple of them, potentially on-prem cloud, private cloud, which I would say it's not completely gone. And I would probably extend the definition nowadays of multi-cloud to also edge clouds, right? So nowadays when we talk about multi-cloud, what we need to keep in mind is private on-prem, private cloud, public clouds, and edge cloud as an extension, right? So when we look actually at all those options that are available and why people should look into multi-cloud, actually there's multiple factors. And I would say it goes beyond just AI, right? AI is one of the use cases that really needs nowadays multi-cloud, but not only. And usually those factors are fairly simple. The first one is I want to be able to run my apps on many regions that maybe just one single provider can offer, right? I want to be able to use differentiated services, right, that one provider can offer. And we have seen through the different workshops and keynotes that there is a lot of very good services out there on public cloud. So I want to be able to use many of them, not just one, right? And ultimately, and I think it goes beyond just technicals, right? But the ability to relocate workloads based on business strategy. Because at the end of the day, the business strategy dictates where you run your workloads. When we talk about AI specifically, there is two main workloads to consider. The first one is training, and the second one is inference of AI, right? And they both have different requirements, and they might run on one or other platforms. When you look at training, the main factors that you will be looking at, and I think during the Snowflake presentation it was highlighted as well, like running your training where the data is. Data gravity is a key thing. You don't want to move data around, right? It increases cost and it's a security risk. But also, which tools and services do you want to use to do my training? And ultimately, we are also talking, because that's important, infrastructure TCO, right? Cloud has been so far proven very effective at running quick experiments. You want to run a test, it's easier to go to a cloud platform to start with, instead of asking your IT department to build the infrastructure that you need. But ultimately, when you keep going and developing more product and you train more and more regularly, the TCO change, right? That's why having both options available anytime is more relevant.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to inferencing, which is the use of AI, we have seen again that there is factors, but they're slightly different from the one from training.
Yes.
First is the latency, where my new data is coming from. If it's batch processing, it was discussed, maybe it's in the data center and does not need to be in a cloud. But maybe it's new data coming from apps or from cloud services. Maybe this is where you want your inferencing to run. So at the end of the day, what matters when you look at your multi-cloud strategy is understand you want to be able to move your workloads anytime, anywhere, from technical but also business perspective. And people need to also know that today it is very easy to leverage multi-cloud because adoption of cloud platforms has driven providers to offer connectivity, almost seamless connectivity between the clouds, whether it's public, private, or edge.
Yeah, thank you so much, Romain, for that. To give us a very good starting for this panel discussion. That baseline is very clear. So if you start looking into the companies, majority of the companies who are actually holding big data right now. So they almost everyone is trying to move their on-prem data applications and everything into the cloud solutions and cloud services. Some of are already available public cloud solutions. Some are trying to move into a single cloud solution, and some are trying to move into multiple cloud solutions. At the same time, they are in a sort of a intermediate position where they are operating in a hybrid environment where some of their data is in on-prem and also some of their data in the cloud. So I would like to put this question to Dave. We have this gentleman from Microsoft. Hi, Dave. So what do you think the right strategy to move on-prem AI and machine learning applications into to the cloud? So can you give us a couple of insights on this? Thanks.
Sure, thank you. So as Roman said, it has to be based on business value and business justifications. Yeah. So even though I come from one of the major cloud providers, you shouldn't just move things to the cloud just because. There needs to be very valid reasons for that. But then if you are deciding to move, you've done your TCO and you've picked some workloads to move, then it's like any other cloud migration. You got to go through what we call the 6 R's, and you got to evaluate your applications today and go, am I going to rehost this? Am I going to retire this? Am I going to replace this? I would caution against just going and what we call lift and shift or rehosting. It's very tempting to do because it can get you into the cloud quickly, but today the most expensive workloads are running virtual machines in the cloud. And there is a lot of scalability and other benefits that you can get from a TCO perspective by looking at some of the higher level services in the machine learning and AI space. The other factor is, of course, that you need to take into consideration is security and governance. If you're actually going to productionize and become a cognitive organization and productionize artificial intelligence workloads in the cloud, then it's not just, you're not dabbling, right? You need to actually set up proper governance, you need to set up proper landing zone, you need to make sure that you have your RACI matrix in place, just like any sort of cloud migration. You need to understand how are we going to handle data leakage? How are we going to handle privacy? How are we going to protect data from our customers, from data scientists and data engineers, and all sorts of these governance considerations. And then finally, from the inference perspective, just like Ronan talked about, there may be some advantages to training data in the cloud due to the scalable compute, but some of the inference you still may want to run back on-prem for compliance reasons, for latency reasons, and so forth. So just mapping out those requirements against the business drivers for this AI application is critical.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Dave. So let me move ahead of this discussion and let's try to discuss a little bit about more about the data engineering perspectives, application development perspectives. Also, we have DevOps in software industry. Also, now the ML ops is quite famous. Now it's coming to the artificial intelligence, and AI ops going to be going to play a huge part in this, right? So I would like to put this question to Geoff. So Geoff, can you give us a couple of like challenges where you would like observe when it comes to data engineering, application development, deployment, as well as data warehousing in these like multi-cloud environments?
Yeah, look, I think there's a number of dimensions to the challenge. And when you fundamentally look at data engineering, data warehousing, and the ability to train and execute ML and AI models, the one thing that we consistently hear is just these struggles with accessing the data and making it readily available. Yes. And when you look at, I think, as Romain and Dave mentioned, these hybrid environments, I think that every organization that Axiata Digital Labs would serve has all these silos and bunkers of data. You may have some OSS or BSS data on-prem. You've got your CDR data. Most of your marketing teams may be using SaaS products like Google Analytics to understand how your users are interacting with you through your website. Your Salesforce may actually be using a Salesforce.com. So the fact that when we create these hybrid infrastructures and we have data both on-prem, in public cloud infrastructure buckets, as well as in SaaS applications, that's one of the recurring themes that we hear about being able to develop, effective and consistent data engineering, data warehousing approaches, being able to actually just get the pool of data that you need to be able to create effective models and to execute them. So I think that's one aspect of things. Really, this hybrid environment has created complexities in the pipelines that we need to create. The second thing is, speaking with many customers, to really get that competitive advantage, most organizations have realized that they need to look beyond the four walls of their organization. Yes. So it's not only about the data that you actually have within an opco or within your organization, it's how can they leverage data in my business partners. So almost most telcos will have some sort of relationship with a payment provider, so you can actually do billing. Above and beyond that, to really start to create some new interesting products, you may need to leverage third-party data. So you may need some socio-economical data. You may need some, real estate price data. You may need weather data. And once again, I think all these disciplines are really struggling to create these effective pipelines with the realization that you need first, second, and third-party data to really drive an effective AI ML program.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks a lot for that insight. I think you were talking about like things like ROS EDR and all. How are we going to put this like data into like a public cloud services? I think I have another question ready for you, like coming later to discuss a little bit about like data governance and stuff. Like so, in this like cold data records and all, we may probably have like sensitive data like customer numbers like and their personal details and stuff like so let's discuss a little bit further on that during our that question. And now I'd like to move this discussion towards a little bit like to telco specific question. So I have Neo here from Huawei. So one of the things we observe in telecommunication industries, especially the operators. So most of the matured operators been like operating for like 10-15 years now. So if you look at their like technology history of technology development, they've been evolving for like over a period of time. And if you see like the network itself, it's like have access network, core network, transportation network, and BSS, OSS operations, and all these things, and IT operations, and big data platforms in they also there. So if you look at this entire picture, like there's an enormous number of like vendor specific applications, vendor specific small public private clouds, small data centers. So I would like to put this question to you, like how important it would be have like open architectures in this artificial intelligence long range plans, and also what sort of synergies do you expect the operators and also the vendor to have when we have the public cloud services. So can you put a little bit of a shade of a light here?
Thank you. Well, actually, adoptions of the open architecture is always a focus topic, for governments, for large enterprises, and of course the telco operators.
Yeah.
Now, adoptions of open architecture basically will ensure, standardizations and also help in interoperability between different platform, different products. And when your platform is open, right, you minimize some of the vendor login risks. So these are some of the things why it is important if we move to open architecture. The other one, I think, when you talk about open architecture, you always talk about open source, right? So compliance to the industry standard, to the open standards, this is actually come as an important factor also. Now, in terms of synergies, right, as for synergy expected, especially for the telco operator technology stacks, I think just like you mentioned quite a few, right, OSS, BSS. So telco business, in fact, is very complex, and you're using different IT technology stacks needed to address different business needs, right? So some of these core business that, as I can think of, is like the back-end telco network management, right? How to optimize the network, OSS, BSS, operation support, and how to do the building support system. And the other aspect is also customer experience management, churn management, and of course there are a lot of other areas, right? Yes. So AI can actually help telco in customer behavior analysis, right? Because telco do have a lot of these mobile devices data, right? And this one you can actually do the behavior analysis, like looking at the spending patterns, looking at the web access patterns, how they basically make use of the mobile. Is the mobile network, the signal stable? What is the density, of population needs? And then using all this data, right, using AI, you are able to use it to help you to better improve the services, right? And of course, the other aspect is the churn analysis. So, if for a particular certain areas where you realize that there's a lot of call drops, statistics, and you must actually take actions from a telco perspective to improve it. If not, you will expect, certain churn to be, higher, for that particular area. And now, the other thing is cloud can provide telco the agile IT infrastructure with AI platform to dynamically meet the telco operation needs, and support telcos to B and to C businesses. So at a high level, I think in terms of synergy, I can see three areas cloud and AI can help a telco. First is able to support telco internal IT modernization. So just like I mentioned about network optimization or that. Second is for telco to perform digital transformation for traditional industry. So I think telco sometimes your to-B business, you venture into things like logistics, all that. AI can really help a lot, in terms of optimizing some of the routes, this and that. And third is to support the telco to explore future digital native business expansion. Be it working with the startups, be it working with some enterprises, to explore some of these digital native businesses is actually another area. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So basically, like, as we see, like, we just finished our hackathon yesterday, so everybody's like starting to developing applications. So when these data scientists, machine learning engineers, AI engineers, when they have their own applications ready, I believe this open architecture would be quite important for them to do their deployment, and how fast we can bring any of these applications into action. That would be quite important. Thanks a lot, Neo, for this conversation. So would like to now move into the area where we wanted to discuss a little bit further about the security perspective. So though the data engineers, architects ourselves, so we find it's very easier to manage, let's say previously we have 20 people to manage a Hadoop cluster or something like that. Now we can have 2-3 MLOps or DevOps engineers to manage it. So from the management perspective, it's becoming quite easier. But at the same time, we might be getting a lot of security and governance issues, right? So I would like to put this question to Dev. And what are the threats you identify while we are operating in these multi-cloud and hybrid cloud environments?
Sure, thank you. So let me touch on what you mentioned before about MLOps and DevOps before I talk about the threats. So with the properly implemented MLOps and DevOps, you can actually have a significantly more secure environment. And the reason for that, I'll give you an example, is you can have a fully locked down production environment where a lot of your human administrators don't really have right access into that environment. But then if you control a lot of your releases through the DevOps pipeline that have gone through the proper testing and security and compliance, then you know that pipeline is going to work right. It's not going to subject you to human error, and you're also going to actually significantly reduce your exposure by having multiple different admins who can log into the console and make human mistakes and human errors, for example. I've seen human administrators bypass firewalls and set up virtual machines to have public internet access because they're in a rush, all sorts of things like that, right? So a properly managed DevOps environment can actually be more secure.
Yes.
Now on to what I think the biggest risk is in this area. I actually don't think it's the technology. I actually think it's the ethics and inclusion. I think the biggest risk to artificial intelligence moving forward is that AI can be used for good, and there are a lot of excellent use cases out there, everything from climate to sustainability to helping farmers increase their crop yield, to helping people with disabilities get jobs, to making people more productive in declining population regions, etc. But AI can also be used for bad. At Microsoft, we've seen, we get a lot of customers asking us, hey, can you help us with this use case and help us with that use case? Things like, can you speed up the courts process, for example? Well, it's like, what is your data based on? What is your actual historical court case data based on? Are there any biases in that data? Things like, you don't want to wake up one day and find out that your recruitment AI was in the news for not hiring the right people or not being inclusive, for example. So I think the biggest threat in this space is around inclusive, fairness, bias, and weaponization of artificial intelligence. And we all have a responsibility to make sure as we go deeper into this path now into the future, especially long term, that we set up our ethical standards and set up our governance and our fairness so we can make sure that this technology doesn't get used for bad purposes. Thank you.
Yeah. So also, I'm getting back to Jeff again. So this is a huge concern, right? So earlier we have this closed systems where majority of people are not able to log in from outside the organization. Now we actually put in this data into public cloud solutions and services. So it can be open. It can be open based on the way you operate for other people, and that also can consist of some sensitive information of the customers, especially when it comes to companies like telco industry related companies, and it could be e-commerce platforms related to telco as well, right? So can you explain a little bit about what sort of AI governance? So we've been talking 4 or 5 years ago about this data science governance, data governance, and all. Now it has come to the AI governance as well with these AI long range plans. So can you put a couple of thoughts to this, what sort of things we should consider, put some special attention while we are going to have a long range plan for artificial intelligence?
Yeah, look, and I think I want to echo many of the points that Dave brought up. When you look at AI governance, we're now in a position that we can do more with data and AI than we should do. We can ask questions that we don't necessarily deserve the answers for, right? Because they would infringe potentially on an individual's privacy. It would infringe upon areas where we're entitled for or other organizations not to understand, such as religion, medical conditions, etc. So I think when you look at your long-range plan, the big focus actually shouldn't necessarily be on the technology hybrid or anything. It should be, what are we as an organization setting as our North Star for acceptable conduct? So just like all of us work for companies that have acceptable conduct or guidelines, working for Snowflake, we have our values. I think when it comes to AI, you need to define what your values are. Yes. Are your values to maximize economic return? Are your values to run your business in a way that promotes inclusion and diversity? And only until you have these guidelines, in some ways personifying your AI governance strategy to match the model conduct of an employee, can you really start to put some safeguards in place? So that's the first thing. I think you need AI governance. The second thing is you can't always rely on people to do the right thing. And that's just an unfortunate part of life. So underpinning the AI governance, then we start to look at things such as data governance, ensuring that we protect people's privacy and data, and ensure that data scientists, who are naturally incredibly inquisitive people, are always given the right data sets for the right amount of time to do what they need to do. it cannot be simply open slather on your CDR, XDR, geolocation data, right? We need to have a data governance framework. And I think once you've got these two in place, then I'm not saying it's easy, but it's a little bit more practical to deal with the infrastructure governance, be it on a multi-cloud environment, on-prem, off-prem, but really start at the top with the AI, back it up and restrict it with data governance, and then finally we can look at some of the infrastructure security policies that we need to put in place to basically back that AI vision.
Yeah, I think like companies like TM Forum and all, they are heavily like investing like time and like working closely with all the operators like vendors and all to like set up this like canvas to make sure we have the right ethics. I think we have another speech also coming soon regarding this, and so how important it is for everyone to understand that AI is coming into the picture to make our life easier. Not to like push out of like our jobs or nothing like that. So AI agent is always there for us to like help to do what we are doing right now in a better way. So that is so while we are doing it, like what sort of like ethics and what sort of governance we should have it in place. So that is quite important. Thank you so much, Geoff, for that insight. So let me give like a small summary of what we have discussed so far. So we have been like discussing about like architectures, like what sort of architectures should be there in like Roman give us like really good insights. Then we talk a little bit about strategy and what sort of like things in place while we are planning, especially planning a long range plan for AI. And also then we discuss about a couple of challenges with different perspectives like data engineering, applications, development, deployment, AI ops and all. Then we were discussing about security concerns, data privacy and governance and stuff. So this will be the last question we are going to discuss in this panel discussion. So let's try to discuss a little bit about business aspects of the multi-cloud environments, also hybrid cloud environments. I would like to start with Romain on this. What are the business advantages, impacts expected in the while we are going to deploy and have like long range plans for artificial intelligence?
Okay. So as I said earlier, actually, so it really goes way beyond just AI, right? And whether you're working on legacy applications or modern cloud native apps, the multi-cloud strategy is a must to go, right, for the future. There's no question asked around that. The business impact is basically because of flexibility and choice of service, but also better agility for your data science team. You can bring new service, new products to market faster, right? Yeah. Also better economics over time, right? We are getting more and more used to AI. We embed AI into more and more processes. So overall, the TCO will go down as well. So yeah, the strategy to go multi-cloud is definitely something that is required for every businesses that are moving through the digital transformation. But as well, we need also to keep a strong eye on data, not just data storage, of course, but data security. Data is the fuel of the digital transformation today, right? That's the key. So data security, privacy, governance is really important. And just to back what the two last speakers just talked about, AI ethics, bias in data, and I would probably push one more topic that needs to be looked at is AI explainability. So ability to explain what your model does, why it behaves that way, are critical when you look at your AI activities. Right?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Romain. Would like to put the same question to Neo as well.
Okay. Well, when we look at this, just I mentioned on multi-cloud, right? It is really a multi-cloud environment. It is, in fact, it's a trend for most of the enterprises, right? All the digital conglomerates or the traditional conglomerate that we engage by Huawei today, in certain way, they are using multiple different cloud environment. And obviously, when you use these multi-clouds, right, there are certain advantages. So, for example, it actually helps to reduce the business risk. and ensure no vendor lock-in. As well as why we choose different cloud, obviously, is because maybe you see certain services that make economical sense, lower cost, and that's why you actually deploy there. And when you have multi-cloud environments, it is also more flexible and also allow you to have this technology diversity. Now, AI, machine learning, these are basically additional function within these multi-cloud platforms, right? So just to cite one example, I think AI, when we look at it, is actually it is used to solve specific problems as of it is now. AI cannot think like a human thinking today, right? So AI specific function, like one example, we use some of this old Huawei phone, right? Mount into the forest, right, to listen to the forest and use that as a way to help us to protect the forest from, able to analyze the gunfire sound, truck sound, all this will help us to better protect and enforce, for some of the endangered species. So this is actually one use of the AI, in that. Now, in terms of the impacts, right, two key impacts for deploying multi-cloud environment. So first one would be like, once you have multi-cloud, some of the issue about how to manage, more effort needed to do the integration, to create a single view that you need to manage your operation, and more issue to resolve, right? And of course, when you have more party, means more finger pointing, and these are all the issues that you need to handle, right? Second key impact is really on the areas of manpower, right? Of course, when you have more platforms, you need to have more expertise, more skill sets. It means a bigger technical team and also more overheads, and also security implementation can be more complex, right? So these are my input. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Dave, would you like to a little bit add and a couple of thoughts onto that?
Sure, I had a couple of thoughts. So I think there's a lot of value in hybrid cloud, for sure. So the way that Microsoft looks at cloud these days is really, it's us and you. So we just want to be an extension of your cloud and bring our technology to make it easier for you to manage, whether that's through the inference process, being able to deploy models back on-prem that have low latency requirements. So I think there's a lot of value in hybrid. When it comes to multi-cloud, I'm going to be a little bit of a devil's advocate here. I think, there's pros and cons, right? So the pros have been mentioned. I will say that in my experience, not all cloud providers are equal and do not bring the same capability. So from a pros perspective, having a multi-cloud environment means that you can leverage services that one of the other vendors may not provide, for example. Yes. And one of the good things about AI is that it's quite portable. It's typically containers-based. There's not a lot of lock-in, depending on the services you use, of course, and the SDKs you use, but it's fairly portable. So that's a bonus. However, like I said, to really go in to this and become a cognitive organization, there's more to it than just using AI in the cloud. There's all of the other different components that you're going to want to use, from governance, security, landing zones, all sorts of things like that. Where is your data, for example? Most cloud providers have egress cost. So the way that I would approach it is more having one primary cloud and then maybe another one that is your backup, instead of spreading your resources and spreading your cost and spreading your effort and spreading your data across multiple different clouds. Thank you.
Yeah, in that case, probably we should be able to leverage and increase what our expected returns on this investment. These are going to be huge investments, right? So for example, there may be one cloud provider who's really strong in providing serverless solutions and services, but at the same time there might be another cloud service provider maybe having different products which will be more optimized to do ML ops, AI ops sort of things, right? So in that case, a combination of these would definitely add a lot of values as well. So also let me get to Jeff. Even Snowflake is quite strong in data warehousing and all. So operating in specifically hybrid environment would be quite important for a company or organization who are currently in the process of migrating from on-prem to a cloud, right? So they will definitely have to go with a hybrid cloud environment for some time. So can you discuss a little bit about like what would be the business advantages of this?
Yeah, look, I think Axiata is in a really, or the Axiata group is in a really unique position, right? Because you operate in many countries and economies that are still emerging. So any incremental difference, increased access to internet, increased access to smartphones, increased access to micro lending can make a massive difference. The one thing that I'll say is please double down on AI, ML, cloud, public cloud or hybrid cloud technologies, because it's actually going to decrease your unit cost of doing business. There's no amount of people that you can hire that can help you come up with, credit checks for 100 million people that operate, across all your markets. If you start to double down on AI, ML, and you can start to decrease the time and the cost of doing these, I think it's really fascinating what, all the data scientists at Axiata and across all your opcos can potentially do to, uplift the value that you deliver back. Specifically in relation to Snowflake, a large part of that is really helping people understand that they can move away from fixed costs to a consumption service. And that's probably the thing that people don't really understand as much about Snowflake. We're a consumption service, so you only pay for what you use. And that's really, really critical when you're trying to reach a really massive customer base or potential customer base at a very low cost.
All right. Thanks a lot. So a lot of thoughts, like a lot of things we discuss during this panel discussion. We discuss about technical stuff, like what should be like basically should be considered while a company or like specifically like a technology strategy or like business strategy unit should be look into while they are like preparing for this like transformation, Industrial Revolution 4.0 and artificial intelligence and everything coming into place, and what sort of things they should be considering, and what are the key things they should be keeping in their mind. I would like to thank Romain, Dave, Geoff, Neo, all of you. Thank you for being with us for this panel discussion. It was a really good session and insightful. Thanks a lot. Ridhmi, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Buddhika, and all the distinguished panelists for the amazing, fruitful discussion and insights. We are sure that everyone had involved in a knowledge-filled conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's resume with our agenda. And it's time for us to pay attention to our next keynote speaker. But if you were listening to our panel discussion, you may already know him. He is the cross-solution lead for Microsoft Asia Pacific with a background on big data and AI technologies. His role is to help organizations to transform from reactive organizations to data-informed organizations by leveraging data and AI as a strategic asset. Before Microsoft, he was a data and AI consultant at Amazon Web Services, and prior to that, the principal consultant for cloud platform at Tesla Global. Please welcome again cross-solution lead for Microsoft Technology Center, Microsoft Asia Pacific, Dave Wright, to enlighten you on the topic of the commoditization of artificial intelligence and the coming age of citizen data scientist. Over to you, Dave.
Thank you very much for that intro. So very excited to be here today and talk about this topic. As mentioned, we're going to be talking about artificial intelligence, commoditization, and the future of citizen data scientists. And what do we mean by commoditization? So with any exciting and emerging technology, it always starts off quite complicated, quite bespoke, and quite niche. And then as it picks up and it gains market share, mind share, it becomes relevant, then any technology really goes through this commoditization phase where it becomes easier. So we're going to be discussing what that looks like, what it means for you and people like me as well, and what does the future hold. First of all, let's talk a little bit about the momentum in artificial intelligence. So AI is obviously a growing opportunity. And as mentioned by Geoff as well from Snowflake, in this region in particular, there's a lot of value that can be derived from artificial intelligence when it comes to being able to do things like churn prediction, at scale across many different regions in this, many different countries in this region. But globally, there is a lot of value that we're going to see within AI around these areas. Decision automation, so that is all about being able to come to decisions quicker. I would caution about fully automating decisions though. There's a term that gets thrown around a lot these days, which is becoming data-driven. I actually think based on what you've heard around biases and what you've heard around fairness and what you've heard about inclusion, we want to move away from data-driven and we want to be data-informed. We want data to inform us, but we still need people and we still want people to make decisions. So decision automation is a big area where AI can help, but we want those human gates inside of our decision automation. Decision support, we're seeing a lot of this already. So this is examples of churn prediction, security log analysis, many different other areas in telco and finance, fraud detection, for example, product recommendation, things like that. Well, that's smart products. So yeah, onto smart products. So that's product recommendation, engines, and telco location-based analytics is something that's huge in this part of the world. Mobile lending is something that's huge in this part of the world. So using artificial intelligence to be able to match location-based analytics to product recommendations for people, and virtual agents. So we're seeing a lot more of this, particularly in the telco space as well, just having that AI layer to sort of filter out a lot of the initial load coming into a call center, and things like knowledge mining and stuff like that as well, to be able to see what people are interacting with the call center. So there's a huge momentum that we're going to be seeing in AI. So it's important for all of us going forward. So what are companies looking to do next? Well, this is based on a 2017 Gartner report, but I thought I would bring it up because it'll be interesting to see where we are today. So they predicted in 2018 that 80% of data scientists are going to be pretty familiar with neural networks. And I think that's true. I think things like TensorFlow and neural network ensembles are pretty commonplace these days when it comes to data science use. Natural language processing, I think also they're pretty spot on. And in fact, I think with GPT-3 and OpenAI, I think we're probably gone way further than what Gartner could predict in this particular area. Then we start getting into where we are today, which is 20% of companies will dedicate workers to monitor neural networks. Not too sure about that. And more than 40% of data science tasks will be automated. I would say there's probably about 5% based on my dealings in the APAC region. I think a lot of companies these days are really starting to investigate and leverage artificial intelligence, but they're still in the mindset of getting their models trained. And a lot of the ML ops is still manual. There's still manual deployments happening, manual retraining. But companies are starting to think about it, but I certainly think the 40% is probably quite high. And then into the future, Gartner is saying 1 in 5 workers engaged in mostly non-routine tasks will rely on AI to do their job. I think that's certainly where we are going. We're going into a world of citizen data scientists and citizen developers. Now, whether that's going to happen by next year, 1 in 5, I'm not too sure, but I certainly see in the next 5 years that AI is going to be a core part of almost anyone's job. In fact, if we were running this over Microsoft Teams right now, I could turn on the language translation and you'll be able to get this translated into your language natively. And that is an example of how AI is permeating through a lot of our business tools. So what is the play here? Where are organizations going with this? Well, from Microsoft's perspective, we've got this North Star that we call the digital feedback loop. And the digital feedback loop is all about being able to understand customers better. We'll start with customers. So we want a 360-degree view of what our customers are doing. And then that feeds into our product, our supply chain. That feeds into our operations. And that then also has a follow-on effect on making our employees more efficient. And this digital feedback loop all of these 4 different pillars feed into each other. So by making our employees more efficient, we can have more efficient operations, for example, which allows us again to build better products. Whoops, skipped ahead there. And so how do we get to this stage? Well, there's 2 phases that organizations are going through today. One is this foundational phase of modernization, and then there's a transformation and innovation phase. It's 2 steps. Every company is looking to transform, but we need to walk before we can run. We need to go and modernize not just our data, but also our application landscape. No artificial intelligence, no neural networks, no machine learning is going to be good unless we can break down these data silos, as Jeff mentioned, and we can also start to make sure our data is of good quality. Then, of course, what we're seeing now, though, is the start. Some companies are starting here. Some companies we're also starting to see going through this innovation phase. And that's where we're using advanced analytics. That's where machine learning is becoming part of the change process inside of an organization. That is where applications, smart applications being infused with artificial intelligence are becoming more and more commonplace. And then also intelligent cognitive applications as well as what we're seeing down the track. And the technology is already here for this. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. But in some cases, there's really no need for you to go and actually build your own models these days. In some cases, some other cases, of course, there's still a lot of need for that. But in some cases, when it comes to translation services, speech-to-text services, object recognition services, you can leverage what's already been done for you and infuse these into your applications to make them smarter. So this here is really sort of the North Star that we see at Microsoft, many organizations heading. So what's next in terms of this space? All right, so what we have here on the left is some HTML code. And what we're going to do is we're going to look to some lessons of the past to try and figure out what's going to happen in the future. So if you're old like me, you remember the dot-com boom. For those of you that aren't aware, this is where in the late 90s and very early 2000s, there was a huge rise in what was known as internet companies. And the stocks of companies that were associated with internet technology, like Cisco and back then Amazon, and a few other companies went through the roof. There was also a lot of startups that got massive amounts of investment based on pretty much no fundamentals. And web development became massively in demand. Does it sound familiar when you think about trying to hire data scientists and data engineers today? Well, web developers that were writing HTML code became massively in demand. And it'd be interesting, just what do you guys, I think chat's disabled, but maybe you can have some guesses in chat to see what you think a web developer was paid at the peak of this boom. Do you think that they were paid a salary of 10,000 US dollars? Or do you think they were paid a salary of 50,000 US dollars or 100,000 US dollars? Well, during the height of this boom, companies were paying web developers $200 to $300 US in salary just to write HTML code. Okay, that's a lot of money. What about today? Well, today, if you want a website, you can either go to a template web place to get your website done, or there's even technology now that's coming along that can write code for you. So artificial intelligence today has the ability to write code. AI can even start to write AI, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So this is what commoditization means. It means when we go from this phase of when technology is bespoke and complicated and hard, there's a lot of demand for resources. It's really hard to hire people. Everyone wants it to commoditized, right? It's all the big players sell it for cheap now. It's quite easy to find resources. And even people that don't know anything about developing websites these days can sort of go and buy one off a template. This is where we are. So back in the 90s, And even today, in some different areas, there's a lot of paper-based systems. And at Microsoft, we actually invented Office to digitize a lot of those paper-based systems. So Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and so forth was all about digital transformation in the 90s. Taking a lot of these paper-based systems, getting them into digital, being able to email them, etc. Now we're kind of in this app-based world now. We've gone through this world now for probably about 15 or 20 years. In fact, I remember even after the dot-com boom, this was really starting to pick off, and there was a lot of outsourcing of application development. And it really sort of accelerated, I think, when Apple launched the iPhone and everybody wanted an app for everything. But then this world that we're heading towards is this AI application and AI world, this digital feedback loop that we talked about. And we're sort of in the middle. We're in the crossroads between the application-based world, where we have an app for everything, and then the automated AI world. And we really need to do this as well. So this technology must be democratized in an ethical and fair way. Why must it be democratized? Because we are going through an era of global challenges, such as we're going through an era of declining population in many countries. So that means the amount of working people the percentage of working people is getting smaller and smaller versus the percentage of non-working people. How are we going to maintain our standard of living? We need to find productivity gains everywhere we can. In other countries, there are different issues around things like food security. I was giving a talk just the other day to the Department of Agriculture in Philippines, and there are disease problems with crops. There are climate change issues that are happening, flooding. There is food security issues that are top of mind. And so these problems can only really be solved using things like artificial intelligence. And in this part of the world, in the telco industry, things like democratizing mobile lending, democratizing microloans, microinsurance. There's a lot of people in these parts of the world that their way of interfacing with the financial system is through a mobile device. And so for us to be able to get lending and money, and for us to be able to get in part of the financial system, we need to do things through mobile platforms. And for that needs to be backed by artificial intelligence. So we're at this crossroads, going from the app to the AI world, where we can really boost productivity. But this technology needs to be democratized. It can't just be in the hands of data scientists. So what does this look like? So this is a bit of a busy slide, but I'll talk about where most companies are today and where they are heading. So companies today are either when we think about how they operate, so how do they structure themselves to do data and analytics and artificial intelligence? Many organizations today that I speak to are either centralized or fractional. And 5 years ago, I also said at Microsoft, we're probably in the fractional part ourselves. Why? Because we just grew so big. We're geographically dispersed across the world. If I had to go to somebody in Seattle to get them to go and do some machine learning or data and analytics for me, then it will just be too slow. So a lot of companies devolve into this fractional model. And really that means you're dispersed, everybody's kind of working in a silo, and so forth. Smaller organizations and many other customers that I talk to are in more of a centralized model. There is a centralized business intelligence team. They'll handle a lot of the requests. And then what they do is they'll do the reporting and analytics and so forth for a lot of the business functions, like finance, HR, or different business units. Now this works okay, but one area where I've seen it's completely collapsed is in the airline industry. So I've worked with airline customers where their centralized team, their BI teams and their data science teams have been completely overwhelmed, especially last year, because their business got turned on its head. They went from primarily passenger businesses to freight businesses. And all of these ad hoc requests, or requests that used to be ad hoc coming into the central BI teams, suddenly got completely flipped on their head, and they were inundated and overwhelmed with them. Centralized teams also don't work if you're geographically dispersed, for reasons that I mentioned. you need to give some manner of self-service down to your users. This is where we're moving into the hybrid world. So a lot of organizations are now adopting a hybrid model, which is where you still retain a central team, but you give a manner of self-service and a manner of autonomy to your different business functions in different geographies. You give them a manner of being able to access data and use self-service and maybe even access machine learning and things like that themselves. What's going to happen in the future though? Well, at Microsoft, we see this community model emerging. And the difference between the hybrid and the community is that everyone in the business is going to be a data analyst. Anyone in the business is going to be able to be a data scientist. These machine learning, artificial intelligence, neural network, all of these technologies at the moment that are gated behind fairly complicated code are going to be able to be used by anyone. And in fact, at Microsoft, we have Power Platform, and Power Platform is to AI and application development as Office was to paper-based systems. We've got the technology already. We want to be able to uplift anyone to be able to use AI and machine learning, whether they're a farmer or a fisher or anyone inside of an office. So this is where it's heading. We're heading to this community model. The technology is already there. It's just a matter of time before it's adopted. And what that means for people on this call that are data scientists and data engineers is that what it means for you is that the work that you'll be doing, instead of you doing this low value transactional data science and machine learning, you'll be able to move on to tackling harder problems. Back to that example I gave about the .com bubble and web developers. Are there still web developers today? Yes. They're working for big companies and solving challenging problems, but they're not building the basic mum and pop website anymore. So they've moved on to higher value tasks. So what are some of the technology that we're seeing that's enabling this new world of community data scientists and community developers? Because remember, apps and data go hand in hand. A big one is automated machine learning. This is something that has been around for a little while. What is automated machine learning? Well, effectively, it's a way of joining a whole bunch of different what we call ensembles together. So an ensemble is a bunch of different machine learning algorithms that solve either a classification, regression, or other problem. And automated machine learning is taking a whole bunch of these different ensembles together to solve a classification problem, for example. And the automated machine learning library or tool will run your predictions through all of these different models, and it will choose the best scored one. It'll choose the best scored model. So automated machine learning is becoming better over time. The problem with automated machine learning in the past is that it hasn't been as accurate. And when I say not as accurate, depending on the data and problem and so forth, you can get anywhere between 70 to 95% accuracy. Now, in some use cases, that's fine. But where the impact of a false positive or the impact of a false negative is very high, you typically want to have avoided automatic machine learning. Give an example, COVID testing. You do not want a false negative, because that means that you've detected that somebody will have COVID, doesn't have COVID, where they might have. So you want to make sure that you are 99.9999% sure of your model. But the accuracy today of automated machine learning is actually getting better and better. Some of the other areas, though, where automatic machine learning is becoming good is if you need to roll out a large number of models very quickly. Let's say, for example, that you want to model all of your different storefronts, maybe hundreds of these. Then this is where automatic machine learning can play a role, because it can go and model a lot of these different stores very quickly. You want to roll out models for each province or in the Philippines or something like that, or in Indonesia, for example, Malaysia, where you need to build large amounts of models very quickly. This is also where it can help. And also automated machine learning is coming with a lot more capability around explainability and also things like feature importance, fairness, and ethical AI. So it's not so black box anymore. And automated machine learning is really driving a lot of this change because it's putting machine learning in the hands of non-data scientists. So this is one area where things are changing. Another area is code generators. So what you're looking at here on the left is the OpenAI Codex based on GPT-3. And what this is doing is that this is basically taking in text, so you can describe what you want. And in this case, they're saying, animate the rocket ship horizontally, bouncing off the left and right walls. And then it is automatically generating the code to do that. And this is not just an application development. You can use GPT-3 to do machine learning. You can use it to write your machine learning algorithms and machine learning notebooks. And there are, the technology isn't 100% there yet, but it's getting there. And if you really need to quickly start writing some code, it's pretty impressive with what it can do. Likewise, GitHub Copilot is something that's coming out soon. And this is pretty interesting and pretty exciting. GitHub Copilot basically uses AI to go and auto-complete your code for you. So what you do is you give it a descriptive function name, and then it's going to go and scan Stack Overflow and GitHub and all sorts of stuff like that, and use AI to actually help write your code quicker. So these are the code generators that are already here. So you can already start playing with GPT-3 today, and GitHub Copilot is coming soon. And then from a business user perspective at Microsoft, again, we're really pushing the democratizing of AI to anyone. We have our Power Platform. And like I mentioned before, Power Platform is to AI and application development as Office was to paper. And that is the philosophy behind Power Platform. So Power BI, we're building to be the PowerPoint of analytics. And we're building more and more AI capability into Power BI. So for example, now in Power BI, you can go, I want to do a regression problem, and it's going to use automated machine learning on the back end. It's going to tell you what features are important, and then it's going to run your data through a machine learning algorithm before it actually gives you the result. We also, in Power Apps, there's no-code, low-code applications where you can go and you can quickly prototype or build an application with AI in it. So, for example, you can do object detection through the camera. There's also Power Automate, not really relevant in this conversation, but it's a way that you can go and automate workflows. It is actually an interesting platform because you can go and connect various different data sources together to automate the flow of data, including going back on-prem. Power Virtual Agents. So a lot of chatbot companies today, when you're building a chatbot, you have to write code. But Power Virtual Agent is allowing a business user to be able to drag and drop various different functionalities to build a chatbot without having to write code. And then, of course, we also have AI Builder. And AI Builder means that a business user can upload a spreadsheet or can upload some data that maybe comes from our Power Platform or a common data service, and they can start using AI themselves. They can use regression to predict things, or they can use classification to get a yes-no answer without really understanding anything about machine learning. So the technology, the technology to commoditize is there, and this can help you as well, because you can quickly prototype things. Or if you're running a hackathon like you just did, business users can suddenly participate in this hackathon and help solve problems using artificial intelligence. So I've got 5 more minutes. I'm just going to just go through one last slide. So with everything that I've told you, do I need to worry? Well, the answer is no. You do not need to worry. Just like the role of the web developer, today we still have front-end developers. They are solving complex problems for all sorts of companies. Likewise, you won't have to worry as well if you're a data scientist or a data engineer. These technologies are just going to complement what you do, and they're going to free up a lot of the annoying stuff that you have to do. I mean, if you're writing a notebook, writing the same old training code over and over again, for example, is pretty cumbersome. These technologies will allow you to be able to scaffold ideas quicker, test ideas quicker, innovate quicker. You'll be able to do a lot of models at scale, and you'll be able to see which ideas work and which ideas don't work quickly. So they're really going to augment what you do today. So interesting space, that an interesting world that we're heading towards, and I'm very excited to see what the future can bring. So I'll just pause there and see if there's any questions. All right, if there's no questions from the floor, then we can hand back over to the presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dave, for sharing your valuable knowledge, and it was indeed a great, insightful session. Thank you once again. So there are more and more experts here with us to share their experience and knowledge with you all. So without taking much time, let me introduce you to the next keynote speaker who is looking forward to sharing his knowledge with all of us. He is a distinguished cloud architect with Oracle, with close to 2 decades of experience in the technology front. He is a trusted advisor to CXOs and technology leaders, helping them understand the impact of emerging technologies on their business. And today, he is here to share his knowledge and industry experience on the topic of the convergence of AI, 5G, edge computing, intelligent self-healing devices, and systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next keynote speaker, Cloud Architect, Cloud Engineering COE, Japan and Asia Pacific at Oracle, Manoj Maten.
Thanks for that introduction. Good day to everyone, and very happy to be part of this esteemed conference. A lot of learnings, a lot of knowledge sharing. So the next 25 or so minutes, we will take a look at how most of the things that we have been discussing today or hearing about, right? How some of these come together. A convergence of AI, machine learning, 5G on the edge. How does that all look like? So this is going to be more of an experience sharing session, primarily based on our experience dealing with customers who are at various stages on their journey to cloud, AI adoption, machine learning, operationalizing enterprise-grade machine learning models, and so on. So I'm Manoj, and I'm part of a wonderful team that works in the JAPAC region, helping our customers migrate onto the Oracle Cloud, and specifically focusing on AI and machine learning workloads. So this is what we will briefly touch upon. We'll take a look from our experience. What does the lay of the land look like? We'll touch upon machine learning on the edge. We will look at how different is a machine learning model that we usually do, say as part of an academic interest, versus when we talk about enterprise-grade machine learning models. And then we will wind up touching upon the complete spectrum, the offerings, the data science platforms, taking some examples to see some of those, how those facilitate enterprise-grade machine learning model adoption, deployment, and so forth. So we have been hearing, and we kind of agree, this is changing the world, but not equally. Some are very successful in adopting machine learning or AI, while others, no, it's a mixed story. And few have failed, few have learned, few have retried. But then coming back to the successful ones, success, we know it delivers excellent competitive advantage. So that's a key thing that we keep observing when we work closely with our customers. At the end, it's about business. It's about the ROI. It's about getting the competitive advantage as well, along with every other aspects. So let us take a look at the common challenges. Again, this is a list put together purely based on what we keep hearing. This may not be an exhaustive list, but then these are some of the most common challenges that we keep hearing from our customers. Challenges in adoption, in app modernization, in the cloud journey, in the AI and ML adoption. Specifically on AI and ML, computing power used to be a very common challenge that we hear. Now there are different dimensions to this challenge. Computing power, it's not really the scarcity of that. Most of the major cloud providers have addressed that. It could be, yes, I developed the best model, but then that could be compute and storage hungry. And I'm in for a surprise when I see the metrics or the cloud meter, right? It could be the fitment, GPU versus CPU. And I coming from a data science background, may not necessarily be the best person to choose that. Or I may not have gone through the right channel in deciding where should my model run. That's a very common challenge that we see. Specifically with customers who are there on the field, they are deploying, they are operationalizing, they are trying to get this run. I'm not really talking about the academics or the laboratory experiments or the research kind of work. Of course, there are different challenges, but then this is specifically, the enterprise models, the machine learning models. Accuracy, we heard Dave talk about that. Again, different requirements do call for different levels of accuracy. We heard the example of COVID prediction, right? So that's another challenge. Privacy and security, we did hear about it in today's panel discussion. That has always been a concern and continues to be. Where does the data go? Where is it residing? Security at transit, in rest, so on. Another challenge, common challenge that we hear about is the awareness itself, the possibilities. What's really possible, industrial automation, what are the different possibilities? Because technology is evolving at a rapid pace, and every other week you have a more efficient algorithm, be it on deep learning or neural networks. We heard earlier today the problem of bias inclusivity, a major one. Data availability, another challenge. So these are some of the common challenges, and of course, an indicative list, what we hear from our customers. Having said that, acknowledge that, what does the current lay of land look like in machine learning today? If I take the simplest example, all I need is a good data set, which is very much available, multiple sources, and the right algorithm or an optimal algorithm to stand up my first model. Hardware used to be a problem, and today all the cloud providers, they give excellent platforms. And where, yes, it's on the cloud today, so this really is not a major problem. I really need not worry about having GPUs, private GPUs. Once this was addressed, then came the problem relating to latency, real-time decision-making, proximity, how close is your workload to the data center. And cloud providers did address that to an extent as well. Say as an example, Oracle has around 30 plus data centers spread globally. Customers have a good number of options to choose from. Where do you want the data to reside? So we kind of addressed that as well, proximity to the data center. But then think of this use case, a real-time decision-making model that resides on the wing of a fighter aircraft. Which data center will you host that model on? Proximity, talk about that. So that's what we'll spend the next few minutes on, machine learning on the edge. Thanks to the growth in hardware, telecom, 5G. Hardware, basically compute, storage, they are much cheaper today. Devices are much smaller. It's very much feasible to pack this and create what we call as micro data centers. Have compute and storage packed at the edge of the network today. It's very much easy to have inference run at the edge. Now think about use cases like the autonomous car, right? A lot of decision has to be made real time then and there. Time matters. Data latency, round trips may not be feasible in reality. So the roving edge device is one such example, just to illustrate the point, right? So it's extensive amount of blocks / object storage and compute packed in a rugged device. Use cases are, say, for some mining, deep sea exploration, where you really need some real-time decision making, some kind of a computing and storage available on the edge. So different providers do have different solutions for that, and the roving edge device is one such solution from Oracle, extensively used in such remote edge compute use cases. How does it really work? Let's take a look. So the device is provisioned, it's shipped to wherever the customer needs. Every service available on the Oracle Cloud infrastructure is available, can be made available, can be plugged onto this roving edge device. It is configured, it is synced and updated, and then it's transported to the location whichever remote, or it could be on an aircraft, it could be for deep sea exploration. It does the compute, it does the real-time decision making, it has the infrastructure, it has the platform, it has the apps embedded. It's then brought back, if required, synced or copied, and the cycle repeats. So we are really talking about micro data centers. Custom images, custom models can be provisioned on this. So that really shows the extent we have taken this entire capability right to the edge. The possibilities are immense. And talking about machine learning in this entire context, this particular device, the roving edge device, it comes with the MSET2 algorithm. Now, what does this do? Typically, in the IoT space, we do have sensors. We define thresholds. If the temperature goes above X degrees, an event is triggered, or you get a feedback. But then, many a time, it's either there is an inaction till the event is triggered, or then you bring down the threshold to ensure you get an early indicator. The MSET2, as the name states, multivariate state, what we do there is overlay the feeds runtime of multiple sensors, so that you really need not wait for a traditional threshold to get the feedback, to get a pulse that something is going wrong. An example was a recent implementation as part of an ATM security device. Multiple sensors in an ATM kiosk. Now, if suddenly the sensors detect multiple people on the sides of the ATM machine, or on the back, where on a regular basis you don't expect someone to go to the sides or the back. If the sensors detect undue pressure on the ATM panels, if the sensors detect heavy breathing from multiple people in the vicinity, all of these are correlated. So you really are, today, traditional monitoring, yes, if someone moves, if there is a significant movement in the ATM machine, alarms are triggered. But then here we are talking about a slight increase in the pressure. But then slight increase in the pressure alone may not be a right indicator, false alarms. So that's why we are relying on multiple sensors. If it's a slight increase in the pressure, coupled with unusual amount of time the card is there in the slotting machine, or someone, sudden increase in the temperature, some gas cutter or something within the kiosk. So you're correlating all of that much earlier in the cycle. So those are the possibilities, and this is the depiction of what I just explained. How does that really work? The MSET2 algorithm is backed by 150 plus patents. MSET1 algorithm, this was in play for at least 3 decades. It's used extensively in almost all the spacecrafts. So those are the possibilities at the edge. Taking a step back, coming to the reality, we touched upon this. Not every program or initiative is successful. For every successful machine learning implementation, we see few failures and lots of learnings. And the key reason is the machine learning code, the algorithm, the data structures. Yes, that's a crucial element, but then that's a small part of the overall ecosystem when we talk about operationalizing this entire model. When we talk about enterprise-grade machine learning models. So at least I can say from an Oracle's perspective, we have been in the data business for like 4 decades now. Data has been at the center of whatever we do. There's a lot of insight that we get from this enormous amount of data. That's great. But then when we talk about rolling out enterprise-grade models, there's much more to it. We spoke about edge computing devices. We spoke about IoT devices or sensors. Now consider the scenario of sensor feeds. In reality, we don't get a 99.99 feed from the sensors always. There could be instances where the feed fails. It could be the network. It could be the sensor failure itself. Now, a feed failure could denote that the sensor has failed or the device failure or something else regarding the monitoring, right? If it's a photo sensor, this darkness, you may get a 0 or you may not get anything. Or you may get a weak signal. Weak signal could be because of the light is no longer there, or it could be because of a problem with the device sensor. How do we detect that? Infrastructure is another key aspect. Continuous monitoring of this entire ecosystem, machine learning model. So there was an interesting use case again with one of our customers. The use case was, the problem that the customer had was to predict the cash flow or cash replenishment at ATMs in rural areas, right? So you build models, you get patterns, there are seasonal patterns, a weekend holiday has a pattern, there are multiple trends and so on. You build models, yes, it kind of gives accurate results. It gives a good result as to, yes, it's time for, the cash will run out. A new retail outlet opens just close to the ATM and the whole model goes for a toss. The spending patterns change. The footfalls change. Right? So a continuous monitoring, self-learning of models, process management, feature extraction. There could be multiple variables. It's a continuous process. Configurations, automated fashion of doing this. So there are multiple aspects that need to be considered when we go from an academic machine learning model to deploying it. Because business, as we discussed earlier, looks for results and and they don't understand the intricacies in few cases, and it's not fair if you're not able to generate, your model is not able to generate at least the promised results. The enterprise data science platforms, again, many cloud providers do have different versions of it. excellent capabilities. We have platforms that combine all of these together, starting from data discovery, ability, connectors that can connect to heterogeneous data sources. This could be sensor feeds. This could be an object store from a different cloud provider. This could be from your on-prem data center. This could be from the social media feeds. This could be geospatial data. So there are connectors, there are frameworks that provide you this amazing data discovery and ingestion capabilities. The same platform gives us provision to engineer pre-processed data. And at least in the Oracle Data Science platform, we do have machine learning algorithms to take care of pre-processing to an extent. We heard earlier in the day about AutoML. DBAs, database administrators, at least at Oracle, that used to be a mini industry in itself. We used to have thousands of people doing the DBA job. That's no longer required with the new Oracle Autonomous Database, where we have automated the lifecycle management, patching, upgrading, provisioning, P2T of a database. So those are the possibilities, right? Now, these are all baked in an end-to-end platform, and that's what the Oracle Enterprise Data Science platform provides. And there do exist many such platforms from multiple providers. So it's also a matter of awareness, because these are some of the areas where a data scientist struggles. We see that. They struggle on the infrastructure part, they struggle on the data preparation, the feature engineering part, diluting the focus or taking away that crucial bandwidth that's needed for the real model engineer. And similar platforms give very dedicated services, say automated ML, data science, OCI, AA services, AI on VMs, and built on compute, network, storage, security, cloud native, basically all of those factors being considered. So these services are built. The beauty of some of these services are they are born in the cloud. They are cloud native. But then they do have access to the 4 decades of data that's lying around, or 4+. And I can speak about Oracle at least. So how do we do it internally? Machine learning. We do have an extensive research lab. As I said, not enterprise grade, but then the focus is about the cutting edge algorithm, which uses the most efficient data structures, which uses the compute and storage in the most efficient manner and the network, which tells us where to do the inference versus the modeling. Dedicated team. We had a very large customer base of database middleware products. Majority of them were on-prem, and we brought them onto our cloud. We went through that journey ourselves, which today places us in a much better way to advise our customers. Because there was this humongous amount of data lying in the data centers of the customers or on-prem devices or whatnot. We worked first, we kind of brought them onto our cloud once we built the cloud. And we couldn't hire those many DBAs to sit after those many database instances. We had to leverage AI and ML to automate most of those database management activities. We have extensive service arms, which, coming up with this rich experience, we do advise the customers, and then a good number of SaaS products where this whole thing is baked together. So it should not, the story, the takeaway there is this whole machine learning modeling and rolling out operationalization, it cannot be seen in silos. It's a change management. It's a journey. There are multiple aspects. All of those should come together. And here is a view of the complete spectrum, at least from Oracle, what I can speak on. So Machine learning today is there a part in some form or the other of every single product and service that we do. On the left, you see ready to go applications. So these are some of the SCM or HCM application, and where AutoML algorithms, to an extent, supervised machine learning algorithms, they advise on who could be a potential next best hire. Algorithms on SaaS applications advise the remaining useful life for any parts inventory. The second category is ready to work. These are platforms where there are experts in that database domain, but then now it's an autonomous DB. So like we discussed earlier today, may not be really replacing the DBA, but then you need not do those monotonous jobs any longer. Your bandwidth can go to fine-tuning your scripts, much more high-end work. And that's really an assistant for you, an intelligent assistant. And the third category is ready to build platforms. So that's the ML tools, the AI data science service, the language service, vision, all of those. So this third category is meant for the expert user, expert data science user. The first one, the user may not even know. He might be an accountant, he might be an HR, they may not even know, but AI works at the back for them. The middle category, it might be for the citizen data scientist. Yes, you have a fair knowledge, but you really need not write the code, and so on. So that's a complete spectrum. And in our experience, every workload is different. Take 3 banks, certainly they are not the same. 3 banks in the same region, the workloads, the IT infrastructure, the application ecosystem, the interoperability, the downstream systems, that entire stack, there are nuances, there are customizations which influence the way you really need to go ahead, or which should be considered when you get into the machine learning / AI journey. With that, let me pause here to take any questions. Okay, I take that as none. Thank you.
No, Dr. Sorry. Manoj, we have one question. Since versatile cloud systems need high volume of electric energy, how these systems are responsible to handle resilience of the planet Earth? Don't we have a social responsibility to take care of Mother Nature?
Oh, absolutely. So no two thoughts about that. Again, as I said in the beginning of my discussion, multiple challenges. That was purely based on what we see today with the customers. But then, even a step before that, when it comes to social responsibility, many of the, starting from the infrastructure, the core truth, right, the data centers, many of the data centers, they are going the green way today. The way we have many of these modern data centers, thankfully they are in this part of the world, at least we can see, because these are relatively newer data centers, and they are drastically different from the way that we have built data centers 2 decades ago. The compute, the carbon emission, the energy efficiency on the compute at an algorithm level, that's what, when I spoke about 4 teams and the first research team, that's a crucial area of research. CPU cycles for the same instruction execution. So a very good point, and it's a key consideration. Starting at the data center, the infrastructure, the algorithm, the data set level. The choice of data structures, all of that, it's a very key consideration and it has to be adhered to. No two thoughts about it.
Thank you so much. So that's all, and thank you very much, Manoj Mathein, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. Your session was indeed full of zeal and valuable information. So let's resume towards our next keynote speech. The next distinguished honors with presence here is Dr. Suranga Seneviratna, a lecturer in security at the School of Computer Science, the University of Sydney. His current research interests include privacy and security in mobile systems, AI applications in security, and behavioral biometrics. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor to invite Dr. Suranga Seneviratna to share his knowledge and insight and industrial experience on the next frontier in AI, security and privacy. Dr. Suranga, over to you.
Thank you, Ridmi. Let me get the slides started. I hope you can see my slides. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone, based on where you are. As Ridmi said, my title is The New Frontiers in AI, Security and Privacy. I'm going to talk a bit about the dark side of machine learning and AI, not to scare everyone here away, but to create some awareness about what factors we need to consider when we are deploying real-time AI and machine learning systems. Right now, AI and ML is everywhere. In fact, it is the very reason why we all have gathered to this talk. The solutions have been exponentially growing in last decade, and any online activity we are doing today, behind any online activity, most likely there will be a couple of machine learning algorithms running. It can be recommendation systems, it can be voice recognition, or it can be even a simple spam detection. Photo tagging, face recognition, everything is run these days from machine learning algorithms. Why machine learning became so ubiquitous in the last decade? Two main reasons. First one is the availability of big data, and we learned how to process that data and how to manage that data, and the advances in GPUs. This took us out of what is called the AI winter, and from 2011 onwards, the last decade, so quite a lot of growth in machine learning and AI, and in some cases, the performance of AI actually surpassed human performance. Now, there are a couple of aspects of machine learning. Obviously, there are good applications, good use cases of machine learning. Self-driving cars are around the corner. We will probably see it in next few years. Machine learning and AI is used for medical diagnosis as well as drug discovery. It is heavily used in astronomy, and we also see all these cases where AI algorithms learn by themselves, for example, AlphaZero. All of these algorithms have the potential of creating quite a lot of social good. For example, machine learning is contributing well in the areas of assisted living. Equally, we hear quite a lot about the bad aspects of machine learning, the notorious parts of machine learning. Deep fakes are creating havoc in the internet. It might be very difficult for us to decide a given image is true or fake these days. Advanced, and they are generating photorealistic features. Equally, we have seen GANs being used to create nudes and all sort of it took only few days for the attackers to generate the 3D model of a face using an AI algorithm, 3D print it, and bypass the Face ID security system. Equally, it's quite easy to build a model that now that can bypass the Google's reCAPTCHA system. That is the way you identify bots versus humans in the internet. This, you might have already experienced this. For example, you might have seen insanely difficult reCAPTCHA challenges, CAPTCHA challenges, when you try to log into a system. This is because it has become an arms race between the attackers and the defenders, and attackers are always finding ways to bypass or find loopholes in machine learning systems. Equally, there is an ugly aspect of machine learning. Increasingly, we are seeing evidence of algorithmic bias. We are seeing machine learning being used for unethical applications. For example, machine learning, the use of machine learning in recruitment has shown that the algorithms have some inherent bias. Now here you can argue this is happening because the underlying data is biased. But use of biased algorithms take this problem to a level we might not be able to handle in future. The scalability the machine learning model provides in these types of scenarios is scary. I'll explain one example where there was a bias in Apple's credit rating system. One time Apple introduced a credit rating system, credit card, and you can apply using your Apple ID. And it was found that if with the same income and almost the same background, Apple denies the credit card for the female applicant, whereas Apple is giving the credit card for the male applicant. The surprising, more horrifying fact was that the algorithm itself didn't have gender as an input, but the bias was somehow embedded in the algorithm. The bottom line is that it is about right time that we consider these aspects of machine learning: security, privacy, and ethics. I understand there is another lecture, or there was another keynote on ethics. So in this talk, I'm going to cover mostly the security and privacy aspects of machine learning. Now, security has quite a lot of cautionary tales to learn from. Most of the time, we rushed our products, we design things, and at the last minute, or even after the first attack only, we decide to fix security vulnerabilities. For example, we created the internet, we rushed to offer services over the internet. We had the 2000.com bubble. Still, we are trying to figure out how to make the internet fully secure. Telecom industry has quite a lot of examples where they considered security, or they didn't consider security in the design phase, and found themselves in quite a lot of trouble. For example, we learned in the hard way that security by obscurity doesn't work. For example, the famous 8 algorithm in GSM used in early 90s, to some extent I think until early 2000s, was found to be secure only until someone tried to hack it. We also know that the implicit trust in most of the telco systems, that also doesn't work. It is something we should avoid. For example, the traditional SS7 signaling didn't have any sort of origin authentication, and it was easy to spoof messages or calls using that network. So what I'm trying to say is that it is about time that we make sure we have these security and privacy design requirements when we are building machine learning solutions from the early stages. Right now, where are we with machine learning? As I said earlier, the last decade was pretty much for getting things done, how to get things working. We made quite a lot of progress. we can handle quite a lot of data sets, large data sets. We can build bigger models. For example, models like BERT has large number of parameters, take terabytes of input for training. Some are trained for weeks, months. And we also have built the infrastructure. Machine learning coding frameworks, TensorFlow, Keras, PyTorch are already available, freely available, and there are high-level APIs as well. Some services provided by Amazon or even Google, services like AutoML. And now it's quite easy for anyone to build a machine learning solution. In fact, it will take only a few lines of code to build a simple image classifier. 10, 12-year-olds can do that. And right now, many businesses are leveraging this opportunity and are deploying machine learning solutions. But we need to take a step back and think about what are we doing. We are deploying models. Some of them are black box. So do we really know the limitations of these models? What kind of threats they might pose? For example, will it increase our attack surface? Can AI and ML used by the attackers to break into our systems? We need to think about how we are going to manage the risk. Are there any security and privacy risks in our machine learning models? If something goes wrong, it took what are we going to do? It took quite a lot of time for the industry to have the incident reporting in place. Now most of the companies know what to do in case of a security incident. They usually have some managed service partner or some security company to call. They have the PR structure in place. So in case a reasonably technical company was hit by a ransomware attack, they know what to do. Now we are deploying machine learning solutions out in the wild. Real users are using them. We are making decisions about them. Do we know what to do if an incident happens in one of our machine learning systems? Equally, the ethical use of machine learning. Can the solutions we build be misused? For example, these days there is a huge discussion going on face recognition. Some countries or some US states actually doesn't allow it. Inside Google, there are talks on Google being assisting to weaponize machine learning. So we have to figure out, are we doing the right thing? Or do the technologies we build contribute to some unethical usage? So next part of my talk, I'm going to walk you through with few scenarios on security and privacy of machine learning. In the first part, let's take what it means by security of machine learning. I will take what is called as adversarial examples as our use case, which is coming from a broader types of attacks called evasion. What adversarial examples do is something pretty simple. In the left-hand side of the screen, you see an image of a panda. Okay? If you feed this into an image classifier, it will be classified as a panda with some certainty. No drama there. Now, I'm going to manipulate some of the pixels of this image using the mask in the middle, and I'm going to get the resulting image on the right. For a human, it doesn't make, I can't see any difference, and probably you will not notice any difference as well. But if you feed the second image to a machine learning classifier, image classifier, it's going to classify this as a given with almost 100% confidence. Now, you might think this is something really innocent, yeah, cool example, nothing to do, nothing to worry about, which is not the case. Actual use cases of this can be really devastating. For example, researchers have demonstrated that this can be used to easily bypass face recognition systems. In the first example, you see an image of an famous actress. I have unfortunately forgotten the name, but you can draw a mask, draw a frame of a glass frame on top of an image, or even you can print it and wear it in real time, and you will be identified as Russell Crowe. Now, there are way too many examples where how to do these kinds of attacks, but the bottom line is that you can use adversarial examples to bypass face recognition system. Equally, this can have huge impact on autonomous driving. For example, someone can create an adversarial example to show a stop sign as a go sign, or no parking as a parking zone, where the car itself don't read the image incorrectly. And there are extensions. For example, some work has shown, like one in the top left, that by wearing a carefully printed pattern, person can completely bypass the CCTV camera face person detection system. Once you wear this printed pattern, the camera actually doesn't recognize a person there at all. Okay? These are called adversarial patches. You can leave them next to, for example, in the second one, next to a banana, and the banana suddenly become a toast. Pretty scary. Now, the adversarial examples are not only visible in images, they are visible in audio as well. Let me play you one single example coming from this site from Nicholas Carlini, one of the well-reputed researchers doing research in adversarial example. So let me play two audios.
Without the data set, the article is useless. Without the data set, the article is useless.
What did you hear? You hear two versions saying without the data set, the article is useless. But if you play these two audios to Google Home or a voice assistant, one will be translated by the Home Assistant as, "Okay, Google, browse to evil.com." Okay? And it was found that you can create as many messages like this as possible. Imagine someone create this video, some sort of audio, and play it as an advertisement in a TV. It will activate all the Google assistants in the world, for example. Equally, you can see adversarial examples in text. You can insert very carefully designed, identified sorry about that. You can insert some text to change the sentiment of the of a text. For example, in the above case, you say they talk about a film and you get a prediction of positive. You just insert one word footage. Immediately after that, the prediction becomes negative. So it's quite easy to manipulate even text. Most scaring part is that these perturbations are transferable and universal. You can design adversarial examples that can go through a couple of image recognition systems. Recent work called master faces actually showed that you need only around 7 to 9 faces, do some perturbations, and fool any commercial face recognition system. Unfortunate part is that right now it's an arms race. We don't have a defense. For example, in a recent in a conference in 2018, there were around 9 submissions proposing defenses for adversarial examples, and 7 of them were broken within a week. Literally, when the conference was running, these defenses were pointless. What we can do right now is we have to use a couple of techniques. We have to sanitize the input. We can do adversarial training. That is, we can train models, including adversarial examples. There are other techniques like defensive distillation and gradient masking. But most of them, we have to figure out on our own. For some problem, it might work. So some problems, it might not work. Adversarial examples are only a part of the problem. There are backdoors, data poisoning attacks, and model theft. For example, model is your IP. You use your training data, you build something, the model parameters are your IP. Somebody can actually steal them. What we can do with respect to adversarial examples and in general security, first thing is we have to admit that this is a problem. We have to do some risk analysis and see what are the risks we might be facing, and then see what kind of attacks we might try to defend in our model. It might be good practice to include security-related unit testing in your quality assurance process. And there are libraries appearing that might help you in this process. Clever Hans is one of them. Right. The privacy aspect, I will again walk you through one example and discuss the general ideas. In privacy, we try to reverse engineer models and find useful information. For example, some work have shown that if you build a face recognition system and deploy it as a machine learning as a service API, without any other information, the attacker can actually generate some of the faces, which is pretty scary. Okay. Equally, there can be such memorization attacks in NLP models. For example, usually when you build MLP models, it is supposed to complete some text for you. If you insert "what are you" to the model is usually give you the most likely next word, "what are you doing?" Now, if there is sensitive information in this training data, you can put a question like, what is Nicholas's social security number? And if the data is there, if it was there in the training data, it might actually pop out the number itself. And another type of attack is the attackers can try to figure out what type of data was used to train the model, whether the data was there in the training set or not. This is very critical if you are thinking about health applications, medical diagnosis applications. This might actually leak patient information. As imaginary as this sounds, attacker only needs some partial access to the training data set. They can train their own model and what is called as the shadow model, which predicts whether a given training sample is there in the training set or not. That is, information leak is only one type of privacy threats related to machine learning. There are other attacks like radioactive data, and you can poison data during training, etc. Now, similar to defending against adversarial examples, we are quite at the early stages of defending against information leaks. Membership inference, you can do it by plotting some graph like this before and after training. Also, you can artificially insert something called as canaries to quantify the memorization of the model. The idea is that you insert some canaries or very, very specific sentences during the model training and check whether the model has memorized. The general defenses, again, data sanitization. If you have critical privacy related information in your data set, you can remove them before you're training the language model. Part of the reason for memorization is the overfitting of the models, you can try to control it by using regularization. But now the technical solutions are also appearing. Technical solutions like differential privacy, you can use for, have a model that is more private. The idea of differential privacy is that it ensures that by participating or by giving your data to a model, it will not make you any harm. That is, your presence or absence of the model cannot be predicted by an attacker. So the idea is to use something called the differentially private stochastic gradient descent. I will not go into details. Where are we with the privacy? Again, we are at the very early stages. These days, only the new libraries are appearing. For example, TensorFlow has a framework for privacy. But in general, we can think about sanitizing data, do some regression test, and actually see whether our model is vulnerable to such attacks. The final part. Some of these problems can be solved by what is called, from a technique called as secure machine learning. The idea is we do machine learning on top of encrypted data. This problem comes from a very famous problem called the Yao's millionaire problem. Imagine there are two millionaires, A and B, and they want to figure out who is richer, but they don't want to share what is their wealth with the other party. So it turns out you could do it using a technique called secure multi-party computation. And after that, there are evolutions called homomorphic encryption and functional encryption that allows you to build models that can work on encrypted data. The idea is the client encrypts the data. Client is not trusting the service provider. So if you are providing a machine learning as a service, API, some clients may not trust you with their data. So the idea is clients send the encrypted data to you, and you apply your model multiplication, so all the mathematical operations on the encrypted data, and you get only an encrypted result. You don't know the result. You send the result to the client, and client can actually treat it. That's the idea of homomorphic encryption. Functional encryption is a lighter form of homomorphic encryption. It allows you to still work on encrypted data, but the model owner can get one specific functional evaluation in plain text. For example, this can be used in applications such as spam classification. So where are we with encrypted machine learning or secure machine learning? Again, in the early stages, but libraries are appearing. For example, TensorFlow has TensorFlow encrypted. Also, we can think about using federated learning. I think this is also covered in some other keynote. But again, it's very, very early days. If you are using classical methods, you right now can implement solutions using homomorphic encryption. Some basic models like logistic regression can completely operate on encrypted data. So that brings me to the last slide, or the conclusion of my talk. What's going to happen next? AI, the use of AI is going to get heavily scrutinized by governments as well as by attackers. Attacks are on the horizon. The fact that it didn't happen so far doesn't mean that it will not happen. We have to be on alert. If we are building data science solutions, we have to be prepared. Government regulation and legal frameworks are on the horizon. In fact, this year, the EU already initiated their discussions on Artificial Intelligence Act. They are going to give you guidelines on where AI can be used. If you are using, what are the things you need to consider? Public is being increasingly aware of AI bias and fairness. You have to be ready with incident response and public relations. If something goes wrong, you should know what to do. Also, finally, most likely in future, the regulation might say enforced certifiable models and defenses. That is, your model should have something like an ISO certification. This has this much of robustness, doesn't have bias. There may be some other auditing companies actually looking into your models. I think that's pretty much it. I'm happy to take any questions.
That was truly an amazing keynote speech, Dr. Suranga. Thank you so much for sharing your great, profound knowledge with us. It's an honor to have you today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another panel discussion. As telcos reached a high maturity at digitization, the more data is collected, the wave of analytics and AI began next. BCG says that revenue growth generates up to 70% of total shareholder returns in a 5-year period. MIT's long management review has said that 90% of executives agree that AI has a large opportunity, but only 18% of them have tried to use the technology to realize such revenue. Today's conversation is about how we could adapt the use of AI and head growth to maximize a telco's EBITDA with leaders in the industry who is already ahead of the revenue. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. Start with Chief Executive Officer at Axiata Digital Labs, Tushara Kaudavatta, Head of IoT and Big Data Business, Telefonica Tech, Maria Victoria, Senior Practice Partner, Asia Pacific and Japan Teradata Corporation, Albert Nombres, Chief Information Officer, Ncell Axiata, Vishal Upadhyay. Let me hand over the platform to the moderator of our second panel discussion, our Associate Lead, Business Consulting, Analytics and AI at Axiata Digital Labs, Hashinka Vikramaratne, to discuss about maximizing EBITDA through analytics and AI with our prestige panelist. Hashinka, over to you.
Thank you, Ridhmi. Thank you very much. Afternoon to all. We have people joining from different parts of the world, so thank you very much for all tuning in. Let's dive right into the conversation. People have been waiting for this conversation today. Tushara, I'm going to start with you. Growth through analytics is an important topic. In fact, McKinsey says that 5% of top line, especially for telcos, should be contributed through analytics and AI. Why is it important today, and especially now? Talk us through this importance today and how we can really grow our companies.
Thank you. Good day to everyone. Since you talk about McKinsey, the McKinsey has said next 10 years, by 2030, right? So 30% of the labor force is going to get eliminated. Now, yes, I think when you hear these kind of news, it raises our eyebrows and looking at, okay, what's going to happen to our labor force? Are they going to be without a job? So good thing is all this time it has happened and none of these people went without a job because we create a new job. So that's a good thing about technology advancement. When you talk about, now our topic is how we can increase the EBITDA. EBITDA is all actually resulting in terms of the productivity. When you talk about productivity, it's not just the things that we are producing rapidly to the market. It's not only the productivity. It comes with multiple things. It comes in as a form of the quality, the predictability, and quality of that output that we produce. It's the relevance of that output that we produce. What happens if you don't? You increase the cycle time. So you produce something fast, but it's not meaningful or it's not relevant. Then you come back and redo. So that increases cycle times. So that's where the current problem is largely. I think in the later topics we can talk about, is it AI, how we can really get it to a scale, right? So then there are multiple things that comes in. So that's where I think it's very important that then how we can leverage AI to maximize our efficiencies and engineering productivity. Now, great example is around cybersecurity. Earlier on, even up to today, So we are actually monitoring our security or the networks manually, or even with the set of tools. It's actually it says it's aftermath, right? It's after it happens, it says, okay, now its security is compromised. But use of AI, you know in advance that what kind of vulnerabilities, what kind of threats, what type of threats, and who will attack your network or your services. And then you can have a more like a rather predictive or reactive, so you can complete your shifting left to make sure you have the system in place to not to get to the problem that you are getting into, right? Because every time you hit a problem, everything is put on hold and your productivity goes down, right? And again, the second one is this enhances the precision of predictability. So that's one other thing. Is typically the analytics is more like a statistical analytics gives you some level of indication how it has been happened. It's a lag indicator, right? So we need to move from lag indicator to the more like leading indicators, right? So that's where the challenge is. So if we leverage these two things right, then we are looking at how we are really moving forward with this the AI to leverage in our enterprises. Great example is even this language barriers is no more, right? I mean, gone are the days that in most of the conversation, you worried about what the other person is going to, which language other person is going to speak. But today is real-time translation is involved. Even now, if you enable text-to-speech here in your Zoom platform, you know exactly what the text that appears, even though you have a problem hearing what the language the person is speaking, you exactly convert language into a real-time text, right? So now those things, it's actually efficient in its a call center environment. The person receiving call, unable to understand what the person is speaking, it appears in the text, right? So it's increased the call center efficiencies. All of this leading into, as I told you, it's one thing in my perspective, which is productivity. So if you think about increasing the EBITDA, you need to think about increasing productivity. That means that you do things with less, right? And
that's really interesting.
Actually,
efficiency is one of the things that really stands out. Tushara, so thank you. I think that's a really good point. I think being on the same lines, right? Victoria, I'm going to turn this to you. We've established the importance of analytics and AI. I think Tushara very right to like kind of put it out, saying how important it is in terms of efficiency as well. We're in a notion where we build a lot of models, really, but we don't really adopt them, right? A lot of the companies are stuck here in really adopting them. Victoria, talk us some of the strategies about how we can really operationalize, not just build analytics, but really kind of operationalize it and show returns out of it, because at the end of the tunnel, we need to see returns as well, right? So take us through that, Victoria. I think you're on mute. Still not able to hear. Okay, I think let's move on with Vishal for the time being, right? Vishal, this is coming to you, right? You, especially from a technical perspective, I think I want you from a CIO's perspective talking about this topic, right? Analytics and AI cannot operate in silos, we all know that. And one of the biggest challenge, especially in organizations, when they transform their organization to a more analytics-driven organization, they find it difficult to have these insights kind of turn into actions, right? From your point of view, we also call this the last mile, right? Making sure to really see the value of analytics, we really have to execute it properly and make sure that AI not only makes recommendations, they make actions as well. Tell us some of the strategies from your point of view. How can we make this happen, especially in telcos in an organization?
Thank you.
You see, the way I look at AI or any evolving technology for that matter, it is a tool, right? It is a tool for solving a business problem. I think this is the mindset that we should have, first and foremost thing. And how do we efficiently use this tool? You know, there are silos in organization irrespective of how much we've been talking about it. Maybe we've been able to break a bit of a barrier, but we have not been able to bulldoze it completely. And based upon what I see the successful companies that have done, they've really looked at AI and other technologies more from a business angle and how to solve a business problem. So in this case, what happens is you bring together your business, your analytics, IT, operations, everybody together in one place and you build the use cases. It's important to understand that there are business users who understand the business very well, and they have to sit with the data analyst, data science team and come up with the use cases that can be scaled across. A lot of time, what we see happening within organization is pilots are being done on a small scale, but when you want to take it out, scale it up, it fails there. One of the other examples that I could give across to you, okay, let me give you an example of IT itself, me being a CIO. What happens, there's a tool that we buy and a lot of efforts goes behind what we do, but we forget to look into the IT systems which does not have a capability to bring the information on real time or as it happens, or the person who is dealing with it is not aware as to how do we go about bringing it across. So we need to ensure that all the people are coming together and looking at this particular problem so that a common outcome can be made and we can scale it up end of the day and it does not fail after the pilot is being done. The real life example, not of the AI, but 2 weeks ago something happened in our own organization. Let me give you something very close to me. You know, during the COVID, we wanted to revamp our eKYC process. You know, we wanted to ensure that there is no physical touch in the eKYC from a consumer perspective. So, since we're from Nepal, getting the thumbprint biometric is very, very important because it is regulatory mandated. So we use the Google Vision to get the information out from our national identity or license plates, so on and so forth. We also used a state-of-the-art company to get the biometrics out from the camera of the phone itself. Everything went fine in our lab conditions, right? We're getting 80 plus or even 90% accuracy in our AKYC. When we piloted it out into the real life, our accuracy was less than 20%. What we realized at that point of time was, though we thought we have a cross-functional team working together, a very vital piece was missing, which way the point of sales themselves, who had to use it day in and out. We realized that we were working in a lab perfect ecosystem with our high-end phones, testing it out, our connectivity was great. But now think about the Indian subcontinent ecosystem and how your dealer distributor ecosystem is put in place. There were lots of people who did not even know how to operate the camera properly, or their phone sets specifications were so low that it would not be supported. Since we did not onboard one of the key stakeholders, once it went out of our lab, it failed miserably. So, you know, if we want to really scale it up and ensure that things work out in the market, rethink who are the stakeholders and ensure that you get it perfected is what I have to say.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Thanks. That was really insightful because we talk, I mean, really agile environment, how important that is, right? We need to come together as a team and everyone has has to play their part. Victoria, I think you're okay now. I'm going to go back to you on this question, right? Since Tushara also kind of spoke about the needs of analytics and AI now, especially now, I think one of the questions I wanted to kind of ask you is that we build a lot of analytics models really, but it's really difficult to operationalize, right? Talk us through some of the strategies that you think is going to work, not just to build solutions, but really to operationalize them so that we can really see value. Because at the end of the tunnel, what we really need to see is also value, right? Talk us through some of the strategies, Victoria, and tell us your point of view.
Yeah, thank you. You can hear me now, right?
Yes, loud and clear. Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, so yes, the use cases adoption is difficult. To become a data-driven is difficult. And not only for those companies that hasn't started yet, but also for those companies that started with their data-driven journey several years ago, and now they fail to accelerate. They fail to generate the growth that they expected. And in my opinion, these are because organizational problems that slow down the adoption of big data. These problems, in my opinion, are the lack of a big data program versus departmental developments. Then the second one would be that we don't have enough sponsorship from the top management. Then we find information silos, system limitations, lack of skill in the organization, and sometimes the company hasn't launched a cultural transformation program, and this creates a disconnection between the technical teams and the business teams. So a part of the solution, from my perspective, would be to adopt a big data program, and this big data program has to cover the four main pillars: data, technology, organization, and business. If you don't handle the four in parallel, the four pillars, you are not going to success, right? The second one would be to involve the top management. If we don't have a huge sponsorship from the top management, from the general manager, since this big data adoption is going to transform deeply your organization, you need their approval, you need their involvement, you need their sponsorship. And third, and this, of course, depends on the level of maturity of the companies. From our experience, what we've seen is that the advanced analytics center of excellence are key in this big data adoption. This analytics center of excellence not only discover relevant insights from data, transform them into actionable actions for business, industrialize those use cases, but they monitor and lead the big data adoption program. They also share their knowledge with the rest of the organization. They define the use cases roadmap, and finally they also manage those third parties so the whole organization has the same methodology, unified methodology.
Wow, okay, that's really good. I think knowledge sharing is really powerful. Thanks, Victoria, that's really good. I think I'm going to follow up through that question to you back again, right? One of my mentors actually very recently said, strategy is important. You spoke about the four pillars, very important. Execution is as important as well, if not probably more. Large telcos really, they have to prioritize the AI funnel, right? We can't obviously, when we have a lot of projects that we need to, transform with AI and things like that, we can't do everything at once, right? We have to prioritize. Tell me strategies on how we can really prioritize. Should we look at value? Should we look at quick wins? Should it be a combination of both? Talk us through some of these things. Yeah,
I love this question because in our company we've made huge efforts in order to define, to implement, and to share with our B2B customers a methodology in order to prioritize use cases. We call it the UCD, the use case discovery. And this exercise consists of two phases. The first one would be the discovery phase. We have we coordinate meetings with the main stakeholders. We find out their needs, their challenges, but also we gather the available data and also the current systems, the current technology available. From this first phase, we have the long list. Let's say we have 100 use cases, okay? But then we have to prioritize them. So this is the important phase here. What we see for each of those use cases are 4 variables. The first one would be the business impact, that is important. The second one would be the technical feasibility. If a use case needs some data or some technology, libraries, etc., that I don't have yet, probably that use case is not going to be prioritized. The third one is the synergy. Is that use case, does it has any synergy with other use cases? Do they, for example, use the same or similar sources that are going to be normalized, and then if I choose them, I'm going to get synergies? And the fourth one, and I think is one of the most important one, is the alignment with the strategy of the company, okay? So from this prioritization, we have a short list, and as you can see, since we use that variable, how is that use case aligned with the company strategy, we avoid to select by default those big return of investment use cases.
That's really good, actually. I think while we have this prioritization of funneling approach and the importance of it, and then we talk about strategies, Albert, I'm going to move to you now, right? So you obviously have, you run a company that's product based, and you've obviously spoken to so many leaders in the telco industry as well, right? With what Victoria said in terms of prioritizing, you have seen clients really executing it as well, right? So talk us through what are some of the quick wins telcos have really harnessed through this AI technology, and what they have seen in terms of scaling as well, right? When you talk to telcos, you obviously have been in touch with them, they have a good relationship as well. So in your perspective from your clients, what have they really used in terms of AI use cases, and what have they seen in terms of scaling returns as well?
Thanks. That's a very good question, Hashinka, and very important one. Quickly, let me start by saying I hope everyone is well and safe, especially during this challenging pandemic situation. Now, going back to your question, fully agree with what Victoria mentioned about use case discovery, putting a strategy to it, and understanding what are high impact and low effort, and what is low impact and high effort. So some of you might have heard of Simon Sinek. He always speaks about before any company does anything, you start with why. Why do you need use cases? Why do you need to prioritize? And if we look at telcos, speaking to a lot of them, they always think of these 3 big rocks: make money, save money, and be future-proof. That means you are able to adapt to the changes that technology brings. And if I start with the third one, so there's machine learning and AI. It enables the telco to do a lot of things that used to be impossible. Think of it this way. Every one of us maybe has one phone. It started with 1G, now we're in 4G, and now shifting to 5G. From one user, now every user has multiple devices. We start talking about 5G and IoT. That means there will be lots and lots of big size of data that the telco will own. Now the question is, if the telco owns a lot of this data, why are the Apples and the Googles and the Facebooks of the world monetizing better? It's because they understand how to really utilize leverage from orchestrated data. Now the telcos, they have a lot of data, but right now, not a lot of telcos are able to
connect them together. That means the same source of truth and the same version of truth. The marketing team can look at it, the customer service, the technical people, the network planning. The important thing is all of the business decisions should be tied to a single source of truth. That means whatever decisions the CFO is making, the CIO is making, the network planning is making, these are all based on this one. Now, let me give a very specific example. 5G is coming. Now, for most telcos, they don't have a lot of budget, no resource to do everything at the same time. So the question is, where do I put my priority base stations? Now, it used to be that the network planners will only look at network stats and traffic. Gone are those days. It has to be looking at network stats, KPIs, subscriber expectation, and most importantly, what's the customer value? And this is a CFO topic. That means all of this data should be seen from different angles. It should be leveraged by the different people, and they should be able to prioritize. And this is where value-based prioritization comes in. If we're able to do that in the telcos, then that means we can get more by doing less, and then we're returning better scale from it. I hope that answers your question, Ashim.
All right, thank you. Yes, it does. I'm going to tilt this conversation now, right? I think we've spoken about strategy, how we can kickstart the AI journey, and some of these really insightful conversations, right? But really, when we want to tilt the conversation to scaling, right, the growth, to make sure that we have upward trend in the growth trajectory. Tushar, I'm going to come to you. I'm going to call this traditional analytics mainly because a lot of the companies, they know to kind of look at the data and figure out what happened in the past, what went wrong, very descriptive level of analytics, and diagnose what happened. But not often are they good at really predicting and prescribing what to do next as well, right? And AI is a technology that we can really harness through this growth trajectory as well. Tell me, what do you think, how can companies really jump to this scale and really leap off analytics? Take us through some of the strategies maybe companies can do in order to get to this level of scaling.
Thanks, Ashika. Now, when you talk about strategy on scaling, first is the company should have to have a strategy on AI, right? So that strategy have to be, it's not somebody really come and say, okay, this is what it's for you. It has to be a collective decision for your organization, because organized business to business as organizational is going to change. I think Victoria touched upon this culture. It's very important how we embrace some of these changes, how the decision making happens, even how the business diversion happens in terms of the doing the things, not what you do actually how you do things, right? In that case, first is obviously the strategy. Secondly, it's we have to have the right ecosystem, right? Do you have the right data strategy? Do you have the team in place, right? Thirdly, when you have all of these things, is the senior management, are we really leveraging this outcome of this AI analytics to make decisions? Now, that's where I think, in my view, what I've seen in the past, yes, you have a good AI strategy, you have a good data strategy, but it sits with the CIO's team, right? It doesn't move from CIO to the senior management, rest of the business teams. So they don't take some of these outcomes or insights that is delivering through the data, because sometimes it's a denial, right? For example, sales team will say, my clients are happy, but the CIO's team says, but the data says it's not. But typically it's come to a denial that, no, it's not. I mean, because I talk to my clients, I know what they feel, they're happy, right? So this is it's a big contention in our industry, that that's why as a strategy also have to align it to the senior management. All of these things, the teams together have to come and define what is my data strategy, what is my delivery model, right? How I'm going to deliver this AI, the solutions to my business. Then the team composition, do we have the right team in place for me to deliver this, the rapid pace of the models, the tuning and the tweaking that is required. That's why maybe, for example, the CIO's teams and the business teams are always in a little bit of a denial because of minor error is attributed to the larger, more like ineffectiveness of this analytics, what it gives you. So then the fourth, that's where the fourth pillar comes in. You have to have the right AI ops team in place. All the insights, all the outputs, all the predictive models that you have giving the results have to be retuned, readjusted, and kind of recalibrate. Yeah. Then it's again, if you don't have the right strategy and the right alignment, this is also difficult because, as I told you, it's a denial. It comes into play. So all the teams, the right strategy have to come in place to say, okay, we need to leverage this to drive our business forward. As I told you in the previous one, the productivity is very, very important. Through this, if you leverage it right, your productivity is going to increase because your accuracy is going to improve, your predictability is going to improve, and your delivery speed is going to improve, right? So all of this is leading into a better strategy for an enterprise to leverage AI in a right spirit. Yeah. So there are 4 pillars again. So like data strategy, making sure your delivery model is in place, and you have the right team in place with the right skills. And finally, again, you have the right operational model to deliver this AI output and the outcome for the entire management to execute the strategy and align it to the strategy.
Correct. Tushar, I think your point, I think that really resonates with me is this cohesiveness of not just the CIO, but also the business teams, right? That's really important. And I think I see in a lot of companies how one person really wants to become data driven, but the rest of the people are not aligned. And I think that's such a good point that you made, right? I'm going to turn again to Albert here, right? Because you are a company that sells pretty much really good products for analytics and AI solutions. There is also 2 ways of growing this, right? The product itself has to enhance and has to grow. And then obviously not just the product, the person who consumes the product has to operationally execute it well as well. These 2 really needs to marry to really see return scaling. In your experience, kind of tell us, take us through one key use case and tell us how you grew the product, and not just the product of your company, but really ensure that the growth of the executional operationalization also took place, and how you really scaled returns as well. Albert, if you can just take on that.
Sure, thanks Ashinka. Tushar has mentioned a very important point, that it all begins with data strategy, because it tries to answer what the company vision is, or why is it trying to do what it does. Now, telcos continue to grow in terms of size, capability, and complexity. This requires adapting analytic capability to the growing demand. So this is where machine learning and artificial intelligence come in handy, because with those tools, the telcos are able to handle and process trillions of interactions, billions of analytic models. And not only that, it continues to learn, adapt, and improve analytic models on the fly. Now, ML and AI, it makes feedback loop quicker and smarter, improving efficiency and return scale several folds. Now, it requires a combination of a good mix of product growth and executional changes. Now, what we currently see as a major stumbling block is the organizational inertia preventing telcos from leapfrogging and totally transforming their current operational practices. Now, Ashinka, you asked for a simple use case. Let me take you to a simple use case like a churn, for example, which is the potential for any telco to lose customers to competition. Now, there is a growing trend for telcos to orchestrate everything: subscriber data, network data, and social data. Put them together as a superset of data and leverage this, orchestrate this for various department benefits. It may be the call center department knowing what the concerns are before a customer makes a complaint. It could be a sales and marketing person knowing when to timely push promotion, to lock in customers for upsell and to prevent churn. Or it could be the network department trying to troubleshoot and solve coverage and capacity problems, even before customers feel service degradation. Now, with a lot of these data, ML and AI makes it possible that the combination of mega sets of data from customer, from network, and from social insights, they can be used as business predictors and manage churn, giving the telco better return scale, which means achieving better outcomes with less effort. Not to put specific context to that use case, we have helped a telco, a big telco, reduce their churn from 3% down to less than 1%. And this telco is worth 150 billion US dollar business. So imagine the size of savings, turned revenue. Now there's a lot of analytics behind that, but the bottom line is the business outcome of billions of dollars is save revenue in that particular example. And there are many other use cases illustrating that point, but the bottom line is we have to utilize machine learning and AI so that we are able to leverage all the possible data that we can gather from within and from outside the organization.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Victoria, I'm going to ask you this question, right? This is a very buzzing topic these days as well. A lot of the organizations, talk about this, especially on the theme of scaling, but not really being stuck, right? We want to scale in a very kind of constant growth. The two avenues I see in how you can scale is to, I think what Albert said, product growth, or through just scaling the execution itself, right? Now, growth hacking is a methodology that Silicon Valley preaches on, right? A lot of the internet companies talk about growth hacking. But can telcos really implement this? And if so, how can this rapid experimentation and through that, how can we really scale? Talk us through about this methodology that everyone speaks of, Victoria.
Okay, so growth hacking is a term focused on the rapid growth of a company with limited budget. And this term comes from those early stage startups that need to demonstrate in a very short period of time an exponential growth. So the idea behind growth hacking is to take a very limited budget and stretch it to the maximum. And this can be and can facilitate SMEs when they are starting to grow. But with corporations, these growth hacking techniques that could be also called quick wins, if they are isolated actions, they are not going to contribute to the long-term sustainable growth of the company. So in telcos, for example, we implement quick wins, but those quick wins has to be seen as a long-term plan, okay? So my recommendation would be, if I have to choose a quick win, I don't have to only see that they are generating value quickly. I have to see that they are a step forward the company's goal. If a quick win can be framed into the company's goal, then it's not going to be a good quick win. It's not going to be a good project. Probably it's going to take longer than it could be.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to come to Vishal now, right? We talked about strategy. We talked about scaling through analytics and AI. But I think really it comes down to people, right? If people are not bought in, if you don't have the right mindset in the organization, it's not going to really work out. Talk us through some of the short-term and the long-term strategies that you think to make that would help an organization to make sure that their people are kind of aligned to the company's strategy and they think data, they think AI, and that cultural change really happens. Take us through some of these things, Vishal.
Thank you. You see, as I said earlier, it is not about technology. First and foremost thing that we need to keep in mind. It is about people adopting technology to solve business problem, whatever the business problem is. A lot of time what organizations do is they invest a lot but the investment, where does it go? That goes into the technology piece, right? People who are closely attached to it. But how about investment into the peripheral and the people? People who are somehow just little bit outside of your core agile team. How about them? We have to think about investing in adaptation systems as well, not just on the core technology. When I talk about adaptation, I'm talking about, let me give you an example, say business planning or finance. How would they, a finance budgeting team, how would they help you, assist you in your rapid prototyping? Have we invested enough there so that they understand the outcome? Or does HR understands how to, have a right data science team in place, or what does it even mean to have a right data scientist? Or I give you an example of IT. I mean, IT systems, are we looking into those areas? So it's just not about the core technology piece that we have to look into, but we have to look into the surrounding periphery and need to ensure that, there is enough investment that is being done on adaptation, training, so that the entire end-to-end ecosystem flows through it. And you see, business has to be responsible for it so that it never does not become a technology discussion, but rather an organizational discussion. And here, what happens is the top management plays a vital role. While a CEO is out there leading from the front, but the likes of CIO, CHRO, Chief Operating Officer, CMO, CFOs, they have to play a lubricant role in order to ensure that these things are adapted properly, right? So my suggestion is, while we make a few years plan on adoption of this technology, please start looking from the area which is immediately outside of your core so-called AI or technology area, and that will help us to form a better understanding of the scenarios, and then we could think about our AI Academy or any other academies from that particular perspective, and how do we operationalize it. So this is what I have to say. Please be mindful on the investment. It just can't be on the technology piece. A lot or equal amount has to go into the peripheral and ensuring that the entire ecosystem is out there to help your centralized investment. Thank you.
That's such a good insight, because investment is not something many organizations work on, right? But really, I think having this at the core, and then people, I think all these four panelists here spoke about investing in people and making sure people understand it, and I think that's such a important pillar of this data-driven strategy or AI-driven strategy as well. So I'm going to tie this conversation really, and I'm going to ask this question from all the panelists here. There are challenges that we have, and any organization will have to face when it comes to scaling through AI, right? What is one thing that makes a company not ready to scale through AI? I think, Tushar, if you can answer this first, tell us why a company would not be ready to scale through AI.
You need a one answer or few answers?
One answer. Pick your top one.
Okay. The reason is because there are multiple attributes is affecting why you can't move on with AI, right? Even it starts with you have data, but you don't have information. Good example is, I think there are maybe a lot of techies here. Analysis of logs. You have a logs. Yeah, when you are saying, do you have the data? I have the log files. But what you have in the log file sometimes is, if you have the right strategy in what you really log, what you get out of it is you can't get to the root cause, right? You have set of data, like maybe timestamp and who and what and everything, but not into the integrities. So in that case, it's not just having data, you have to have the relevant data which extract the enough information. Yeah, so then that is one for sure. Secondly, again, having the right use cases. So sometimes because of you need to get into the AI, you start actually looking at, okay, get a particular use case and implement it. You start with the right use case. That's actually leading into kind of build and enhance and keep kind of bettering what exactly you're going to deliver to your clients, right? So since you asked one, I'll stop at, yes, have the right data strategy, and also making sure you pick the right use case that for you to move on. There are other maybe a lot of attributes, maybe 10, 20 attributes that what is make really kind of successful in your AI strategy. So, but again, let's move into this, maybe trickle down to these 2 attributes to summarize.
Thanks, Tushar. Victoria, what's your top pick here? What makes a company not ready for this AI scaling?
Yeah, if I had to choose one, I would choose the cultural transformation. And let me give you an example. In Telefonica, we started with big data in 2012. In 2012, we already have some data monetization products for the B2B market. We had a unified reference model, a unified data model all across our 17 operations. So all the OBs could speak the same language. They could adopt the same use case because they spoke that same language. We also had one of the best digital assistants in the world thanks to AI. But something that we don't forget and that we keep on with is the cultural transformation. So thousands of employees have been trained through our Data Academy, an online platform. We constantly have big data programs called big data ambassadors for people that are not related to data, but they are our champions in all our geographies. We also have a use case discovery workshop, so our employees know how to do that discovery and prioritization that we talked before. And also we have short programs, short workshops for the top managers. So the executive level is inspired and they are aware of how important big data is. So for me, it would be the cultural transformation.
Yes, that's a good one. And I think the analytics ambassador stood out for me. That's such a good point, and it's a good strategy, I think, for a lot of companies that could adopt. Vishal, coming to you, what is your top pick? What is your topic that makes a company not ready for AI?
I think I've spoken it on both the earlier agendas that I talk about. It is, if an organization thinks it is about technology, that's where the entire mess is. It is about people, it is about business, and it is, as Victoria just said, it's culture. People and culture, right? If you get it right, you're there. If not, sorry, the entire program fails, as simple as it is. So, short and sweet answer for me.
Thanks, Vishal. Thank you. Albert, over to you. What do you think?
Okay, so my dear colleagues, Tushara, Victoria, and Vishal has covered my top 3. So I'll probably add the fourth one in my mind. It's about growing data and analytics complexity. So imagine during 1G and 2G, telcos are only concerned about voice. Then came data. Now came different types of data serving not only people, but also machines and enterprises. 5G and IoT promotes even further data explosion. It means faster, bigger data, and more devices. So all of this presents really a lot of challenges because the more technology progresses, adopting and scaling AI has to adjust to these new requirements. And not only that, with new capabilities, the customer expectation of service level is even becoming more demanding. So with that, I think those, aside from the top 3 that they've mentioned, that will be the fourth one that I'll add, the growing data and analytics complexity that's coming in to the telco world.
Okay, thank you. That we can conclude our session. Thank you very much. I think it was a wonderful conversation. I think a lot of the people, I'm sure, got lots of insightful points from this conversation, right? You are all, after all, leaders ahead of this curve, so your knowledge is very much valued here, and thank you very much for giving your expert and sharing expert knowledge more than anything. So that is all for this theme of scaling analytics and scaling AI, and through scaling returns through this AI conversation. I'm going to hand over back to Ridhmi to finally conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Stay safe, everyone.
It was indeed a great discussion, and it has sparked a true debate on the topic. Thank you, Hashinka, for moderating the discussion, and thank you once again to our great panelists for sharing their insights with our audience. Let's look forward to some more views on this domain with our next keynote speaker, who is going to throw some lights on the topic of the last dimension, trust and ethics in AI. Let me introduce global technology entrepreneur, ambassador at TM Forum AI, Big Data Analytics, CX, Smart Cities and Innovation, Professor Paul Morrissey. He is passionate about education and seeks to enable people of all ages through the delivery of free lectures and short courses at many multi-territory universities and open forums. He is a globally renowned figure in the world of telecommunications and media. Ladies and gentlemen, let me have the honor to invite Professor Paul Morrissey as our next keynote speaker. Professor, over to you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Professor.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was waiting for a response. Let me get my screen back up and we can start again. Okay, good morning everybody. And I mean good morning. I'm actually sitting here in the UK and it is morning here. But the assumption that you're all in the same place is something I will come on to talk about later on. So today I'm going to talk about the lost dimension in AI, which I believe, I'm thinking is trust and ethics. So we'll go through an agenda, but it'll be about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. And then I would like you all to participate and ask questions during this session in the chat room, and we'll come back to that later on. So this is me. What am I here? Look at this. There's a lot of things going on here. Am I a mathematician? Am I a scientist? Am I a technologist? And am I an academic? Am I an entrepreneur? But I think, in essence, I'm what you would call now an olderpreneur. I'd like to take all those things that I've learned over many, many years, and you can see there are many years involved in this, and try and bring those to a conclusion or to some sort of place that we can actually learn from. So, does anybody know what this is? I'll leave you just to think about that for a few seconds. What is this? And the question at the top of there, what is AI? But what is this in the first instance? Well, I can tell you it's something that's been discovered quite recently by Professor Stephen Hawking, who is now sadly deceased, probably one of the best brains in the last 100 years. And it is, in fact, a black hole. And we now start thinking about what happens inside a black hole. But Stephen was a very profound thinker. And he pondered this question, which is really interesting. AI is likely to be either the best or the worst thing to happen to humanity. Now that, if you start thinking about that, that is a really, really interesting comment. And we tend to think about AI in the positive, in the opportunistic. But I also like to think about AI in the other side, the risk, the threat. And as I've just gone through, I am an olderpreneur, an entrepreneur. I've started many companies from small ideas and grown them. But we need to understand what this technology can actually do to us as a population, as humanity. So is there a definition for AI? Well, there's not really one universally acceptable definition. There's nothing out there. We can't define it. If you go and look up in scientific journals, there are multiple definitions. But in science, a lot of people don't think that's a problem. They just continue with what they're doing. They continue with their research. And eventually, scientific concepts acquire a universal definition after all that research matures, like the black hole. Nobody called it a black hole and could define a black hole when Stephen Hawking started looking at the universe and thinking, what happens when stars collapse inside themselves? So we don't need to have a definition, but we definitely need to let that research go forward until there is a universal definition. And the stage of the research within AI at the moment is very, very immature. AI eventually is only today we're looking at very, very narrow AI. AI in its greatest concept, the general AI concept, is much bigger. It's actually an enhancement of humanity. And that's why Stephen and many, many others feel that we have to get this right. So consider these questions. Is it acceptable to accept some of that and adapt it with insufficient knowledge and resource? And we can't stop this, but we need to apply bounds and thresholds to what we're doing to make sure that it doesn't go off and run into an uncontrollable state. That's very, very important. Same thing we have with nuclear fusion, with things that actually can run into a state that we didn't expect before we started. But I'll ponder a little question to you. And this is from, I suppose, philosophy. This is from Alice in Wonderland. Would you tell me, please, which way I ought to go from here? Says Alice. That depends a good deal on where you want to go, said the cat. I don't much care, said Alice. Then it doesn't matter which way you go, said the cat. So long as you get somewhere, said Alice. Oh yes, I'm sure of that, said the cat, if you only walk long enough. So we don't know where our destination is, but we need to bound where our destination is going to be. And that's really important. So over the last few years, there's been a real hype in AI. We look at it, we see the Gartner hype curve, we look at all these things. Everybody is really pushing on these opportunities. This is the new norm. This is how we grow businesses. This is how communication service providers become digital service providers. We use AI as the imperative to move things forward. But governments and NGOs and major international corporations are all defining what the principles are around AI. There's some great examples here of organizations, whether they be NGOs or whether they be governments or companies. Look at IBM, Microsoft, Google. You'll see they all have AI principles. Go and search these documents. They're really, really interesting. But they all have a common theme, and they all have a position of AI and of ethics and trust within AI. And in fact, if you want to get some more guidance and insight into this topic, there is a really, really interesting organization called the Montreal AI Ethical Institute, which I'm a member of, which actually discusses these and has a monthly publication about things that can happen. And it's not all about doom and gloom. It's also about how things can be enhanced and how we work forward to make a common good. So the principles of AI are very, very important. In fact, if you look at it, they will start talking about things like this, the principles: transparency, justice and fairness, responsibility, benefacting, freedom of autonomy. All of these things have got to be considered when we are looking through and developing our artificial intelligence capability. And same thing happens in trust. In trust, we need to have reliable, safe, transparent, and acceptable assets that we can actually use and maximize. So we make sure that our opportunity is actually outweighing our risk. And that's really the key here. There's a couple of trust frameworks that are around. Well, there's more than 2 or 3, but here's one which has been put forward by Subex, which is looking at reliability, safety, transparency, responsibility, and how that moves into these influencing factors of data shift, data anonymization, explainability, model debiasing, performance monitoring. These are all assets that we need to think about when we're developing AI. And we don't want to be in a situation where we have a group of data scientists, and I am a scientist, I'm a data scientist, that's doing this sort of stuff in isolation. We don't want intellectual gymnastics going on. We want business benefit, and we want benefit which actually is something across the whole piece. Here's another trust framework from Deloitte. Same things are applying. You can see that these things have to be embedded in our thoughts when we drive this forward. I'm a member of TM Forum, and I sit on the AI governance committee. And we are publishing standards that actually allow us to make sure that AI is developed in a responsible, mature way. So these are some specifications. If you are a member of TM Forum, or if you are a representative of anywhere within Axiata, you can get access to these documents. You can see there's quite a lot of documents here. But we look at that in parallel with some of the sustainable goals that we've got going on within the United Nations, because part of these principles need to be embedded in where we are. I'll just take one of these publications, which is one that I've worked on quite a lot over the last 6 months or 8 months, and that's IG 1238, and what we call the AI canvas. And the AI canvas is almost a minimum viable use case for using AI. Is my AI going to produce a business benefit? Is that business benefit going to be ethical? Is it going to have some sort of capability that I can trust in? So within this document, there are 12 different headings. I'm not going to go through all of them here, but naming your use case, defining your assumptions, really articulating the business problem and benchmarking that assessment. Can you express this in a user story? Can you see the life cycle, especially when we start looking at data ops and AI ops, which is different, very different from DevOps, because we're doing some reinforced learning, which is starting to manipulate our inputs from what we're getting in our output. So this is this cyclic situation where we're getting almost benefit from things that we're doing wrong. But in this, we define primary actors, we define the metrics that we're going to use, what data sources we're going to use. You can see these last two are thinking about AI risk and mitigations and ethics and compliance within AI. And then we have a worksheet. So here we have the first page of the AI canvas. You can see it's quite a complex flowchart of how you examine a use case to eventually put it forward into action or propose it to your organization with a business benefit, a risk assessment, and also how difficult it is. Is there a business case for this? And as you can see here, as I'll expand this, here we have a specific part of for examining AI ethics and governance. Is it acceptable? If not, stop and then reevaluate your process. And you can see that's the last thing we do before we start this through this whole spreadsheet. So it's this this flow chart. So very, very important, and I really like to get people to adopt this and adopt it as they as they develop use cases and examine them. So what are some of the unintended consequences of AI? Retirement. Here's a golden rule. Let's just think about this. Let's give an example of somebody who works in a workshop, who is a wood turner. He's worked in that workshop for many years. But the person who owns the wood shop has decided AI would be a really interesting thing to put into his factory. I suppose the worker is coming to the end of his life. So, the boss really in his mind says, tell you what, I need to ease this gentleman into retirement, or this lady for that matter. And they start bringing in and saying, well, would you like to do partial work? and I'll bring AI in to help you. Maybe that's looking at things in milling or on his lathe. Or, you know, can I give you what we call a golden handshake to help you into your retirement? That is something that is very, it's very demonstrable between two people. But if that boss decides to bring AI in through a third party and through an algorithm that doesn't take into account that relationship between those two people, then that part of the equation is not expressed in the business model. The business model is, how do I make more profit? So eventually, as you get further and further away from these two people who have got something between them, this cultural effort is being diminished. So outsourcing AI to a third party, or to a third party who brings in another third party, is really difficult. And we examine that in what we call party independence, if you like. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. A great one for me is becoming older, an olderpreneur. There's a really good paper on this, designing artificial intelligence for older adults. The global population of age 60 is the fastest growing population group in the world. And we should be designing AI with that as intent. The intent is, how can older people use this? Older-centric design principles include older adults in AI data sets. Consider this disabled. As we get older, we will become more disabled. So these have got to be design principles we bring in very, very early on. And the World Economic Forum has actually produced a really good paper. And I would countenance you to go and read that if that is something that you want to get involved in. So data governance by design. In TM Forum, we have something which we call the AI checklist. And what that does is look at the life cycle of AI and comes right from procurement through pre-development, post-development, deployment, in-life operations, and end-of-life operations. AI models will become redundant at some point. And how do we end them? Either early, if they get outside of tolerance, or gracefully, if they are something which is not giving us our business benefit anymore. So, adding functionality to a service always diminishes the capability if you do it after the effect. So what we need to do is start designing put these design principles at a C level. It needs to be sponsored at a C level. We just heard that in that last discussion. We need to align with the primary digital transformation teams of the business. If the business has decided it's going to do something and transform itself, AI needs to be complementary to that, not disruptive. We need to prioritize data and look for the nuggets in that data, and then try and examine how we can use it with AI. We need to apply the right governance models. We need to choose the right data, and we need to get people in our organization excited about data and excited about AI. Really important. What we're doing at the moment is running a Catalyst program, and a Catalyst program in TM Forum is something that you bring lots and lots of different parties together and explore something which is a concept that may be a little bit nebulous at the moment and needs some more evaluation. We do this in a really interesting, this Catalyst is really interesting because we bring different parties together that may traditionally be in competition with each other. But through these Catalysts, we collaborate, and it's something that I try and think about as collaboration. How do we bring this forward? So in this particular Catalyst, we've got here three champions, as we call them. These are basically companies which are looking to solve a problem or examine an area of a problem. And the people who are examining that for them are these people at the bottom. ADL, who are running this tremendous hackathon. Volgia 10, which is one of my development companies, a big data company. Subex, Bright Lights, which are a GPU cloud provider, and AWS. All these people have been working diligently over the last 4 or 5 months to come up with examining a hypothesis. How do we measure trust in AI? So this was the problem statement. For telcos to adopt and embrace AI into their transformational journey, remember I talked about being on that digital transformation, how can we equip them to build trustworthy AI so that the AI product that's built, delivered, and acquired are responsible enough to drive trust and for wider adoption across the customer base and also across the business? TM Forum also have a number of different assets. This is one that we use very often, which is a readiness check for AI, which looks at different parts of the organization which we need to bring into play, because this is a holistic thing. So strategy, culture, party, which I just talked about, third parties, that is, that people are bringing things into your organization or you're providing things to. How does AI ops work? Where do we get the data from? And what technology are we using to examine these things? Trying to get some consistency and best practice. So this AI readiness check is something that we do very often before an organization starts on their AI journey, or more importantly, when they're halfway through, because this actually brings them back to a state which is, in some cases, they were unconsciously incompetent. They didn't know what they didn't know when they started their journey. But that iteration, that agile way of dealing with things is what we do all the time. So that's about the end of my presentation. But I would like you to consider this question before you start asking me questions. And that question is this: given an AI which is developed for a business to maximize their business model, if you asked AI, should I be ethical? What would the answer be? Thank you very much. Can we go to questions?
No,
I'll stop sharing my screen.
So wonderful, and thank you very much, Professor Paul, for sharing your insightful knowledge with us. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you so much once again. Now let us have the pleasure of listening to another honorable and a great speaker. He will deliver the keynote speech on personalized federated learning for intelligent edge networks. He is a senior lecturer at the University of Sydney. His research interests include distributed computing, machine learning, and networking. He received the Best KHU Thesis Award in Engineering in 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Lecturer, the University of Sydney, Dr. Nguyen Tran, to the ADL AI Forum 2021. Doctor, over to you.
Present one of my latest research on the personalized federated learning model for intelligent edge network. Right, so this is the outline of our talk. So before I talk about the recent achievement on personalized federated learning, I would introduce to you about the concept of centralized machine learning. Actually, this is not new concept. First of all, we need to define what is machine learning. So roughly speaking, we can understand in the most simple way, machine learning is like a process of teaching the computer system how to make an accurate prediction with the data. So with the data is an important factor. Some of the example of predictions, like you can how to predict the piece of fruit in a photo, whether that photo contain a banana or an apple. Another example of prediction, like spotting people across the road in front of self-driving car, or whether an email is a spam or not. The thing is, in the traditional machine learning, we call it traditional centralized machine learning, is that all three key components, including the data, the computation, and the communication, are all on the same machine. So as you can see on the figure on the right-hand side, suppose like your laptop. So the centralized machine learning model, in this case, we mean that the data must be uploaded into the machine. Then the computation on the machine, it means this CPU or the GPU that will be used to run the machine learning model. And the communication here, so we mean it's just the I/O flows on the this laptop. So everything's good so far. It's very convenient to run machine learning model on a single machine like the laptop. But there's a big problem when you want to scale your model. So if you want to scale your model in order to perform a much complicated machine learning task, then you need to have big data. And you need to have a deep learning model. And in that case, a single machine is not enough. So it can run like forever in order to obtain a meaningful model. So therefore, we next consider a second scheme we call the distributed machine learning that's usually happen in data center or on the cloud. So as some of you have heard about data center but never got a chance to see what is the real data center, so take a look at the picture on the right. So as you can see, as you can understand, a data center like a big building that contains a lot of servers, like thousands of servers. So as you can see in the cursor, this is a rack of the server, which can contain tens of the server, and each of them, all of the server on the same rack, can be connected to the Wi-Fi. And then inter-rack communication is also connected by Wi-Fi. So what does it mean? It means the communication to transfer the data between the server is proceeded on very fast link. Right? And what is the benefit of having multiple machines on a single data center to perform machine learning? Well, you can exploit parallel computing. So it means each of the server, they can calculate their own model on their own data parallelly. So it can give us a big boost for scalable model. Right. So if you take a look at the picture below, so you see that each of this part can represent for one machine, and they have their own data here. Suppose they want all of them collaborate to learn a model using gradient descent. So here you see delta W here is the contribution of one of the machine, and all of them will contribute by sending their own model to the single reducer machine for the aggregation to update for the next model. So, but in this scheme of the distributed machine learning, one thing they have to do is to collect and process the data in advance. It means that the data should be collected and logged into the cloud. So what is the problem? So nowadays, there's a problem here is considering there's a billion of IoT and mobile devices that are produced, and they will generate a zillion bytes of the data. So according to the Cisco, by 2021, so the amount of the data that we generated at the network edge by those IoT and mobile devices will surpass the amount of data that is exchanged globally through the data center. Therefore, we call this, there is a paradigm shift in terms of big data generation and storage from large-scale data center to the edge network, which fuels the booming trend of what we call it intelligence at the edge, or edge AI. So take a look at the picture on the right. You can see here, this is one example of the edge server. Then in federated learning context, we can have several and a lot of clients. So this is one of the example of the client, another example of client, and we have 3 examples of the client. And each of the client, they can have their own data. Is the data here and the data here for 3 clients. And the concept of federated learning is that the client can collaborate with each other to learn a machine learning model without sending the data to the cloud or data center. So that is one benefit that boosts the intelligence at the edge and enhance the privacy of the data, is that federated learning scheme enable the collaboration between the client without sending the data to the centralized server. Okay, so in this slide, so let me illustrate to you a simple operation of a federated learning algorithm. So this server in the central, you can consider as the aggregation server. The purpose of federated learning is to learn a common model, which is called W. So you can understand simply that this W is the model of the machine learning model that the computer learn, and we use it for prediction. For example, the computer can use that model W, which actually is just a vector. Again, example of input is an image, then the algorithm will use this weight vector to predict the object in the image is whether a banana or an apple. So the purpose of this operation is to learn a good model. What does it mean, a good model? A good model means the good model can give a high accuracy prediction. All right? And then the algorithm to learn a good model is in an iterative manner. So what does it mean, iterative manner? So there's an exchange, mean many rounds of operations until there's a convergence. Here, the convergence means every client in the network agree that a common model W is good enough according to some criteria. All right. So here, the first step, the server will send the initialized global model to all client, and then each of the client will compute or run their computation to calculate their own model, their own local model and their own personalized model. Especially, that must be on their own data. Right? And then after learning the local model and also the personalized model, so each of the client will send their local and global local and personalized model to the aggregate server, so that the aggregated server will update for the global model and send back again. So you can see that the 3 steps will keep repeating until the convergence happens. So according to some criteria. Right. So what is the benefit of federated learning? So we just come to know that, well, one of the benefits is you don't have to send the data to the server, right? So what are the benefits? It's also cybersecurity is one of the top benefits of federated learning, because by eliminating the need of sending data to the cloud, federated learning can reduce the risk of personal or enterprise data that being intercepted, theft, or falsified. So let me give you an example. When processing security cameras with machine learning technique, we will employ federated learning to train the local models on the videos of each camera and sending only the local model to the cloud instead of sending the whole raw video file, and thus we can reduce the privacy risk. Another benefit of federated learning is in healthcare. For example, considering a rare disease. So with the rare disease, one hospital may only have a few samples of patients. Because it's a rare disease, so they don't have many patient data. And when you don't have enough data, so you cannot build an efficient machine learning model. Because machine learning needs data. But if we use federated learning, so we can enable the collaborative training between multiple hospitals. Think about like hundreds of hospitals can collaborate to build a single model. So each of the hospitals may have, like, let's say, tens of the data or hundreds of the data of the patient, of the rare disease, but by collaboration, and you can have a lot of data. And still, we have the benefit of, we don't have to send the sensitive data of the patient to any aggregated server, right? Because each of the hospitals can train their own model on their own data, local model. Another thing is the hospital also need to craft the personalized model that are stylized for their distinct data distribution and specification, right? Because the hospital can vary according to their location, according to such as like countries, and the ethnic. So the hospital needs a personalized model that well crafted for the data distribution of the patient. So another benefit of federated learning in technologies is, say, for example, an autonomous vehicle use case where with the traditional cloud learning involve large data transfer and slower learning pace, but with federated learning, it will allow autonomous vehicle not only to protect its user data privacy, but also act quickly and accurately on any on-road incident, reducing the accident and boosting safety. Okay. So according to Forbes.com, they consider the next generation of AI will concentrate in 3 technologies. That is, first is self-supervised learning. The second one is the federated learning. And the last one is the transformer architecture. So far, I just introduced to you a general view about federated learning and its benefit. From now on, I will talk more about our research, especially focusing on personalized federated learning. In this case, we try to answer the research question: how can we leverage the global model, which is very standard model in federated learning? The thing is, we think differently. We say, well, how can we leverage the global model to find a personalized model that is stylized for each client's of data? Let's go back to the example of hospital. Each of the hospital needs the personalized model, right? Because their data distribution can be different. So what we come up with is the formulation as an optimization problem, where we consider the global model, which is denoted by W here, is like a central point where all of the clients agree to meet, and the personalized model for each client I, denoted by theta I here, is the one where the client aims to, according to their data distribution. So W is the center point here, and theta I minus W is the direction that the client I will try to aim to find a personalized model that adapt to their data distribution. Because the data distribution of different clients will be different. So that is the problem formulation of our personalized federated learning with Morio envelope. So we have several key insights which give the benefit of this approach. First, with our approach, it can be agnostic to the inner optimizer. It minimizes the objective function of each client directly, and there is no high order of computation. For example, Hessian matrix is required. So let's review some of the literature related to the concept of personalization in federated learning. We have observed an increase of interest in personalized federated learning starting from last year. For example, there's some paper that is based on meta-learning, some example based on the mixing of local and global model to build a personalized model. Some paper try to define a unified model for personalized learning. Also, there are some other concepts of learning which somehow is very related to personalized federated learning, like multitask federated learning and meta-learning. Then we will move on to the algorithm design for our problem formulation. So the key operation is the same. So we also have the step of the server sampling the client update the personalized model and local model in 7 and 8, and then the server will aggregate the global model in step 10, and it keep repeated until the convergence. Right. So we also try to test our algorithm on several data sets, including the synthetic data set, the MNIST data set. We test it on two types of objective function. One is convex model, and the second one is non-convex objective function. We try to create a federated setting with 100 of clients for the synthetic data and 20 clients for the MNIST data, and we compare with other algorithms. And the experiment shows that the PFETME, which is proposed by our group, can perform very well and outperform other algorithms in the same context. And some of the research outcome of our group for this project is that we have several publications in top-tier conference in distributed computing and machine learning, and also some in top-notch journals in computer network and communication. So we also have some ongoing work related to several directions of federated learning research in our distributed computing, optimization, and learning group. We call it the dual group. So I finished my presentation here, and I welcome all of the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen, for sharing the priceless knowledge with us. It was an amazing session with full of knowledge. Thank you once again. Now the moment has come to add another golden feather to the head of knowledge in this AI forum. Allow me to introduce the next distinguished to honor us with her presence is machine learning expert, data science consultant, and PhD holder in Cambridge University, Dr. Minerva Singh. Her PhD was focused on implementing data science techniques for quantifying the impact of forest loss on tropical ecosystems. She has more than 10 years experience in conducting academic research and advising both non-governmental and industry stakeholders in data science, deep learning, and earth observation related topics. So she's also a well-known instructor in Udemy e-learning platform. Dr. Minerva?
Imagine a technology partner invested in your dreams, where we take the time to understand your aspirations and give you the opportunity to transform them into reality through disruptive innovation. We are Asiata Digital Labs. We are a team of IT professionals, data scientists, cloud solutions specialists, creative design engineers, spanning 7 global offices. We are enriching the lives of over 500 million people. We have successfully delivered projects globally, specializing in digital telco solutions, mobile money, fintech, IoT, AI, machine learning, data analytics, and self-care solutions. Using our expertise and domain knowledge, we have helped challenge the norms of industries and rewrite the rules of engagement. We provide our customers with agility. We provide them future-ready products now. Asiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Gonna be. There she goes, there she goes. Woo! 1019! That whale was first seen in 1988. We've been watching her for half her life. My job is the best job in the world. My name is Lisa Steiner. I'm a marine biologist. I've been studying the sperm whales in the Azores for the last 33 years. The Azores are pretty much on a line between New York and Lisbon, pretty much in the middle of the Atlantic. I live in Fayal, which is one of the islands of the Central Group. I'm probably one of the original sperm whale geeks, basically. The level of my techiness is probably a 1. The tail of sperm whale is kind of like a fingerprint. They have a distinct shape to each tail, and you can match them over time. I've been watching a few of the whales now for almost 35 years. We started with black and white film, and you just go along trying to find that match, and then you match them. So that's the same, you get the same marks. It's all very repetitive, which is one of the reasons why it's important to have a program that's doing it automatically. I think the whole idea of this project is to catch the public's imagination and get them submitting photos online. The link up between myself and Capgemini was pretty much luck. One of their employees came out here on an expedition and suggested that maybe they might try machine learning for sperm whale flukes. We have a meeting once a week, and I basically try and break it during the week, and then the guys go away and fix them.
Let's take a look at what the developers have produced over the last 7 days.
I tried to increase the usability by showing what we're doing in a video. Goes to match whales. Now the AI is computing the similarity of the new uploaded picture to all the pictures that we have in the database.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I can try it.
Machine learning for me is they've trained it to know what a tail is, what a tail looks like, to recognize the contour of the edge. It finds matches that, looking by eye, I would never find. All the information is in a database, so we can see where they've been, who they've been hanging out with, kind of what the social structure of the groups are, so you won't have to be a techie to use it. I told you it looked a bit like a tree trunk, and there it is, just floating at the surface. Okay, there goes the arch, so next time it's gonna dive. Everybody ready? And there it goes. There's nothing I'd rather be doing on a nice day, nice weather with nice whales. Although, when there's bad weather and no whales, I'd rather be in bed.
The true potential of limitless insights has been out of your reach. The constraints of 40 years of on-premises solutions have persisted in the cloud, making the data your business depends on disconnected, siloed, and too hard to unite. Imagine the possibilities if the barriers to acquiring, uniting, and securely sharing data disappeared. No such access has existed until now. Introducing the Snowflake Data Cloud. We have built a global data network where your business can reach previously unforeseen potential. In the Data Cloud, Snowflake handles any data workload with virtually unlimited scale and performance. It enables instant, governed, secure, and compliant data access. It delivers a single experience no matter where data lives, no matter where you are. Across your business, across your ecosystem of suppliers, partners, customers, and with the thousands of organizations that operate in the Data Cloud, Snowflake unlocks the true potential of data, so you can uncover a new horizon of vast insights. Mobilize data like never before. Join the Data Cloud. Snowflake.
When you can go from sun-kissed to mountain mist in just 4 hours, that's so Sri Lanka.
When dolphins and whales swim around you all year so you can visit them at any time, that's so Sri Lanka.
When a bicycle ride in the countryside is one long roadside party of board games, quirky friends, and the world's best cup of tea.
Welcome back. So as I said, now the moment has come to add another golden feather to the hat of knowledge in this AI forum. Allow me to introduce our next keynote speaker. Her PhD was focused on implementing data science techniques for quantifying the impact of forest loss on tropical ecosystems. She has more than 10 years experience in conducting academic research and advising both non-governmental and industry stakeholders in data science, deep learning, and Earth observation related topics. She's also a well-known instructor in Udemy e-learning platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome machine learning expert, data science consultant, and PhD holder in Cambridge University, Dr. Minerva Singh. Over to you, Doctor.
Hello. I hope everyone can hear me. Good morning. I mean, it's morning for me. And now I'm going to just continue and I'm going to introduce you to artificial intelligence, what it is and how and what the impacts it's made on different fields. And finally, coming over to some of its latest and most novel applications in the field of conservation. So, artificial intelligence is taking over the world. The first time when I was introduced to artificial intelligence, I had no way of knowing that it was going to dominate my life so substantially. It was back in the mid-90s when IBM's Deep Blue computer stunned the world by becoming the first machine to beat a chess champion, and the person who was beaten was Garry Kasparov. He had defeated Deep Blue back in 1989. I have no awareness of that. I was too small. But in the 1990s, it was big news. Even as a child, I remember it. And IBM was initially accused of cheating. So, but that wasn't true. And from that point onwards, artificial intelligence has been growing by leaps and bounds. And before I continue, there are some common terms that are tossed about, and I want to just deconstruct them so that you know how these things, they stand with respect to each other. So we have things like artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, data science. And before I continue, 2 decades on, artificial intelligence is still at it. And now we have Google's AlphaGo program, which managed to defeat the world #1 in the game of Go. And AlphaGo's triumph represents the development of real artificial intelligence by a machine that can recognize patterns and learn the best way to respond to them. My work is not similar to what they do in AlphaGo, but essentially this artificial intelligence has this uncanny ability to recognize patterns, which makes it so important for the different fields. So now, how do machine learning, artificial intelligence, and deep learning tie in? So artificial intelligence is this all-encompassing field, and even machine learning that I focus a lot on is a part of that. Data science has a partial overlap with it because even statistical models are a part of data science, and some people insist that's not artificial intelligence, but deep learning certainly is a subset of machine learning. And what deep learning and a lot of these models like the AlphaGo model and all the models that I'll talk about in coming up, they aim to mimic the activity in the layers of neurons in the neurocortex, the thinking part of the brain. And we human beings, we are the best pattern recognition machine out there. And that's what we try to teach machines to do. Machines and computers or even Internet of Things devices to do, to recognize the patterns the way we do. So in 2012, finally a breakthrough arrived. A neural network of 16,000 computer processes with 1 billion connectors browsed YouTube, and they took 10 million thumbnail images. And then it was seen if they could recognize new objects, and without any prior training, this AI system managed to recognize a cat, and that's huge. And these are the kind of pattern recognition abilities, deep learning, artificial intelligence through deep learning, that's what we get. But you must be wondering, why should I care about machines recognizing cats? AI applications, they have massive applications in the field of data science, for example, for detecting cancer. So when it comes down to the field of cancer detection, Google's deep learning algorithm was taught to examine the images at different magnifications. It was similar to how pathologists examine slides. And the algorithm's first test showed that Liana was able to correctly distinguish a slide with cancer from a slide without a slide, and it did so with 99% accuracy, even when the regions were too small to be detected by pathologists. So this is a huge leap in the area of deep learning and what it can do for us. Now there have been other medical applications, like for example, an AI model learns to detect skin cancer and was able to do it with 95% more accuracy than dermatologists. And even malignant pleural mesothelioma has been detected with 97.7% accuracy. So again, artificial intelligence has been progressing leaps and bounds in the medical arena. And right now we have been hit by, we all know we are in the middle of the COVID crisis, and it's something, again, artificial intelligence, it hasn't made a huge amount of impact in the COVID world so far, but again, it's still being accepted. At least the World Health Organization does recognize this recognizes artificial intelligence as a way of identifying the best vaccine combinations. And artificial intelligence, it remains a core technology of the fourth industrial revolution. And again, it can help overcome health crises. And of course, there are issues concerning fairness, reliability, accountability. But again, the automation capabilities that we can get from artificial intelligence can be a boon to the medical world. Again, outside the medical arena, you have artificial intelligence being used hugely in the financial world, in financial fraud detection. And for example, we have 49%, according to PricewaterhouseCoopers, we have 49% of global organizations which say that they've faced frauds. And 22% say they're deriving value from pattern recognition technologies and combating frauds. And 11% are using artificial intelligence. So clearly the penetration of artificial intelligence in fraud detection seems to be limited, but again, given the kind of massive damage that things like fraud cause to our lives, I think it's a huge step forward. For example, someone had created a custom AI sensor, and it's a proximity sensor for tracking employee-contractor relations. So again, with this custom AI sensor, Facebook activity between employee, family, friends, and contract can be monitored. Financial transactions are monitored. Visits of the contractor to the employee are monitored. Past history can be monitored. 1 second, I need to. And employee travel, co-location of employee with respect to the contract, duration and frequency of the calls with contractor. So again, with custom AI sensor creation, it can sort of, as the world moves to more flexible patterns of working, contracting and subcontracting, artificial intelligence can really come in handy. And by coming in handy, what they can do is, facilitate, especially when you don't have desk staff, it can facilitate much more easier working relations, especially when we live in the world of, work from home, flexi working, and so on. But obviously, it is sensors like these which also raise fundamental questions about the issues of privacy, and do we want to be monitored by machines all the time? And that may explain at some level the kind of interest cryptography and cryptocurrencies are receiving in the present time, because while artificial intelligence wants to do everything from monitor your Facebook activity to the duration and frequency of calls, the crypto world does the opposite. It tries to give you privacy, tries to protect your privacy, and so on. So again, that's just off the cuff, but I can see where that trend may be coming from. So now I'll come to my favorite topic, and that is applications, which is saving endangered species. Okay, now it's going beyond saving endangered species. It's even saving endangered habitats, and that's an application one of my students and I have been working on. That's not something I'm going to discuss right here because that's work in progress, but I'm going to discuss topics similar to what all of us are trying to do. But let's just talk about some very important developments. So the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, that's a very, very important journal. And that published a paper, with all the canines barred and whatnot. And it was back in 2018, as you can see, and it pertained to automated animal identification. So researchers from a plethora of universities, Wyoming, Auburn, Harvard, Oxford, Minnesota, Uber AI Labs, they developed an accurate method for automating animal identification from camera trap images. So camera trap images are typically placed in say you would place a camera trap image in a protected area or a wildlife sanctuary, something like the Kruger National Park, and the research did take place in the Kruger National Park. And what it does is that it takes pictures of your animals. So, you can, using those, you know what species are present in your study area, what kind of abundances they have, and so on. But right now, they just looked at camera, took a photo. It's like, suppose I was to take a photo of a duck on my phone, and deep learning was used to obtain 96.6% accuracy for species identification. So deep neural networks, and what they used for deep neural networks, they could successfully identify, count, and describe images in in the camera trap photos. So again, as you can see, these were gazelles, and they were able to match the human accuracy. So again, we have the human answer. So it compared it to the human response. So human beings thought 8 impalas were standing. Okay, I don't see all 8 impalas here. There are 4 of them standing and eating. The model answer did the same. It identified 8 impalas. I still don't see, okay, we can see 4, but you can see something that's not obvious to us right away from this image. I just see the top 4 impalas here. Well, it could identify all 8. And not only did it count it better than I did in this image, it also could tell me it was standing and it was eating. I may beg to disagree here because this fellow doesn't seem to be eating, but at any rate, I think it's still a brilliantly accurate system. And we have the identification, we have the counts, and the model identified the additional attributes, and it assigned some confidence intervals to that. So again, like, it's 100% confident that there's no interaction, and everyone seems to be minding their own business and no babies. So again, when it comes down to monitoring species, not just counting them, but monitoring their behavior, I think artificial intelligence has already proven to be extremely powerful. Now, very recently in 2020, again, this is work under progress. Artificial intelligence has been used in marine habitats and to monitor fisheries. And monitoring fisheries is extremely, well, at some levels it's more complicated than counting impalas because, okay, I need to go back, sorry. Yeah, because here you can see it's a very clear kind of, the Kruger National Park, it's a very clear kind of an ecosystem. You can clearly see this is the greenery, this is the vegetation, and this is an animal. I mean, unless an animal is heavily camouflaged, you can see that this is definitely some kind of an animal, possibly a deer or, a large herbivore. And then it comes down to teaching your computer to do the same using deep neural networks as they did. But in marine habitats, these are turbid habitats. They're extremely turbid habitats. So if you ever jump into an ocean or a sea, or you try to take a photo, you may not get that National Geographic level clarity. And in this image, we don't get that National Geographic level clarity. And what they were trying to do was to monitor fisheries by accurately detecting a fish species. And I think you can see the outlines show that they managed to identify the outlines of the fish from within different habitats. And the issue that you face is that, and artificial intelligence is doing a robust job of handling something known as domain shift, where the data the model has been trained on, say, seagrass habitats, is not accurate enough representation of the data it is asked to predict on. And this also plays into a fundamental problem with deep learning models, because a lot of times what we do is we use transfer learning. Using transfer learning, is, well, as common as, frankly, drinking a cup of coffee in the morning, at least in my line of work, transfer learning is your go-to. I mean, very few people start training their deep learning models from the bottom up. And typically with transfer learning, you have this big, beautiful deep learning model, which is trained on existing set of, on some other data set. So for example, you may end up training a marine deep learning model on 20,000 seagrass habitat images. And when you want to translate it on to reef habitats, that may not work. And that's the problem with domain shift that they're trying to address. And obviously, this domain shift problem may be an issue with other fields as well. But, you know, that's one of the things that gets in the way, that potentially gets in the way of transfer learning. And the models that they have been using and we have been using is something known as UNet, which has been, it was initially developed for biomedical image segmentation. So deep learning models are really transferable. So something that came from the biomedical domain is now being used in conservation and other areas as well. And it's a full convolution network. And basically it was, the idea is to, they carry out, to extract additional levels of features in the upsampling part, and this allows greater contextual information to be propagated, and which explains. So with convolutional neural networks, the whole purpose of convolutions is to extract features, and so once you extract the features, then you can, you know, carry out your classifications. But here, it's from what the literature tells us that UNets, they try to identify more contextual information. And certainly we seem to be having more luck with mangrove modeling using UNets. So yes, coming on to that, we have habitat monitoring. Again, deep learning models are being used for habitat monitoring, and there's a full-on tool, there's a full-on deep learning model for that. It's called HabitatNet, and it carries out segmentation of habitat images using deep learning. And this one came up in 2019, and it's already been used for large-scale processing of forestry data. So in this case, you had like different canopy images and understory images under different lighting conditions, and the HabitatNet model was used to help identify, you know, to sort of distinguish between the different components of the forest architecture. And again, HabitatNet segmentation is a very powerful deep learning model. However, we are using UNet for the reasons I described before, that when the convolutions, they extract the features, they extract contextual information. So we were trying to distinguish, we still are trying to distinguish mangroves from water bodies, from rice paddies, and so far we have obtained accuracies of greater than 90%. And with that, we are trying to monitor mangrove loss in areas around Thailand and how mangroves are being encroached upon, say, human agriculture. And right from the top, mangroves and agriculture looks pretty similar, but with the contextual information and the kind of features that are extracted by UNet, we are getting more accurate results than we did with HabitatNet segmentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Dr. Minerva, it was a wonderful session. Thank you so much, Dr. Minerva, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. So moving on, now it's time for another panel discussion on maximizing the potential of AI in your daily operations.
Sure. I'll be happy to take questions if you like.
There's no questions appears from the audience at the moment, Dr. Minerva.
Sure. If someone wants to have questions, obviously you can email me later on. I'll be happy to answer questions via email.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Great.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much once again. So, as I said, it's time for a
We are Asiata Digital Labs. We are a team of IT professionals, data scientists, cloud solutions specialists, creative design engineers, spanning 7 global offices. We are enriching the lives of over 500 million people. We have successfully delivered projects globally, specializing in digital telco solutions, mobile money, fintech, IoT, AI, machine learning, data analytics, and self-care solutions. Using our expertise and domain knowledge, we have helped challenge the norms of industries and rewrite the rules of engagement. We provide our customers with agility. Now, Asiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Who's this gonna be? There she goes, there she goes. Woo! 1019! That whale was first seen in 1988. We've been watching her for half her life. My job is the best job in the world. My name is Lisa Steiner. I'm a marine biologist. I've been studying the sperm whales in the Azores for the last 33 years. The Azores are pretty much on a line between New York and Lisbon, pretty much in the middle of the Atlantic. I live in Fayal, which is one of the islands of the Central Group. I'm probably one of the original sperm whale geeks, basically. The level of my techiness is probably a 1. The tail of sperm whale is kind of like a fingerprint. They have a distinct shape to each tail, and you can match them over time. I've been watching a few of the whales now for almost 35 years. We started with black and white film, and you just go along trying to find that match, and then you match them. So that's the same, we got the same marks. It's all very repetitive, which is one of the reasons why it's important to have a program that's doing it automatically. I think the whole idea of this project is to catch the public's imagination and get them submitting photos online. The link up between myself and Capgemini was pretty much luck. One of their employees came out here on an expedition and suggested that maybe they might try machine learning for sperm whale flukes. We have a meeting once a week, and I basically try and break it during the week, and then the guys go away and fix them.
Let's take a look at what the developers have produced over the last 7 days.
I tried to increase the usability by showing what we're doing in a video. Goes to match whales. Now the AI is computing the similarity of the new uploaded picture to all the pictures that we have in the database.
Yep, I think that makes sense.
I can try it.
Machine learning for me is they've trained it to know what a tail is, what a tail looks like, to recognize the contour of the edge. It finds matches that, looking by eye, I would never find. All the information is in a database, so we can see where they've been, who they've been hanging out with, kind of what the social structure of the groups are, so you won't have to be a techie to use it. I told you it looked a bit like a tree trunk, and there it is, just floating at the surface. Okay, there goes the arch, so next time it's gonna dive. Everybody ready? And there it goes. There's nothing I'd rather be doing on a nice day, nice weather with nice whales. Although, when there's bad weather and no whales, I'd rather be in bed.
The true potential of limitless insights has been out of your reach. The constraints of 40 years of on-premises solutions have persisted in the cloud, making the data your business depends on disconnected, siloed, and too hard to unite. Imagine the possibilities if the barriers to acquiring, uniting, and securely sharing data disappeared. No such access has existed until now. Introducing the Snowflake Data Cloud. We have built a global data network where your business can reach previously unforeseen potential. In the Data Cloud, Snowflake handles any data workload with virtually unlimited scale and performance. Governed, secure, and compliant data access. It delivers a single experience no matter where data lives, no matter where you are. Across your business, across your ecosystem.
Welcome back. So after listening to a fruitful speech from Dr. Minerva, we would like to move on to another panel discussion on maximizing the potential of AI in your daily operations, which provides panelists the opportunity to share and discuss on AI success stories implemented by their companies, its benefit, challenges, problem statements before implementation, metrics improved, tracking of daily operations, and how the project was implemented. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. Start with Global Technology Entrepreneur, Ambassador at TM Forum, AI Big Data Analytics, CX, Smart Cities, and Innovation, Professor Paul Morrissey, who is going to join with us again. And Head of Data Analytics at ADA, Simon Samuel, and Chief Information Officer at Smart Asiata, Kalyan Akutani, Senior Solution Consultant, Sunshine Conversations at Sendesk, Stephen Filipsi. With that note, let me hand over the platform to our moderator, Chief Data Scientist at Asiata, Dr. Kiratpal Singh, or in short, we call him Dr. K. Dr. K, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Ridmi. Hello, everyone. Hope that we will have a great session this afternoon. So I really have a great guest here, esteemed guest. So I would like to start this session with just some warm-up questions. And of course, we are also expecting the audience to please provide your questions and we will answer them as we go along. So this topic, basically, we want to discuss is on maximizing the potential of AI in your daily operation. So we have 4 different panelists from different organizations. I will just call upon Kalyan. Perhaps you can share the most beneficial AI success case that your company, which is Smart Exeta, has implemented, whereby you improve daily operation and performance. So feel free, what was your best success story that you want to, share. We will really love to hear that. And then I'll move on to the other panelists to hear their success story. So Kalyan, I'm passing it over to you, and and maybe you can introduce a bit about what you do, your role over there, and it would be great for the audience to know and get that sharing.
Hi, Doctor. Okay. Hi, everybody. Okay, I'm Kalyan Achutuni. I am Chief Information Officer of Smart Exeta, one of the mainstream, of course, in Exeta Group. Kirat, coming back to your question, okay, one of the most successful use case we have implemented is proactive monitoring of applications. This we have done across both our IT and network domains. Yeah, one of the major problem statement has always been in terms of a reactive approach to the application instances. So we went ahead in terms of using AI predominantly in terms of the application monitoring, and it's been quite a successful use case at Smart Axiata. Kirat, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, great to hear that. Professor Paul, you have a lot of experience working with different companies and also an ambassador with TM Forum. Perhaps you can share what was your most success use case or user story that you can share with us here today.
Hi, Kiran, how are you? And hello to everybody else on the call and in the audience. It's very interesting. I deal with telcos, opcos, and other businesses globally putting AI into operations. And as you know, at TM Forum, we try to put some global best practice around that. So what's the most successful will be a really, really difficult question. But I can tell you what was the first one that I saw put into operations, which gave a real benefit to a business. And that was an example of using, I suppose, visual learning, or sort of the application of looking at video for a business case. And it was put in place by a telco, actually, in Hong Kong, who were doing some experimentation. This all starts from experimentation. All AI, really, and all these use cases are experiments in how we can utilize this technology. And they had a part of their business which was monitoring through their cameras security in different places around Hong Kong. And they kept getting false positives, and people get called out because they thought somebody was breaking into properties, especially schools. And they were very worried about how they could actually trigger those call-outs. We call them in the telco business truck rolls. In other words, somebody had to go and do something, and very often they got there and there was nothing going wrong. So they put some visual learning in place through these cameras, and realized what was going on was that it was not people who were breaking into school playgrounds, and it wasn't people that were moving into these schools. In fact, what it was movement detection, but it was animals. So there were, dogs and cats and snakes coming across the playground, which was triggering an alarm through the monitoring systems, which actually then triggered a truck roll. So their implementation was to do some visual monitoring, do some deep learning we talked about that during a few of these talks that we've had this morning, deciding whether it was a person that was doing something or whether it was an animal. And that reduced their truck rolls by 85%. So a real big monetization benefit for the business.
Very interesting, Professor Paul. Moving on to Simon, who's the head of analytics at Axiata Digital Advertising. Perhaps you can share something interesting from your perspective.
Yes, sure. So, hi everyone. I'm Simon, from ADA. For those of you who don't know ADA, we're a data and AI company, but really developed out of a digital marketing part of Axiata. So similar sort of footprint to Axiata, so 10 countries. One of our key challenges was we've got lots of data at ADA, and our colleagues in the marketing services team, so they're the people that generate all the adverts that you see on Facebook, Google, and so on. What they need to understand, just consumer behavior. Where do people live? Where do people shop? Are they loyal to Starbucks or CBTL? What do they interest? Do they play golf on the weekends? Do they go to the gym in the evenings? We have this data. The challenge we had 2 years ago at ADA was how do we easily give this insight to non-data people? At that time, They used to come to the data analytic team. We'd spend a week analysing some of that data, and then we'd present that back in a PowerPoint deck. Very inefficient, very slow process, and we missed lots of opportunities as a result of that. So what we developed was a tool called the Consumer Insight Explorer. So that tool provided a simple way for non-technical people to access that data and access insights. So that's 350 million consumers, 450,000 apps, 8 million places of interest. So complex data sets, but we try to simplify this as much as possible so they could easily create audiences. I want to target affluent people who go to Burger King. It takes them 2 minutes to do that. Before it was 2 weeks. So this is how we've driven this value, democratizing data and insights to our marketing services colleagues.
Interesting. Stephen, since you are the senior consultant at Sunshine Conversation of Zendesk, could you share your success story?
Of course, Dr. K. And hello to all the panelists and to the audience today. Good to be joining everyone. So just to quickly give you an intro into my role at Zendesk. Zendesk is traditionally a software company that has provided a state-of-the-art sort of help desk for customer service, specifically for support agents to handle sort of inbound ticket inquiries and so on. So our industry focuses very much on the customer, and it's a great sort of segue from Simon's sort of use case around understanding your customer, having the insights of your customer, because that's ultimately what support agents are looking to do in their actions. They're looking to essentially help customers with their problems. So Sunshine Conversations is the messaging platform that Zendesk acquired to expand their help desk services beyond the traditional email, live chat channels into these new modern day rich messaging channels, whether that be the social channels through your social messaging platforms or mobile apps or websites and so on. So with the expansion into new sort of engagement channels for customers, suddenly you have more data being collected and essentially data that can be leveraged off. So that's where chatbots come into the world for me. Chatbots are essentially one application of AI that is very prevalent in my industry, and it's mainly sort of intended to be used to understand two things: the intent and the sentiment of customers' inquiries. So intent detection largely focusing on understanding why a end user is sending a message. So what is the nature of their inquiry, and hence what are they looking to achieve? Also, how sort of happy or sad are they at this point in time? Are they ready to, are they already frustrated with the business, or are they just looking to get more out of the services that they're already using? This sort of data is essentially what our chatbots or our partner chatbots, because Zendesk has released a bot marketplace where a bunch of chatbot platforms have integrated into our conversational platform to essentially do these sort of AI analytics on the incoming message payloads. So this is one of the most sort of prevalent use cases within the customer service industry, within my world, and ultimately, one of the sort of key applications of AI today. Obviously, it comes with a whole bunch of challenges, but Dr. K, I'm sure you're going to sort of get us to that point. So I'm going to hand it back over to you, and then obviously happy to elaborate on any of those points specifically from there.
Thanks, Stephen. Now I'll go back to the discussion of there are some companies who wanted to start with AI, and they feel like, it's not that easy. Sometimes the data is not being there. And how do you address these challenges? And perhaps you can share what kind of strategy that you had in mind to actually implement the use cases or any other use cases for an organization like yours. Could you share those challenges and what are the advices that companies that want to embark in implementations like this? So can I call upon Kalyan to share this?
So I think when you speak about AI, data becomes the key in driving the AI use cases. So getting the information from all those sources at single place to be available on right time, okay, and the right information, I think that fundamentally drives the overall adoption of the AI use cases. So as an organization, when we started on the journey of the data, I think the first step we have taken is in terms of coming up with a consolidated data strategy across network data as well as IT data. I think it's easy to get carried away in terms of doing experimentations, understanding, and moving forward with silo data lakes. So I think we take a conscious call in this regards, okay, and we went forward with one single true enterprise data lake strategy, bringing all the needed data to one place. I think that's the first step we went forward with. The second thing is, of course, in terms of making sure this data is kind of consolidated in a right way from a single source of truth standpoint to be available in terms of implementing the use cases. So first, make sure the fundamentals are right in terms of the data, make sure the data integrity is taken care of and data availability is there on time. Okay, so then that eases the way in terms of the overall use cases implementation. So I think we need to go through the journey at first place, okay, before starting with the AI use cases. That's been a significant learning for us last 2 years. Kirat.
That's great. That's great to know that you guys have gone to a certain level, and I've heard that you guys have done quite a lot of interesting use cases. Professor Paul, from your consulting perspective and advising various different companies out there, could you share what are some of the key points or important aspects that any company would want to consider to venture into maximizing the potential of AI?
Let me get off mute. Thank you for that. Yeah, this is an interesting journey, and use cases are interesting as well. I think most of the people on this call know that I do other things besides AI and telecommunications. I'm a venture capitalist, and I actually invest in very early stage businesses. And I always start, when I start with a business, I always say to them, you know, what's the problem you are trying to solve? And is that problem solvable with the use case and what you have at the moment? And that usually starts with validating that the use case is needed by somebody else. So I took that type of thinking and moved that into the telco domain. And we've been exploring that at TM Forum now for probably 8 or 9 months. And we've developed a tool which is called the AI Canvas. And it's a specific tool called IG1238. Now, the AI Canvas effectively explores the use case and actually makes it very, very aligned to a business purpose. And that's really the key to this, is making sure that you're addressing a problem that's worth solving and is in alignment with your business objectives, your business strategy. Kalyan, very, very true that, you know, having the data in a place where it can be examined is absolutely fundamental to this. So if you try and do a use case and you realize that your data is not in a state that can be used for that use case, don't start it. So this AI Canvas is something that we look at very early on within any use case that we're going to put AI against. There's about 12 different areas, and there's a flow chart that goes through these areas, which actually examines things like business purpose, ethics, where's the data coming from, what models am I using, what's the capability that I have inside my organization to accept a change which may be needed at a cultural level to make sure my use case is successful. We do this very, very early on in a use case development. It's almost a business case. And we look at whether it's financially viable, whether we're doing something. Let's think about churn, for instance. is, if we put an implementation in for churn management, are we getting from that particular use case the value that we need to be putting things into it? So it's an examination of early stage use case development before you get going. So effectively, is it a problem worth solving for my organization? And we pull together what we call a validation committee. It's not just one person. It's not somebody in the data science department who decides, here's a nice problem, I've got a lot of data, I could explore this, and there could be a really good experimentation of mathematics or statistics. Well, I call that intellectual gymnastics, because it doesn't do anything for the business. It may be a very, very interesting use case, and that data scientist may be absolutely passionate about solving it. But if it doesn't have a business purpose, go and do that at university. Don't do it inside SMART. Don't do it inside ADA, because we are running businesses here. And that business is really important for us. And that's why we've all got jobs. And so that is really my starting point. And the other thing you've got to look at is, what are the risks in that use case? Is there a risk here that I'm doing something, for instance, looking at customer data, and we're trying to solve problems for customers that are not really the problem, the intent that the customer came with. So experimenting with that AI canvas, as we call it, early on, I think is essential.
Thanks for the insight, Professor Paul. I know I'm working very closely with you on this AI canvas and a few others. We're working on some projects. Can you explain a bit how, if somebody wants to get access to the canvas, they just go to TM Forum? Probably I'll just give you about half a minute to tell how somebody can download it, and I assume it's available for anyone out there, right? So could you elaborate a bit on that?
It is available. It's what we call in TM Forum a public asset. TM Forum is a non-for-profit organization which most of the world's telcos are members of. In fact, I think at the last count, there were 85 or 86% of the world telcos that are members of TM Forum. And it's a non-for-profit, and what they do is they actually try and articulate best practice. So these assets, these public assets, are available at tmforum.org, and there's a search bar, and if you go into IG 1238, you will be exposed to the AI canvas. And please download it, be critical of it. All science is a question of experimentation, and we become better by experimenting and pushing the boundaries. So I welcome anybody who has comments, who wants to put the thing in there, to welcome that on as a way of getting involved.
Thanks, Professor Paul. Yeah, for all those who are interested, I can see that there are a lot of other best practices documents and standards on TM Forum. Please feel free to visit and see if anything benefits you all. So we'll move to Simon. Probably you can share some of the best practices, strategy, or whatever tools that you think can bring up to your success AI use cases that you shared earlier. Move on to you, Simon.
And to be honest, I'd echo Professor Paul. It all has to start with the business problem you're trying to solve. There's lots of good data scientists, PhDs, who are really good at developing great, complex stuff. But I've been running data science teams now for 25 years, and my experience is the complex quickly gets turned off. Applying data science in a simplistic way to address key business challenges is fundamental. So start with the business challenge and then work your way back to the models and the data. And have a look as well to see how data and AI can transform business models. Just some of my backgrounds back in the UK, we were looking to see how we could increase margin on our unsecured loan products. And the way we drove significant benefits, and it's about $50 million a year, was not trying to solve how we optimize the product price, but then how do we price at a customer level? The data and AI and machine learning enabled us to change the business model and apply the the logic, the models in a different way. So it understands the business model. And for me, the data is far more important than the machine learning. If I could invest next to $1,000 in or $100,000 in data scientists or data, I'd go for the data every time.
Thanks, Simon, for the insight. Stephen, from your side, any best practices, strategy sharing?
Yeah, so absolutely. Also, obviously on the same page, 100%. It all starts with a business problem and building off that. But essentially, just to come back to your sort of question around initially some of the sort of challenges faced to deploy some of these solutions in my space. So I think, as everyone's alluded to, in order to do any of this sort of smart automation, essentially, you know, the AI in terms of your natural language processing and then being able to do self-service or a sort of ticket deflection or inbound inquiry deflection, all of that requires integrated systems. And I'd say that is definitely still one of our biggest sort of challenges to deploy AI, is to integrate multiple different back-end systems. As much as we are consolidating a lot of sort of support, sales, and marketing type platforms all into a central system, there's still a lot of segmentation happening at the moment, whether that be across your booking, payment, ordering systems, delivery systems, all of those different back-end systems that essentially are now coming out or coming out as sort of off-the-shelf connectors into these AI canvases that you talk about. You know, a lot of these sort of bot platforms, it's definitely starting to help with the ability to have integrated systems connected quite quickly and sort of have the agility to change these AI models with multiple systems feeding data into the sort of workflow. I think the platforms are actually starting to get to a very mature point now. I think one of the biggest challenges that we still face, though, is just the sort of familiarity with these platforms. And I think it's just a matter of time. I think with time, we will have a lot of people building workflows, getting used to these sort of canvases of how you integrate multiple systems, what sort of nodes are used to process inputs and everything, so that you can actually have flexible models that even smaller businesses can adopt. I think we're getting closer and closer to that sort of point in time now, having had a lot of these sort of challenges ironed out. But yeah, I would say that was something that I really wanted to sort of touch on as something that I've experienced, is that these sort of workflow automation tools and platforms, chatbot platforms, if you would like, they're an abstraction or an abstract level of some of the services that cloud computing unlocked for us a few years ago. We're now seeing this new sort of layer of technology, of a platform that is essentially giving us this capability to build these AI canvases. And that's what I'm seeing as very exciting sort of changes in my industry, in my space, because that's where I can actually see the AI being used with these new channels and all those back-end systems to collect the data.
You talked about challenges, Stephen. Maybe I'll ask another question based on challenges. What are the other type of use cases that you have attempted, but it's still not able to be done? And maybe if you can list some of that interesting one and why, and how would you do it differently?
Cool, I would love to. So I would say for me, as I mentioned, I'm very much focused on the emerging new sort of modern messaging channels. So moving away from your traditional email sort of channels and more into your WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook Messenger, all of these new sort of channels. So that just means what we're doing is we are creating new data sources for the AI to run on, right? Now, that's all good, but if we have to consume a different API for every new channel, this is going to create a whole nother complexity to connect it into a an AI canvas. So one of the things that the messaging platform of Zendesk has gotten really well, or done really well, is unified these channels into a single object, which is called a conversation. And as soon as we have done something like that, we're already starting to structure the data to be fed into these AI canvases. So this conversation model is, I wouldn't say a new thing, but it's only really starting to take impact and have impact on the industry today. So, for example, some of the use cases that I would love to see sort of deployed require these different channels, but they also require these AI canvases. And I think that for me, the challenge today is still that not enough people are familiar with the AI canvas to be able to quickly build things like as they need. So you may have, grads coming out of uni that are quick and smart with the technology, but they don't necessarily have the familiarity of the business systems or the business processes. So you almost have sort of different siloed knowledge pools within the business. And I think that is the challenge I'm seeing at the moment. As soon as we start getting to a point where the knowledgeable people in a business also have the ability to build the model themselves, is when we're going to really be able to see that business impact coming through strongly.
Interesting. I would move on to Simon, since you are heading Exeta digital advertising. What happens if there are more restriction coming on privacy, GDPR, and limiting of consumer data? Do you think it will affect some of your upcoming AI projects? Probably you can shed us some light. What do you think in the near future? What will happen to the uses of more AI, especially in advertising and similar type of digitalized industries?
Yes, because at ADA we do rely heavily on identifiers such as the IFA, so the unique identifier from your mobile phone. So obviously, that's not just regulation, but it's the impacts of policy around what iOS or Apple are doing. So we've been threatened from lots of different areas, and the impact has been material, perhaps not as big as we anticipated a few months ago. However, what we are looking at is different ways to manage our data and develop business models. So we are at ADA working a lot closer with first-party data. So we're developing a lot of initiatives around MarTech and some of the capability of working with our clients directly on their data. So it's trying to, for us, we'll still be utilizing and bringing our third-party data to drive better solutions. But for us, the sweet spot's around integrating first and third-party data. So even though third-party data might diminish, we still believe there's lots of opportunity there by working closer on the first-party data.
That's good to know. And Kalyan, from smart perspective, in terms of IT, managing daily operations, how do you see AI helping in terms of improving your metrics of what you are actually measuring? Maybe you can share, is there any other automation, or is there any leap of improvement in the metrics? Because previously, before using AI, I'm sure you guys were doing reporting, which are probably, maybe on a weekly basis, on a monthly, and now with AI. Can you share some light on that?
Yeah, I think it has a significant impact in terms of how we are running our day-to-day operations, right? Okay, for example, if I take the way we structured our DevOps, and we are running on one single API layer platform where all the external and internal applications hinges onto. So we are using the ELK analytics from an AI standpoint, okay, and it's kind of giving us real-time insights on API performance, application performance. So I think this has completely shifted the way we used to work earlier. Okay, it's more of a complaint based in terms of application working or not working. But what we are having now is real-time insights in terms of the performance going down to the time it takes for an API to perform, okay, the number of errors, types of errors, okay, and the applications it is getting impacted. So I think it has completely changed the way we work from reactive to a complete proactive. Okay, so that's one thing which has had a significant impact in terms of the customer experience, okay, and because this eventually had reduced the number of downtimes, okay, and we are able to kind of identify things proactively, a complete visibility in terms of application performance. Now we are going to the next step of integrating this with the incident management so that whenever we get an incident, okay, we just want to make sure that we are able to track the incident in a proactive manner from usage of the AI, okay, which we are running on the ELK stack.
Okay, great. And Professor Paul, I think, I've been hearing about AI from 4 to 5 years. People are talking about it aggressively, and you've been going on as a consultant with the different organization industries. Do you think that what's being planned for the roadmap of AI, is it moving as it should be, or do you think that there is a way that we can expedite it? Through collaboration between industries.
Well, a very interesting question, and I'll come to that in a couple of seconds, because you asked a question at the beginning of this, which was really sparked my interest. And that was, can you tell us about some AI failures or things that didn't work? And I'm not going to start about, sort of things that chatbots have started going on about other entities. But very often AI fails before it becomes a business practice, and it fails early, and we should be failing it early because there's no demonstrable business benefit. But the pure examination of that use case or that entity is really, really important. So if we take time to explore a use case and we come across something which stops it working, let's say we explore this use case, we think it's great, but it stops working because, we can't do that because of GDPR, or because of another regulation, or because we haven't got that capability inside our organization. That examination of that use case is really, really important. And so what we should be doing is building up a taxonomy of use cases, so we know where a use case is, we know where it sits, we've identified it, we've given it a name, and we put it into a box which says, not yet. But we've done a lot of it before we get to that box. And having that, the ability to open that box and examine that box, like we examine the library, is very, very important, because it's something that we thought was a business, but now the impediment has disappeared. So when you're doing an AI canvas, one of the first things you do is actually give the use case a name which you can go back and search. Now, I know that Kalyan and I have worked on this for a while, and Smart are really looking at a knowledge base that they can actually go back and see things they've done before, which they may not be completely familiar with. So once you look at a use case, if you know where it sits and you know you've done something before, it's very, very interesting to be able to go back and pull that knowledge base. But AI running a knowledge base within an organization, whether it be Zendesk, whether it be ADA, or whether it be Smart, or any organization, is to me an essential part of how we maximize AI going forward. So sorry to digress there. That was just something I wanted to pick up on. But your view of what's next and how do we move forward? So we all know, if we've done any reading around AI, that there are lots of AI winters. It's been around since the 1950s, and people have taken it to a point, and then it's had an impediment and it can't be used. So a bit like the use case. We're now being able to use AI because we've got some really interesting attributes. We've got cloud computing, we've got high-level computation, we've got data the size of the universe. All these things are coming together, and that's why AI is really taking things forward now, very much taking things forward. And I think we will not have another winter. We may have an autumn where people at the sea level are saying, we're spending a huge amount of money on this stuff. What's the benefit? So hence back to if you haven't got a business benefit, don't do it. But I think we now need to be bringing other things. Everything is agile. Things move. Maturity moves all the time. And I think the next thing we need to be looking at is how AI is affecting really I suppose the ecosystem of the world. You know, in sort of an economy of, for instance, there's a really interesting website that'll let you see how much energy a different algorithm is using. So if you've got 3 different algorithms which give you a similar output, and they all use a different amount of energy in its computation, which one should you use? We've never even started thinking about that. So this environmental, social, and governance arena needs to be brought and laid on top of AI. And that's one of the things we do in this use camp in the AI Canvas. It's a new dimension that we've just been brought in. How are we affecting governance? How are we affecting the environment? And how are we affecting the social acceptance of this use case? So I think that's the next big move, is ESG in AI.
Simon, perhaps you can share, while you're helping your clients, what are the type of metric improvements that you have implemented? Maybe, you know, on the daily operations or on real-time analytics. Is there anything that you can shed some light on?
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple of key areas for us. Yeah, at ADA, we're looking to disrupt and look at new market opportunities. So some of the KPIs could be the opening up of a market. So a good example of that is leveraging or developing credit scoring using telco data rather than financial transaction data. So with that, it's not necessarily an improvement in a KPI. It's a totally brand new market which we're looking to open up. And we're looking to disrupt in lots of other areas around digital distribution and how we can interact with consumers to just really open up marketplaces, whether it's through super apps, whether it's through e-commerce. So there's brand new markets we're going to open up. And then it's how do we drive our benefits for our clients by doing things at scale. So rather than, you know, as part of our organization, we need to develop creatives. So all the creatives you might see on Facebook, it might be provided or serviced as 2 or 3 different types of creative. But how can you create tens of thousands of creatives through machine learning? How do you optimize the message, the image, the timing, and all of those factors? So it's these areas which we are working with our clients to drive benefits. So it's reduce costs and also speed and optimization of some of those capabilities. So it's disrupting existing models and finding new marketplaces, which are the key things for ADA.
You're on mute, Kira.
Yep, I realized that. I'll move on to Stephen. Stephen, in terms of chatbots, right? I'm going to talk as a devil's advocate. Sometimes I call certain companies, it could be airlines, it could be retailers, and I noticed that a lot of time the chatbot replies are still pretty tricky. And we are talking about AI, right? So I know that, you know, we talk about metrics of improvement, we talk about what, you know, we have improved in terms of human intervention. So probably you can share when we can actually have a pretty bright picture of, you know, more improvement in terms of intelligence in the AI being implemented, because it's still, I think, not very, very autonomous. So even though Professor Paul talks about, you know, AI, you know, we have read books, even 1940 and 50s and 60s, you know, the progression. So yeah, probably a lot of people are interested in chatbots response. So if you can share, your
Of course. No, and I think absolutely, and I think that I'll be surprised to hear if anyone on the call or in the audience today hasn't had a frustrating experience with a chatbot. I'm sure we all have, myself included. So I think that Dr. Paul made a very important observation around certain technology and its readiness, and I think that, to be honest, one of the main reasons for these sort of chatbot experiences where we feel we get just sent around in loops and never actually are being directed to a self-served inquiry resolution, I think has a lot to do with, again, this sort of segmented data and all these difficult systems that need to be integrated. I think that it's not necessarily always about the natural language processing going wrong. I think that there's definitely challenges in that space, especially around languages and dialect. And the AI really has to, bring out all of its sort of power to be able to get high probability ratings on certain intent detections. There's definitely that challenge within the chatbot space. But I would say that the bigger challenge has been more about the segmented systems and about people knowing the business processes and essentially digitizing them. I think that there's a lot of people within the businesses that know this is where you go for this information, that's where you go for that information, but chatbots need to have that as bread and butter. Otherwise, any sort of attempted self-service user journey that it takes you on will be limited. So I think there's a few different challenges we see in the space. One is that understanding of what the intent is initially. I think that is not the biggest challenge. I think second is, okay, now that we know what they're asking, the question is, what do we do about it? And I think that what we have kind of been trying to get right with Zendesk is this ability to do a couple of different things. The one is to have different chatbot platforms and partners connect into your messaging flow that can really flex their sort of capabilities within their specific industry verticals. So you might have travel-focused chatbots or financially focused chatbots, and these bots have essentially had years of training around understanding intents and have hence like some further advanced ability to understand the intent initially. Coupled with the sort of advances in the ability to integrate with these cloud applications and third-party systems, I think that the chatbot space is really sort of becoming or coming into its maturity that we would expect, not that what we've experienced so far. So I'd say that's when, going back to this point I made a little bit earlier around the one challenge that we face today for it to really start showing its sort of power in industry or in production and in our day-to-day sort of world will be having people get involved with those systems to build out the processes, to digitize them. So the platform's there, the chatbot technology is there to now understand things. We just now need businesses to essentially start putting in the right people that know the business flows and all the important pieces of information and processes and actually put those onto these canvases and digitize their businesses. So I think that's the one challenge. If we get that right and we can start getting the people within the business that know how their business works onto these platforms is when we're going to start seeing chatbots working for us as end users, as opposed to feeling like they're just sort of business functions that are appeasing consumers. And just to touch on one more point is around the metrics to sort of evaluate all of this. So in the customer service space, the biggest one is obviously customer satisfaction. So these are sort of, this is like feedback directly from customers. This could happen sort of at the end of successful chats with an automated chatbot. It can happen once a chatbot has potentially handed a conversation over to a live sort of human support agent. So ultimately, CSAT is the big metric that we measure in the customer service industry. And the other side of things is also inbound sort of ticket volume or inbound inquiries that require human intervention. So how much can be resolved through the AI by recommending sort of articles that are common, based on common inquiry types? How many are actually requiring human agents input? And what is the overall customer satisfaction when that all is happening? So CSAT and ticket volume, those are our sort of key metrics that we look at when we see how effective the AI is.
Thanks, Stephen. I have a question from the audience. Perhaps I can read it. How would the digital twin going to help to increase the efficiency? So let's see. Can any one of you volunteer?
Yeah, I'll have a go if you want, Kira. You know me.
Go ahead,
yeah.
Prof.
Digital twins are really, really interesting, and I think that they're a technology which is driving out of blockchain or distributed ledger technologies that we can actually work with these digital twins. I see digital twins all the time in my work across the world, and I suppose that the greatest example of ones I'm seeing at the moment are in the automotive industry. Lots of the big manufacturers, the likes of Volkswagen or Ferrari, Tesla, for instance, have digital twins of their cars as they go out of the factory. So they're looking at all the sensors that are coming out of those cars in a software environment, a digital twin of the car. So they're able to put some intervention strategy into the management of cars. When we start doing that with our assets, the assets that we have in the telecoms industry, the digital twin of the person is really interesting. And a very interesting question that I talked about at a conference a few weeks ago is, are you allowed to give the data to the digital twin because of GDPR? Your digital twin has the same rights as you have. So that was an interesting question. But digital twins, I think, are going to be very, very much in the fore of AI as we move things forward. They allow us to experiment with an environment whilst keeping the original environment safe. It's like software. You've got stuff in test before you release it. And I think that's the same sort of thing. Having a digital twin created throughout the whole life cycle of an entity is something which we're going to see a lot more of.
Thank you, Professor Paul. Anybody else who can chip in and answer that question while we wait for some more questions from the audience?
I think the way we are seeing from a telco standpoint, digital twin can be a product, it can be a resource, it can be a customer as well, right? Okay, so in fact, we are kind of doing a proof of concept in Celcom to start with, where we want to kind of introduce this digital twin concept for the product launches. So we'd like to see on how this product would behave, in the market before launching. So I think this is something which is going to be quite useful in future, in terms of how we start adopting, the various entities in the digital twin before the launches, and to kind of look at or do a proof of concept in terms of how a consumer would behave in this situation, or how your product would fare in this particular situation. I think this is something which would mature over the period of the next few years for sure.
Okay. Simon, anything that you would like to ask the other panel? I'll give a chance for panels to ask panel questions before we wait for any questions from the audience.
Just on the top of my head, so which area would you take a bet on at the moment? So given the challenges around the question I just had around regulation, GDPR, and all of those factors, it'd be good just to get the panel's point of view there on how far this will go to disrupt or to drive what is meant out of the regulation around data privacy, and how much of it will be circumvented by different business models and the application of how we consume data. So just interesting just to see how data privacy will evolve over the next 4 to 5 years.
That's a really interesting question, Simon, if you want to throw it out at me. So one of the things I've really been pushing for in the last 5 years, it hasn't happened yet, is that we actually bring the regulator into our thought patterns. We don't see the regulator as the enemy, we see the regulator as being part of the development of what we're doing. And a lot of organizations see the regulator as somebody, oh God, I don't want to talk to him or them. And I've really sort of canvassed to have the telecoms regulators be part of TM Forum so they can be part of this collaboration. So I think bringing those two things together, bringing that thought and technology and innovation together in a collaborative environment is going to get us to an end point a lot quicker, and it's going to make us not fail. I mean, we've spent billions and billions of dollars developing some AI technologies that just one regulation can kill. So if we have regulation at source as part of our development, I think that's really important.
Totally agree.
Okay, great. Seems like someone asked a question to Simon. And sorry, Simon, it's not that I'm giving you a hard time. The question is to you, how have you overcome the problem of identifying images in the roadside billboards? And is there any mechanism you do using AI? That's the question.
To be honest, at ADA, we develop a lot of our capability internally. But for the roadside recognition, we actually partner with companies who have already developed that capability. So there's lots of startup companies who focus on those areas. So the way we work at ADA, we have multiple partnerships, and we leverage those partnerships. So this is something we've just launched in Malaysia, so still very early days around that sort of recognition side of things. But for us, it's probably not one of the key priorities around use cases. There's many other use cases which we're going to prioritize, but it's one of those that's still very early embryonic development. It goes back to Professor Paul's point on, yes, we need to look at it, but it's in the to-do list for some time in the future.
Thanks, Simon, for answering that question. I do have a general question to any one of you. In the event that you feel that there is challenges and difficulty to implement AI, would that be a need to train your team, or would you propose that as a quick solution, look for a vendor outside to do that, or do you need to look for a consultant to advise? So I'm just trying to see if a company wants to get as a quick win, and what would you advise? So this is a methodology that maybe any one of you can share real quickly. We have about 5 minutes, so yeah, please go around.
I'll just give my experience. For us, ADA, we've had a growing data science team from 2 years ago, 25, to today, 75. But we work on a hybrid partnership model. So we do have a core capability so any IP we develop, we tend to keep internal. For any acceleration of capability and speed of builds, we use our partner model in that instance. So we try to have that balance between execution and delivery, but still maintaining internal capability and IP.
How about Kalyan at Smart? How would you advise or implement a quick win solution if you do have challenges? What would you actually do?
Yeah, we are primarily going to the partners to train the in-house teams. Okay, so we are heavily adopting the teams to kind of scale up in terms of the technology or awareness of using the AI models. So it's kind of the in-house capability scale-up that is happening with the help of the right vendors.
Steven, how about on your side?
So I've mentioned we Zendesk have recently in the last sort of 6 months launched a bot marketplace. So a bunch of chatbot platforms have already been sort of connected and tested into this whole messaging flow from all these new channels into your Zendesk environment. So a lot of the sort of AI capability, those AI canvases, are being sort of built and developed by our partner network. That said, it's often very much influenced by customers, and not only influenced, but actually changed and modified and grown. So what we like to do is we like to take sort of a bit of a crawl, walk, run approach, where we we ring fence the initial sort of problem that this AI is solving, get the partner, or the partner generally builds up a canvas to address that problem, and then essentially uses that as the base to start informing and training up the customer to understand what else they can do with the canvas. And there they can start applying their own business processes to the sort of canvas. As a Zendesk sort of proposition or service within the sort of Zendesk services realm, we would then essentially look to work with the bot partners to configure the Zendesk domain. So, for example, the bots are doing all this nice sort of AI interaction, potentially doing self-service, potentially doing FAQ assistance. It's collecting information, it's doing sentiment analysis, and ultimately sometimes it needs to talk to an agent. By providing some of that context to the agent, then assists the agent so much better to do their job. So from a Zendesk side, we look after the services and we make sure that the Zendesk agent configuration and domain is all in sync with the bot sort of journeys and attempted self-deflection, as well as any sort of integrated systems in the back end there. Maybe the agent also needs to look at the ordering system, also needs to look at the booking system, and so on. So that's our approach. Bot network through our partners, professional services for the agent sort of UI.
Do you want me to take up on that, Sir Kieran? So I agree. I mean, this is really interesting, this ambidextrous space where you can experiment before you go live and you actually take them in place. But I think it's very, very, very important to understand the chain of custody of the algorithm that you actually ingest from a partner. Because very often you will take that algorithm, as take the Zendesk example, you take that algorithm from a chatbot partner, and then you may tweak it and apply a slightly different rule to that algorithm, and then that you release that algorithm or release that feature, and you are then in a situation where you're disadvantaging customers or you're discriminating against customers. And you have to balance that against what is my value of my business versus an algorithm I didn't know. So one of the areas you asked before, Kieran, and I'll bring it back in again, one of the areas I'm really interested in is what we call AI ops. And within AI ops, there's a section called party. And that party section is actually where do you put the responsibility and the liability for something that goes wrong eventually back on an original partner. So I'm having talks with lots of organizations now in places you would never think of, and a lot of it's in procurement. If I procure that, how do I say you've got a liability if it goes wrong later on? And the classic example of that, of course, is Cambridge Analytica and Facebook. Facebook actually allowed Cambridge Analytica within an environment that they actually established to use customers' data in a way that Facebook never thought it would ever be used, to influence people. That wiped off billions, and I mean billions of dollars in the Facebook valuation. It had Zuckerberg in front of a federal committee, and Cambridge Analytica went bankrupt. But it was all about knowing the responsibility of who owns that algorithm and where the liability lies. So talking to procurement in lots of organizations is, I'm telling you, it's an interesting job that I'm doing all the time at the moment.
Thanks, Professor Paul. It's really a great insight on that, and especially on the AI ops. So yeah, that's something that everyone have to look it up. I noticed that there's also a document in TM Forum on the best practices for AI ops, right? Am I right on that?
Yeah, it's IG 1190.
Okay. There seems to be a question to Stephen. The question is, how do you overcome different language problems, especially when it's mixed with native languages with English in your chatbots? I actually wanted to ask that question, but I'm glad that it came from the audience. So, for example, like in Malaysia, also they mix the different languages that we have here, and it's not like your easy to speaking language. So, how would you overcome different language problems, especially when it's mixed with native languages with English in your chatbots?
Cool.
Stephen, to you.
So yeah, absolutely. So very common question, and I would say it's it's still an ongoing sort of challenge that that the industry is kind of solving. I would say that the approach that we've taken, also as to a reason why we wanted to have agnostic bot partners in our sort of customer service flow, is that certain platforms or bot partners have slightly more advanced training in different languages. There are certainly some chatbots that can understand with higher confidence certain inquiry intents in different languages between each other. So there's obviously most of the chatbot platforms support the sort of most popular 5 to 10 most popular languages globally, sort of thing. But then you get the niche languages where it's a little bit more regionally focused. And I would say what we have is a global bot partner network, which means that there's a very likelihood that there's a bot partner from a specific region supporting that language. Now, in terms of how the technology actually caters for the different languages and dialects, that is done through essentially the configuration on these natural language processing nodes. Those ultimately have what you're looking for as an input and an output. The input being the inquiry or the question that's being asked, and the output being the sort of intent that is found. So whether you say, hello, hey, sup, good morning, you're all actually just making a greeting, you know? So ultimately, that's what you're trying to understand. You're trying to get an output of this is a greeting. So with this sort of input, you've got this dynamic input of the message content, and you specify the output intent that you're looking for, and you can actually sort of configure these NLP nodes with common phrases. So you can actually assist the node to start sort of learning and matching these different inbound or inputs to what it's actually looking to find the intent to be. So essentially, how do we deal with the languages? Certain bot platforms are strong in different languages. We ultimately, as part of the use case evaluation process, we understand what are the languages and regions we're looking to move into. That includes the channels, because obviously channels also are different across different regions, and so are the capabilities and rules around those channels. So all of this is part of the sort of work that I do very upfront with the use case sort of identification and the building of the use case, understanding the background to it, and then basically leverage off the right technology, the right bot partner for those languages and channels. If there's a channel or language that is not supported, going back to sort of Dr. Paul's sort of overview or outlook on it, if the use case is not something that can be supported today, it's not one that we try and go forward with. Until that language has a bot platform that has trained itself to understand to a higher enough confidence level to support a language, it doesn't actually go and say that it does. So that's how we handle the different languages in our world.
Thanks for your answer. I have now a question to Professor Paul. You mentioned that you like to invest on startups. Will you invest on one of the hackathon winners if they start up an AI company? And then the other one is, can you explain the process? There's a smiley there. So, Prof. Paul, I think it's a bit tough question for you, but interesting.
No, I was a judge. So I absolutely, in fact, I asked one of the questions, could I have the email addresses of all the people who actually presented? So yeah, that's exactly what I do. I do invest in very early stage businesses which have got an interesting problem, and we've industrialized that. So you can send me an email, and I will definitely respond to you, whoever said that.
Thanks, Professor Paul. Do we have more questions from the audience? Oh yeah, I see one more. Digital twin, in a way, can be taught as a digital copy of a customer. How can a customer trust his or her digital twin in terms of trusted AI? Can any one of you volunteer?
I suppose that was a little bit around what I said. You know, can you give data to your digital twin because he's got a GDPR thing? You've got to be able to trust it. AI has got to be transparent, it's got to be explainable, and it's got to be able to be embraced by the people that are using it. So the more that we do that, the more we push trust out there, the more we're explainable, transparent with our solutions, the more trust will build up. Whether you can trust your digital twin is an interesting question. Can you trust your brother or your sister?
Interesting, Paul. Interesting. Just waiting for any more other questions from the audience. If no, I think we have to call it quit because we are at the end of the time. We have covered a lot of grounds, and I know I've asked a lot of you questions, and then from strategy to your sharing of use case studies, and then the success stories, challenges, and so many, and even a great question to Professor Paul about funding, right? So good session. Thank you so much. Really an interesting session. And we'll meet you guys soon at some other forums and conferences. So have a good day. And if there is no more other questions from the organizers, I think we can leave. Okay, then I think we will just make a move. Okay, guys, take care.
Thank you, Dr. K,
Thank you.
all the wonderful panelists for the dazzling discussion and insight with so many questions and answers. We rarely get
When you can go from sun-kissed to mountain mist in just 4 hours, that's so Sri Lanka.
When dolphins and whales swim around you all year so you can visit them at any time, that's so Sri Lanka.
When a bicycle ride in the countryside is one long roadside party of board games, quirky friends, and the world's best cup of tea, that is so Sri Lanka.
When every sunset is an aphrodisiac and the nights command you to dance them away, that's so Sri Lanka.
When you can marvel at elephants in the morning
and then meet some exotic birds, bears, and leopards for lunch,
that's so Sri Lanka.
When you can get an eye full of paradise and a heart full of adrenaline in a single afternoon,
that's so Sri Lanka.
When people brave dizzying heights to taste a buzz of fresh, warm toddy,
that's so Sri Lanka.
When feasting together makes you family, so we take every opportunity to indulge, that's so Sri Lanka.
When time slows down and urges you to as well,
so you can soak up the full magic of cultural treasures at every turn.
Storied street food made with love for 3 millennia.
360 degrees of ocean.
365 days a year.
Hugging lush forests, misty meadows, secret waterfalls, and ordinary Wednesdays.
That is so Sri Lanka.
When you surrender to every minute,
becoming your new favorite memory
on Earth's favorite island.
So wild,
so pristine,
so scenic,
so thrilling,
so spiritual,
so bold,
so colorful. That's so Sri Lanka.
This is a story of success. Shakya is a baker based in Colombo. His sales were increasing daily due to escalating demand for bakery goods, and he received a lot of delivery orders. He had been looking for an efficient way to manage deliveries for a long time. To meet the demand, Shakya partnered with Nadija, who owns a food delivery business. As a result, Shakya was able to expand his delivery services to cover the entire district of Colombo. However, he found the delivery mechanism to be very time-consuming and rudimentary, which resulted in a lot of late deliveries, customer complaints, and various other issues. The entire delivery operation was based on telephone calls, which was impractical and inefficient. But the demand for his bakery goods kept rising, and along with it, the delivery problems increased. For one, they weren't able to track the actual distance traveled by the delivery team. Shakya was receiving more complaints from customers about delivery delays. Then Nadija realized that one vehicle from his fleet was consuming excess fuel. It was time to upgrade his service levels. Shakya had some knowledge of GPS solutions, and he did what everyone does. He Googled it and came across Dialog GPS tracking services. It was very easy to connect with the Dialog account manager via the Dialog website. The account manager introduced him to the Dialog Smart Fleet solution. It was the perfect solution for Shakya. By activating the Smart Fleet solution, they were able to calculate and obtain accurate trip reports. They also found out that some drivers were making personal detours during deliveries, and they were able to curb this by using the solution's geofencing feature. The Smart Fleet solution has a route optimization option. This helps the drivers to take the best routes, avoiding traffic, and they were able to assign deliveries based on order location, eliminating two drivers being in the same location at the same time. They were also able to estimate the delivery time and share with customers to better manage customer waiting times. The overconsumption of fuel was remedied by the fuel sensors that come with the solution. Shakya and Nadija were able to overcome all their business challenges by installing the Smart Fleet solution, allowing the business to prosper. This can be your success story too.
It's been 11 years now. March 4th, 2009. The date you go in and the date you come home, you'll never forget those days.
The day I was arrested was the day I found out I was like 4 weeks pregnant. You think your life's over and then someone tells you you're pregnant and it's just kind of, it's a lot. But it's the best thing that could have ever happened to me, all of it.
Coming home, it's just a crazy reality. You've been constricted to this small area for such a long time, constantly kind of being told and through the messaging of the system that you're less than, and it's really difficult to separate from that. I'm Aidan McDonald, and I'm the founder and program manager of Justice Through Code. Justice Through Code is the semester-long coding and interpersonal skills intensive for the formerly incarcerated. I think it's really telling to think about the statistics. About 4 years after release from incarceration, 75% of people will be rearrested. Single most important predictor of recidivism is unemployment, but yet people can't get jobs.
It's very difficult just completely starting over. The excitement of being free, but then the reality of not being prepared. That things that changed rapidly in just the few short years that I was away. And when you're incarcerated, everything is stripped from you. Like, you're no longer who you are. And then when you come home, you're trying to be just be a person again.
I mean, I can speak to my personal experience. I was incarcerated in federal prison for close to 4 years. When I returned home, I went to a halfway house in Connecticut. And for me, it was very difficult to get a job. A year after release from incarceration, 75% of people will be unemployed. When you look at that and think about the statistics that for the bottom 10% of earners in this country, their children are approximately 20 times more likely to end up incarcerated in their lifetimes than the top 10% of earners. Not only is it impossible to get a job, in many ways, because of the way that we treat people that have returned home from prison, these young children don't have a chance as well.
There's definitely a fear, like, all right, so now I'm coming out of prison, who's gonna hire me? I remember looking up different careers and all of these requirements, like, how am I gonna take care of this little girl that I fought for? Like, how am I gonna be able to provide her the life that she deserves? Someone told me about the Justice Through coding program, and I didn't have experience, but I always wanted to learn it, but it was just kind of like a big overwhelming thing. Like, where do you even start?
No, we're gonna have fun with this one though. Sharpen your skills.
Why coding? Technology and coding is this great equalizer. The industry cares more about your skills than your specific background.
Self.bikes is going to be equal to an empty list.
Excellent.
I really enjoy figuring out the problem, feeling of getting something right.
This time was a lot smoother. We went through that pretty quick.
It was. You guys breezed right through it.
You write a few lines of code, you test it out, and something breaks, and then you got to kind of figure out how to like solve it and then do this and do that, and you have like a picture in your head of what you want something to look like. It's just an amazing feeling of accomplishment.
It's kind of hard to describe because unless you code, it's almost like you can't really understand the feeling.
What's up? It's Thursday, man. Last day of class for the week, you know? Trying to get everybody hyped, man, you know?
Well, let's say I get stuck. You know, like what will be your next step?
Look, your computer is not going to explode if you make an error. And it's good to make an error so you can understand how to fix the error. Because since you're going to have so many errors, why not know how to fix them?
The code doesn't know I've been to prison. The code just knows I'm a software engineer and that I am going to use it to create something. You want to play the game I made with me? Yeah. See, look, I programmed it, so you type your name here. Now, if I'm faced with a problem, I know how to break it down into small pieces. It's just kind of like rewired my whole brain and how I look at everything in life. Which square do you want?
This one.
You won!
The tech industry has a responsibility to build inclusive technology. And in order to do that, you need to have people from all walks of life.
At least where a person who's formerly incarcerated can apply without having to worry.
Can I have a hug, please? I want her to look at me one day and see all that I've accomplished, where I came from, and what I'm doing in my life and how successful I am. And that's what's behind everything I do every day. I'm definitely going to teach her early, though.
It's really exciting to see that our students will be a part of that work to shape our future, and that they'll be able to contribute to us living in a more equitable world.
We're rewriting the code. We're rewriting the code.
Thanks for taking a look at Snowflake for your data science workloads. Data science and machine learning create a competitive advantage for companies. But to be successful, organizations need to obtain more varied data than ever before and quickly provide it to their data scientists. Ingesting, processing, and cleansing data rapidly can be challenging. And integrating that data with the latest machine learning tools, frameworks, and libraries is critical. However, managing and securing a complex system of data lakes, warehouses, and marts is no trivial task. Keeping data up to date, consistent across departments, and easily accessible requires a large team of specialized resources. Just finding the right data can take many hours, and that doesn't include the hours it takes to cleanse, feature engineer, and build training datasets. Preparing data for machine learning competes for the same resources as BI, reporting, and ad hoc analytics, resulting in bottlenecks. And just relying on machine learning offerings from cloud vendors is restrictive. Their tools can be complicated to use and difficult to integrate with external machine learning platforms. This is why data scientists using legacy tools spend the majority of their time searching for and preparing data, not actually designing and building models. It's no surprise then that more than 87% of data science projects never make it into production, yet cost millions of dollars to design and build. With Snowflake's unique cloud data platform, every organization can now collect and process more data than ever before, accelerating their data science initiatives. Snowflake offers a single governed platform for securely ingesting structured and semi-structured data and delivering the performance and scalability modern enterprises need to support thousands of concurrent users without resource contention. In addition to accelerating data science, Snowflake consolidates data engineering, data lake, and data sharing workloads into a low-maintenance, easy-to-use service, available across all 3 major clouds. Snowflake provides data scientists a single consolidated source for all data, one that's live, always up to date, and accurate. Snowflake's unique data exchange and marketplace provide ready-to-use data sources right at your fingertips. Dedicated virtual warehouses for each team and workload means there's no bottlenecks, and teams can spin up powerful clusters within seconds, only paying for what they use. With Snowflake, data scientists quickly find that they have more time to explore new models and try new ML tools through Snowflake's extensive partner ecosystem. Every day, thousands of customers accelerate their data science workloads with Snowflake. Harmony is Australia and New Zealand's leading peer-to-peer lending service. Predicting loan risk using advanced data science and machine learning models is essential to their business. Just a 1% improvement in these models translates to more than $1 million annually. If you're ready to accelerate your data science initiatives, there's never been a better time to try Snowflake. To see how Snowflake's cloud data platform can transform your organization's use of data, sign up for a free trial today.
Artificial intelligence is everywhere. It's in the appliances we own, the vehicles we use, and on our devices. It recognizes us, offering personal shopping choices and entertainment options. It provides medical breakthroughs, and it delivers business innovations that drive competitive advantages. AI is growing thanks to advances in data science, compute, storage, and networking technologies. At the same time, data is exploding, driving the need to adopt a data-first strategy using the power of AI. But how do you begin? It starts with an approach that brings knowledge experts into an AI center of excellence. Together, they create a plan that outlines the business problems to be solved, the technology investments required, and the bottom line results expected. From concept through deployment, success depends on an integrated, optimized IT infrastructure. At Dell Technologies, we have the end-to-end infrastructure solutions for every step of your AI journey. Data science teams must find patterns within large, unstructured data sets. Using Dell Precision Data Science workstations with data stored on Dell EMC PowerScale, they can efficiently train deep learning models from day one, shrinking hours of iteration time to minutes or seconds. And when it's time to move from concept to full deployment, your data stays in place, so you can seamlessly take advantage of Dell EMC AI-ready solutions. Built with PowerScale storage, PowerEdge servers, and PowerSwitch, our AI-ready solutions provide a holistic approach precisely for your AI initiatives. And when you consolidate data on PowerScale, managed by PowerScale 1FS, you have a single file system environment for simple scalability, without costly, time-consuming data migrations. To gain intelligent insights, you need to prepare for an unstructured world with no boundaries, where access to any data, anywhere, is possible. PowerScale offers multi-protocol support for unlimited flexibility. Run workloads that store data with one protocol and access data with a different one, and allow multiple applications to access the same data with different protocols. At Dell Technologies, we use AI in our own data centers and solutions. We understand how it shapes your data infrastructure needs. Let us power your AI journey with a data-first approach from the edge to the core to the cloud, using the industry's broadest portfolio of products, solutions, and services.
Your data is locked in dozens, possibly hundreds of silos across your organization. From your executives to your frontline employees, decisions are made more on gut than fact. To gain a truly competitive edge, you need to share data across your organization with suppliers, other business partners, and customers. But your costly, risky, and cumbersome methods only deliver stale, incomplete data. This has all changed. The Snowflake Data Cloud has arrived. Join this global network to discover, access, and securely share data throughout your business and with thousands of other organizations. So how does the Data Cloud work? The engine that drives the Data Cloud is Snowflake's platform. Snowflake customers use our platform to unify, integrate, analyze, and share data. They do this for many of their critical data workloads and at nearly any scale or speed they desire. Once you mobilize your data on Snowflake, that data becomes part of the Data Cloud. You retain complete control, but can seamlessly and securely share governed slices of your data with anyone in the Data Cloud. But how do you and others connect in order to share data? Through Snowflake's innovative secure data sharing technology. Unlike traditional data sharing methods, with Snowflake you can share live, ready-to-query data across cloud and region without any ETL. In addition to sharing data, you can also share business logic and services, ensuring your ecosystem has the data and tools they need. And with fine-grained governance and access controls, it's safe, secure, and can meet industry and region-specific data regulatory requirements. With the Data Cloud, you can create one-to-one, one-to-many, and many-to-many data sharing relationships. First and foremost, you can break down barriers of siloed data within your own organization and share data across departments, subsidiaries, geographies, and with your business partners. You can also find new data sets listed on the Snowflake Data Marketplace. The Data Marketplace is where SaaS providers, commercial data providers, data service providers, and Snowflake customers can list and deliver data sets and data services. Data products and services from over 100 providers can be discovered in the Data Marketplace. Why should you join the Data Cloud? To easily access your data and a vast array of third-party data, and to obtain the deepest insights about your customers, your organization, and what lies ahead. The Data Cloud. Mobilize your data. Mobilize the world's data.
Our history isn't in the past. Our heritage isn't our better times. Our culture isn't done being defined. It's in the air. It's in the earth. It's in the waters. as it has been for thousands of years, as it still is this morning. Sri Lanka isn't a place, it's a marvel, a brave new world that wasn't made by the rules. She's a rebel of nature. She's a blessing of imagination, of untold innovation and resilience. Let's tell the story of Sri Lanka with the same courage this island was born of. It's in how we love, how we believe, how we protect, how we share, how we feast, and how we heal. As we dismiss strangers by making them friends. Because that stuff of stars that is beneath our feet, the brilliance that makes the monsoon waltz around lush hills and save itself to soothe scorched plains. The wonder that makes the salty seas nurture jungles of pure paradise. And the wild beauty that stays fierce and vibrant even as time tries to quieten it is in us. And now it's time to show the world Sri Lanka as it has always been, but never been realized before.
panel discussion in this AI forum. Now, I believe you all heard about at least the word of AI factory. Physical factories create physical products at scale, at speed, at cost and quality. As like them, AI factory operationalize the end-to-end AI lifecycle to achieve AI at scale, at speed, at cost and reliability. The panelists will involve AI factory implementation on the aspects of platform and infrastructure provider, AI factory owner, professional service and complex AI solution development. It's indeed an honor to introduce our panelists. Start with AI machine learning technical leader at AWS, Asia Pacific and Japan, Chris Howard. Our Vice President, Engineering Emerging Technologies at Axiata Digital Labs, Namal Jayatilaka, and Vice President, Information Technology at Dialog Axiata PLC, Acela Pereira. And let me introduce our moderator for the panel discussion, our data science architect in Axiata Digital Labs, Amalka Vitana. Amalka, over to you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And I think for Chris, it's late night. Thank you for joining us. So, hi, Acela. Hi, Namal. So, this is the last session, but I think audience still waiting with us and hearing this AI Summit. It's glad to see them hanging with us. So, let me introduce that what our topic is. So, that's mainly word I heard maybe a month ago. That's AI factory. So we already know that a digitization wave has begun in a decade ago. Now AI wave coming into the picture. Right now, when I heard that AI factory, then I found that there's a book called Competing in the Age of AI. Professor Lakhani said the fundamental idea behind the AI factory is to industrialize the company's approach to data analytics and artificial intelligence. Then I felt that it's not more like a technology, it's like the approach of the company. So my first question goes to Chris. So can you draw a picture in our mind, what is AI factory? Because maybe audience hearing it the first time. So can you draw us a picture on what is AI factory and what it can do?
Hey, Amalka. I can, and thank you very much for the question. Great to be here. So, yeah, I'm actually going to play on a word that you just used, which was, can you help give a picture in our minds? And so what I'd like to do is perhaps call on a simple analogy that for me, the AI factory is really, it's the central nervous system of any organization, or at least it helps to start to create that platform of that central nervous system. So when we think about our bodies, we think about the way that our brains, our spinal cords, our nerves help control everything that our bodies do. The AI factory really provides or serves in a similar way, a similar purpose for organizations that have chosen to kind of deploy that type of model. And when we look at the 4 key ingredients of the AI factory across both data pipelines, algorithms, an experimentation platform and key infrastructure, again, that analogy still holds true. So when we look at data platforms, our ability to source or acquire data, to transform that, to enrich that, to bring it to bear so that we can further process it and make decisions from that data using advanced analytics, machine learning, AI, very similar to the way that our brains function today, very similar to the way that our sensors, our 5 sensors take data from the real world, process that, bring it together, use our previous experiences, use our previous data that we've captured and stored to inform, hopefully, what would become a really good outcome, great decision making, and therefore great outcomes driven from those decisions. Whether those decisions be fully automated or whether those decisions be augmented, based on your risk, based on the potential for harm, based on that particular decision. Either way, it's a way for us to think about scaling that decision making process. And I guess one of the things I really like about the AI factory model is the flywheel approach that it has, where we look at, the more data we have, the better algorithms we can build. With better algorithms, we can then look at delivering better decisions and therefore better service. With better service, we drive increased consumption and usage. And with increased usage and consumption, we then get more data. And so the circle repeats or the cycle repeats. And so it's perpetually supporting in nature. So that from a mental model, think of it as the central nervous system of the organization to help you make the right decisions and drive a great outcome.
Thank you, Chris. That's a nice picture that we can think of in another analogy that how AI Factory works in an organization. So my next question goes to Asela. Being a group CIO of a leading telco in the region and with the tagline of future today. So I believe that AI Factory model or AI Factory concepts already in the dialogue and right now. So can you give some example how it's happening right now within your organization? Because some organization yet to start this journey, some organization has gone some kind of maturity right now. So maybe you can help our audience to think about how AI Factory works at one of their known organization at the moment.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for having me. I think the AI Factory concept is, the honest answer is, Amalka, it's even new to dialogue also. It's not that we have implemented it, but what we hope to achieve by embracing it. So we are laying the foundation to kind of get it going at dialogue. I think Chris mentioned about the cycle, right? So what we are trying to do really is to speed up that cycle, because if you take today, in terms of how we get a machine learning model out, and the time it takes in terms of ingesting the data, then churning it out, and then propagating it back to some kind of an actionable call to action, that whole cycle can take sometimes months. So with the AI Factory, what we are really trying to do is to cut that cycle short, speed up that cycle, what Chris mentioned, promote experimentation through a lot of standardization. So at the end of the day, what we are looking at is reducing the cycle time really.
So thank you, Asela. So now how Chris has explained it, the AI Factory concept, and then how dialogue thinks it in a long term and short term, how they can achieve that AI Factory objectives. So now I'm going to the Namal. So Namal, you have seen, last 2 decades, you have seen different organizations at a different maturity level. They are having digital transformation at different stages. Right now, AI wave has come to the picture, different technologies coming into the picture. So you have seen that how organization facing challenges on these new concepts. Now, suddenly AI Factory came into the picture. So with the rapid digital transformation while it's happening right now in the organization, how this digital AI Factory fit into the blueprints of their technology stack? Because you are working with the big data blueprint with the Asiata group of companies. So how this AI Factory will fit into the blueprint?
So thanks, Amarka. Thanks for having me. I will start with digital transformation itself. In a sense, digital transformation has generated a lot of data. The volume, velocity, as well as variety of data has increased significantly because of the digital transformation. And access to the data is also increased as a result of digital transformation. And in most of these organizations, C-level senior leadership is aware that of this fact, the massive amount of data. But the insights generated and the speed of insight generation is not up to the expectation, as Asela mentioned. Most of the time, these AI efforts are scattered, and some of these projects are just experiments. So these are some of the real challenges faced by most of the telcos. And on the other hand, things like rapid concepts, things like rapid prototyping, DevOps, then RPA, and all these things are being applied successfully in digital transformation itself. So AI Factory, in that perspective, is an attempt to get that learning of digital transformations into AI, and to speed up and get wide adaptation and the predictability of results, as well as governance in insight generation on top of this massive massive data set generated as a result of digital transformation. And not only that, so once you are successful with that, then that result itself, the insights, can be utilized in decision making, as well as can be fed into the digital transformation exercise itself to improve the experience of products, as well as internal efficiencies further to increase the ROI of digital transformation. So digital transformation and AI at large, as well as AI factory concept specifically, I would say goes hand in hand. Some of these concepts we have seen in digital transformation, like DevOps, can be tailored and applied in AI factory concept as well, which will be a good starting point. In AI blueprint, you just mentioned some of these factors are considered already, but there are a lot of things we need to improve to basically really deploy or get the AI factory off the ground at scale expected. So that's a very high level summary of what is digital transformation and AI and what we are doing in Blueprint, Amarka.
Thank you, Rama. So if I summarize that our first round of questions, so we started with Chris, what's AI factory and what's AI in terms of from the AWS point of view, that because they have spent a lot of R&D on this area. Then how it's happening right now at an organization which is leading the technology stack right now in a technology frontline in these areas, which is from dialogue side. Then we have heard how this is challenging the digital transformation and the other aspects to an organization, how challenging it's right now. So now now I like to move into the Asela again from his experience for the next round of questions. So this, how this will work in practical scenario, like, because I have learned a big lesson from you that right now AI happen in silos. So these are not one organization, one BU will start they will interest in a problem, they will build some model somewhere else, another BU will start another model somewhere else, but those are not integrated because most of the AI project right now considered as failure. So what I have learned is unless we think end to end, unless our AI model outputs, AI process is integrated to the ecosystem, even this ecosystem could be, evolving. Right now we have legacy system, we have very novel system like 2G to 5G. So with this ecosystem, which is right now operationing, how we can, how important this integration piece to AI right now in an organization. Otherwise, the project they will invest money and half of the way they think no, AI is not for us. So as well as you can share your thoughts on this, Anitas.
Yeah, I think very important point, I think, Amalka, because in fact I was listening to some of the previous sessions, and I think even Professor Paul was also mentioning this repeatedly. Ultimately, all of this is to solve a problem, right? Whatever AI, whatever term you use, it's at the end of the day to solve a business real use case. Now, that use case, whatever you're doing, ultimately has to translate into some kind of call to action. Now, that call to action ultimately has to either propagate to a frontline or to an agent or to a back office staff for that person to actually do something about it with the insight or whatever that the outcome that you're getting through your ML model. So this integration and end-to-end connectivity, I mean, that's where I think the data scientists as well as I think the IT architects have to kind of work together in formulating an end-to-end solution as opposed to just building a model at the back. And I think that's where the whole AI factory, I think, comes back again to kind of stitch this together. Because part of the AI factory is also to standardize certain things in terms of how these models are built, how can you reuse some of these models, how can you discover these models, how can you discover data sets for model building, so that things become easier. Otherwise, what happens is you have to, one is dependent always on a data scientist to even start a process, start a program. Whereas with the AI factory, the concept what it tries to do is to, like I said earlier, to standardize some of these things, make things discoverable, and to promote experimentation. And through that, ultimately these models, the expectation is that they will be again a standardized way of maybe containerizing the runtime into a container, and you put it on a cluster, so that you loop back the output of that again into the model itself for the training purpose. So long story short, if you want to make it a success, you have to look at it end to end. Otherwise, it will be a back office kind of a science project with no kind of outcome.
Yeah, thank you, Asal. Nicely. Otherwise, it will be a kind of a final year project which is residing somewhere which is not adding value to the organization. So, Chris, now I'm turning to you. So now we have, in the second half of the question, we are thinking about the architecture or end-to-end architecture, how it should look like and how organizations should pursue this integration piece as well. So I think AWS has, as a partner for many, AI partner for and the cloud partner for many organizations around the world. So you have seen this different architecture being asked from AWS and consultants, requesting consultant from you. So you can take a little bit extra minutes from here as well. Can you tell what is the reference architecture that AWS is from the AWS side and from you, your point of view as well? Telling to an organization, if you're in startup, it should be look like that. If you're in a kind of a growth period, it should be look like. And if you're in a mature stage and maybe working 15,000 or 50,000 people at your organization. So what's the reference architecture you are suggesting here for an organization in different maturity stage?
Sure, thanks, Malka. And so I guess before I jump into the specifics of any kind of platform, just listening to some of the comments and listening to what we've kind of discussed so far, we know that AI, machine learning, and the concept of the AI factory really has the ability to impact every industry. There probably isn't an industry on the planet or an industry or sector on the planet that can't benefit in some meaningful way through AI and ML fueled transformation and better decision making. And because of that, AWS has been on a little bit of a journey, I guess, over the last number of years to really take that capability and start to make machine learning accessible, to make it so that all customers have access to that capability, whether you are a developer, whether you're a data scientist, whether you are a business user. But when we talk about accessible, what do we mean by that? So you've got to look at, well, how is machine learning being performed? And what is it that makes it accessible? Some of our attendees today may have come across a paper. It's actually a 2015 paper that was penned by actually a bunch of authors, but primary authors were Scully and Holt. It was a paper, but both Google employees at Google, but they wrote a really good paper back in 2015 that looked at the hidden technical debt of machine learning. It's a pretty well quoted paper. It's referenced a lot. Still very relevant, a little dated, but still really relevant today. But the big takeaway from that paper was that only a very small fraction of real world machine learning systems are actually comprised of machine learning code. And so when we look at any system as a whole, there's a whole bunch of other tasks and functions that take place that have to be orchestrated. We've got data collection, we've got feature engineering, we've got analytics, we've got resource management, infrastructure management, monitoring. We've got a whole bunch of additional features or requirements of a system, and ML is only a very small part of that. So ML requires quite a significant amount of heavy lifting just to get started. Now, for some organizations that are on the ML journey, that may be appropriate. they may have a very, very specific requirement where they need very fine control over all of the piece parts that go to make up that system. And they may have the skills to manage that. They may have the right ability to do that. And they're happy to manage those moving parts. What we've done at AWS is we've provided those types of organizations with optimized machine learning components. So for some companies, they might come to us and say, we just need the best and fastest version of PyTorch as a framework that you can offer, and we will build our own models on top of that framework, and we're quite happy to do that. We've focused on optimizing things like those lower level frameworks. We've optimized, TensorFlow, PyTorch, MXNet, in particular through the use of custom silicon. So many of us know that machine learning really is two parts, two sides to a coin. We have model building, and then we have inference. We have making decisions. We're arriving at a decision from that model through inference. And actually inference, there's way more inference taking place than there is model building, actually, as models get deployed into production and used in production. And so through custom chipsets like our Inferentia chipsets, we've lowered the cost of inference by about 70% over traditional workloads. So when we start to think about the architecture that some organizations need, they're very happy working at that lowest level of the stack. Some organizations just want to focus on the machine learning. They don't care about the lowest level of the stack. They see that as undifferentiated. They really just want to focus on what's core to them, solving the business problem. Asela made a great point. This is all about solving real world problems. And so for them, they don't really want to deal with building their own pipelines, building their own orchestration capability. And so they're going to deploy a technology that allows them to manage service that will take care of much of that for them. That includes pipelines, that includes experiment management, that includes the ability to do things like bias detection, parallelism of the data in the model, monitoring of how they build. And so that's I guess the middle of the middle layer of capability that we've been building in AWS as part of our core architecture. And then we also recognize that there's a lot of people, a lot of organizations that aspire to machine learning. They aspire to using ML to drive better decision making and optimize the way that they run their organizations. But they're not data scientists. They don't have people on staff that have got PhDs in math or statistics or data science. We know that a large percentage of POCs actually fail. Machine learning POCs don't reach production. Some are in the region of about 47% if you look at the numbers from Gartner last year. Only about a fifth of most organizations truly have the capability, the maturity to actually build and deploy machine learning at scale. And so for those organizations, we've created a whole bunch of capability which is very developer friendly, very API driven, text processing, computer vision, translation, transcription, personalization, with zero ML skills required. And so for those organizations, they sit at the top of that stack and they're part of the higher level architecture that we've put together. The last point I want to make, and some of us on the call today have a few gray hairs and probably remember the 90s. Look at the way that the software industry has been industrialized over the last 30 years. Back in the 90s, we probably had somewhere in the region of a couple of 100,000 software developers across the globe. Today, if you look around the world, we probably have 20 million plus software developers. And one of the key things that's fueled that transformation and that growth, that industrialized scale of software development, is tooling and technology. And so when we look at what delivered that, it's things like a compiler, a debugger, the ability to deploy CI/CD pipelines, the ability to monitor your applications in production and start to manage that kind of capability. And so when we look at what we've done as far as we have a bunch of technology, we have a bunch of capabilities, we've done, Amazon has been on this machine learning journey for 20 plus years at this stage. The thing that we're now doing is looking at industrialized scale. And that plays very much back to the AI factory model and the AI factory concept. It's bringing those tools. It's an ML compiler, a machine learning IDE, the ability to deploy pipelines, the ability to monitor and orchestrate models in production is key to us scaling to those millions of machine learning engineers that we're going to need to meet the demand that is out there in the marketplace today. So from an architectural standpoint, I guess we've got layers of capability, depending on your maturity, your skill, your appetite to invest. But the other thing that we're constantly trying to do is lower that barrier, lower the skills barrier to get more people involved. So that, as we said earlier, how do we make ML accessible to developers, data scientists, and business users? That's all part of that kind of rich tapestry of capability that we're building.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, and thank you for taking quite time to explain it very clearly. So the second round of question, the last question goes to Nama. So as Asil mentioned that it has to be integrated all the point of the organization, otherwise it is bound to fail. Then Chris explained that how an organization based on their maturity, based on their size and different factors coming into the picture, how architecture should look at it. Some maybe no code ML, maybe very high level or very precise model building. So likewise, and as I know that having a DT kind of flagship product in ADL, that you were working on the digitization area, how minimize this hassle, right? Integrating each other component, because as Chris mentioned, ML is not only thing, I mean, it is a one component. The RPA comes into the picture, AI-enabled apps comes into the picture, the customers will reach from kiosks. So all this has to be integrated, and then AI Factory has to support all these, I mean, whatever build your product in AI Factory has to integrate with these. So my question to Ramal is, how this should be fit into the reference architecture, I mean, or kind of the idea that Chris has given, and the way that organization should look at it, because digitization going in somewhere, I mean, in another phase, and AI Factory comes into the picture, that integration piece, how you suggest to the organization audience that how they should look at this one, because otherwise maybe you will have to lesser data scientists, but you have to hire so many people to maintain the AI Factory, right? So then your cost is go, I mean, your ROI will sacrifice. So Ramal, what's your thought on this one?
Yeah, so as Asela pointed out, lack of integrations to wider or large ecosystem from this AI layer is one of the key barriers to get the necessary scale. So when you talk about AI Factory, there are several integrations we can think of. To start with, the data integration itself, if you take AI as a factory, the raw material will be data. So that massive data set need to be integrated in a meaningful, structured, organized manner for you to run the AI Factory in an efficient way and at scale. So that is one of the major unique integrations you will see in the AI Factory. Then the usual pipeline maintenance, as Chris pointed out, and within the factory, if you try to visualize from template to engineering to training model to deploy to this entire value chain, we'll have internal within factory integration as well as from AI Factory to the usual software domain. Then comes the monitoring piece, the maintainability of the deployed models, and further fine tuning and then further optimizing those deployed models with the feedbacks you are getting by running those models. So that requires some integrations. Then upper layer integrations to channels as well as to consume insights in various ways for decision making, for as you pointed out, for digital labs and all sort of consumers, inside consumers. So all these things are integrations. The uniqueness, in my view, when we think about AI Factory, is the data integration piece and the training and fine tuning piece. Rest of the things quite aligned to what we are doing in usual software domain. Once you generate insight and if you can publish it as a RESTful API, then the rest of the integration would become a standard integration. So in that sense, the tools like DT can be utilized to cater those analogous tasks within AI factory as well as the software domain, and can be a bridge between these two transformational exercises. When you set it up, how you face it and how you integrate it, and to which level you integrate it, how you decouple at some point. So these are very interesting architectural questions we can debate about, and basically we can do a lot of research and experimentations. That's my input, Tamal.
Thank you, Namal. So now, if I summarize, we started with what is AI factory, what's happening right now, how important it is. Then we discuss about the architecture, how organizations should approach it in terms of technology perspective and architecture framework perspective. Now, last round of the question that I am going to hand the first question to Asela, which is one of the very important questions. So we know that Dialog has won a very precise award from TM Forum for the analytics at the edge program, because they have democratized AI right now, and now edge is doing analytics. Now with the AI factory, one of the objectives is to build a model at scale, at speed, and low cost. So it has to go to the edge. Otherwise, again, central piece has to do all the models. So right now, most of the time, organization used to think there is a separate division who do AI, and if you have a requirement, you just funnel the requirement, and they will come up with the report or dashboard or model. Now, this change management has to happen. That no, there's no future if you are not with AI. You have to build your own reports. You have to build your own models at different levels. Maybe weak AI, maybe very complex AI. So, Sarah, how at Dialog, you guys, senior management is embrace this change management requirement that everybody has to support AI. Otherwise, you don't think that you are not going to lose your job because of AI, and you have to be groomed and you have to be skillful. So, Sarah, that question for you, that maybe that audience will like to hear that answer, because they also facing this issue right now with this new technology comes in.
Yeah, so I think first of all, I think it all starts with curiosity. I think that whole conversation around AI, what can I do with this? How do I do this? I think since there are a lot of people joining in who would have taken part in the hackathon, I think an important lesson to all of you all is that what I find, at least in Sri Lanka, if you're doing an application with a front end, and there is a series of data to be captured. Let's say you're doing a customer registration flow or something. You go through that flow and you try to understand what are the validations, how is the UI UX. Generally, we are very good at that. But we never have a conversation about what is this data that is coming in. How can I use this data from an AI perspective upfront to make the life easier to the customer? What can I supplement this data with other data that I have to again make the customer's choices less? Because today you might offer him the entire plethora of services that are on offer, but maybe the customer is interested only in 4 or 5. And if the customer gets kind of clouded with thousands and thousands of combinations to deal with, they get frustrated. So you all, I think one lesson for all of you all, I think when you all are doing applications, is how do you have that AI conversation upfront, as opposed to, 2-3 months down the line saying, okay, now I have a set of data, now let's do AI. So try to have that conversation upfront as much as possible. Coming back, Amalka, to your question about the culture, I think it's important that senior management, especially in an organization, kind of drive it very much top down, and take the staff also along that journey, because you can't obviously you can't force it down. But you have to make them embrace and make them see the value of what this will do. So if you take our analytics at the edge program, why it has been successful is that we have made them part of it. It's not that IT or the analytics team just went and did a bunch of dashboards. No, those dashboards were actually, some of them were actually done by end users themselves. So even the AI journey, that's where the AI factory actually comes into play. What we want to do is democratize. So earlier we were democratizing data. Now we want to get to the next level of democratizing AI. Like you said, maybe it's less complicated things. Maybe it's something as simple as maybe doing like an anomaly detection, right? You have a data set and then you run it through something like a SageMaker or something, and you get infer whether this is aligned to the pattern or not. It can be as simple as that. But you have to get them involved. If you don't get the end user involved, then they are going to resist it, and they'll be like, what is this? What are you trying to come and tell me? I don't want to do all this. You'll have a conversation like that. But again, like I said, it has to be senior management involvement from top down, but also having a conversation and taking them along the ride. So a lot of training, a lot of explaining what this will bring to their life, what they could do, what they will take 2 days to do. Now maybe you can do in 5 minutes. Customer problems that might arise now, you don't need to. It might not arise because you are proactively finding out things. So it's about how you take them through that journey.
Thank you, Asela. So that's from the how we should think about the change management in organization. Otherwise, it won't be a success. So now before Chris, I would like to turn to you for the next question. Now we know that different technology, different waves, different things come in every year. Maybe every month there are different versions coming in, even software as well. So if this AI factory and this AI wave, if an organization does not think this is a disruptive technology and they wait little longer, will they go bankrupt? Because COVID-19 has pushed every organization to go digitization, go do AI, because you don't see customers right now. They are in home that you are interacting with through machines. So without this AI factory concept coming into the picture in organization, will they go bankrupt? So what's advice on you to the audience, organization right now in the world? How should they embrace this journey? And what is your take? What is your thought on this one? Because you have been working with as a technology partner for so many companies right now. You have seen this, how they are struggling, even they want to do it. So Nama, over to you.
Yeah, as you correctly mentioned, almost all the organizations now, they are feeling how important the digital transformation is. Even least impacted organizations might require at least a collaboration tool to work from home at this point of time. So there will not be any difference in AI story as well. So AI will be part and parcel of many organizations, and whoever who utilize AI to improve their product and service experience, reduce their price points with enhanced internal processes and efficiencies, and then utilize AI to take insight-driven decisions and run their business will emerge as winners. So that's what we have observed in manufacturing industry long time ago, where the human ability to perform mechanical tasks was replaced. Right now, we are thinking now AI is trying to basically replace human ability to think, make decisions, and perform some of the soft skill based tasks. So in that sense, service organizations, I feel, will feel the impact a bit early and a bit heavy. So when we work with various service organizations as well as telcos, we have already seen that how serious they are about AI, and most of these organizations, the AI is part of their long LRPs as well as core strategies, and that is why we are discussing this AI factory topic also, because the problem is how to scale and how to get the maximum out of it, and how to get it early, right? So that's the business problem most of these telcos and service organizations are facing. But out of business case may be bit too early because we are at the early stage of mass AI usage in my view, even though some industries are ahead. So it will take a bit more time, but definitely AI will have a real impact on almost all organizations in coming years.
Thank you, Nama. So this is the last question for the from the individual perspective. So Chris, this is last question for you. So the everybody wants to have AI, and then the question is what's the investment, right? What's the cost of it? So what type of investment should an organization look at initial phases, then once it embark on their journey? So what the kind of investment are they? Should they go with the on-prem, then with the cloud? Based on that, then again their investment will change. So what's the investment that can give a rough idea? Is there any?
Amalka, AWS will give it all free, right?
Yeah, actually, that's this is a burden for all the GCIOs, I think, all the CIOs right now, because investment has to make the call. Okay, how much and what's the return? So, Chris, I mean, what's your thought on this and what you can share on this at the audience?
So I'd probably answer that in a slightly different way than purely just focusing on cost of building the platform. I'd talk about the opportunity that is presented for any organization that truly sees AI and machine learning as an organizational capability. It's not just a technical capability. But we know that there are probably 6 key ingredients that organizations should be investing in or thinking about as they look at building a strategy that revolves around machine learning. First of all, data and a strategy around your data. It's a critical asset. It's a unique and a competitively differentiating asset that requires you to be mature about your thinking of data, and it needs to be treated that way. It needs to be treated as a critical asset. So think about what data you have, what data you need, and what data you'd like to be able to gain access to, but invest in building awareness, understanding, value in your data, because it's core to your ability to differentiate in this space. Invest in skills, data literacy, data governance, development and data science. So we're constantly trying to lower the barrier to entry. As I mentioned, we're trying to industrialize ML and bring it to a far wider audience, but constantly involved, constantly looking to build skills and rebuild skills and reinvent people so that they can continue to contribute, move away from repetitive tasks to higher value, higher order capabilities that increases customer satisfaction and improves the employee experience. Asela talked about culture. I can't understate how important that is. Building the right mindset, having the right sponsorship from your leaders, investing in an environment that is tolerant of failure, celebrating success, something that we don't see organizations do enough. Invest in mechanisms that allow you to do that. There was a really good HBR, Harvard Business Review article in 2019. Less than 8% of organizations actually focus on building the right culture to be successful with AI. Focus on the right business problem, focus on the right use case. Can you invest in a way that allows you to gain value from that use case within 6 to 12 months? Balancing speed and value. How do we ensure that we actually get some value out of what we're trying to do? Invest in a flexible and a capable platform. So yes, I promote AWS as a great platform for running machine learning and AI. But benefit from agility, benefit from the ability to experiment. We don't want you just to experiment. We want you to take models to production. So don't get stuck in experiment purgatory. Invest in innovation and invest in a platform that allows you to go global at the click of a button. And I guess invest in those that have gone before you. So learn from others, learn from thought leaders, learn from best practice. Don't paint yourself into a corner. I always say that you should architect for tomorrow and build for today. So make good choices and invest in the right skills and the right people that will help you make those good choices. So that would be my summary.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So actually, it said that time is up. So to wrap up the session, I would like to go and Asela and Namal. So what's your last advice to the organization on this AI factory? Because Tish has summarized it nicely from his point of view. So what's your both of your take on to give the audience? This is our advice on you. I mean, in a very brief way because time has up right now.
Yeah, I think let me go first. I think AI factory or not, I think it's important that people embrace it and people start somewhere. It's okay, and as Chris said, don't be afraid to fail because you learn only from your failures. But start. I think it's important to start. If you don't start, you will get basically left behind, and the likes of Amazons, the Googles will come and eat you up. That's what's going to happen. So you have to kind of play the game and embrace AI, because if you don't, there'll be someone else down the road who will be doing that and take your customers, eat a piece of your pie, and little by little. I mean, you asked a question about going bankrupt, right? It will be only a matter of time, right? So just start. That's the only advice that I can give.
Thank you, Asila. Namal, for you, I mean, final thoughts on this one?
Yeah, so I think Chris covered many of the areas, having talked the proposed sponsorship from senior leadership and org-wide drive, and most importantly, having right structure and processes so that business teams as well as technical teams can work together to deliver these results and selecting right technologies and having a blueprint with a long-term plan in mind. Now we are talking about AI factory, so AI factory should be piece of blueprint, and you can start with 2 components, 3 components, but those things should be aligned to your long range plan and the architecture to deliver that long range plan. And most importantly, some patience is required because AI takes time to AI maturity takes time, right? And ROI might not be there as you think. And end of the day, we are trying to replace human thinking ability and all these things. So sometimes you might not even feel the real ROI. So that we need to keep in mind. And as Asile pointed out, we should start having these things in mind. We should start and then basically go through the journey of AI.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Asila. Thank you, Namas. For it's a pleasure to moderate you as a panelist. So, Ridmi, over to you, so we can move to the next session.
Thank you, Amalka, and our distinguished panelists for sharing their profound knowledge and industry experience with us. With that gratitude being expressed, I must say that we all were part of a rare opportunity where we got a chance to meet 25 knowledge experts and industry experts who showered their knowledge over us for about more than 9 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby mark the end of all the keynote speeches and the panel discussions, and now it's time for a celebration. As you all may know, the AI Hackathon is the second event of the AI Summit. It consists of 2 components, pre-hackathon and the main hackathon. During the pre-hackathon, there were 91 teams registered with us, and all of them have to compete in a Kaggle competition and also given set of questionnaires to shortlisted as the top 30 teams who was to be sent to the main hackathon. Main hackathon was a 30-hour long competition with the given theme as the digital twin for enterprise. So end of the hackathon, there were top 10 teams that we selected out of these 30, and these teams had to present their final solution to a judge panel consist of experts. Start with Professor Paul Morrissey, Global Technology Entrepreneur, Ambassador at TM Forum, Aruna Kolluru, Chief Technologist, AI at Dell Technologies, Dr. Suranga Senaviratna at University of Sydney, Alan Chew, Director of Sales, Snowflake, Guru Bala, Technology Leader at Amazon Web Services, Tushara Kaudawatha, Chief Executive Officer at Axiata Digital Labs, and Namal Jatilaka, Vice President Engineering, Emerging Technologies at Axiata Digital Labs. Now, all the 91 teams gave a good competition, and without any doubts, we can say that they all were teams with great innovative professionals and students. After giving a good competition and a great performance, now we have the top 5 teams here today with us. Let me introduce the top 5 teams. Team Stat Collective from Informatics Institute of Technology, Team Instinct from Patho Incorporation, Team Exco from University of Moratuwa, Team Data Force from Wiley Global Technology Private Limited, Team Unicorn from Red Dot Digital. Congratulations teams, it's indeed a great achievement to be in the top 5. And let me invite one of the members in the hackathon judge panel and our Vice President Engineering Emerging Technologies at Axiata Digital Labs, Namal Jatilaka, to share a few words about the evaluation criteria and what are the most focused areas when we selecting the winners.
Thanks, Ridmi. I'll quickly summarize what are the evaluation criteria we looked into when we were judging hackathon teams. As Ridmi mentioned, we evaluated teams mainly in technical aspects as well as business aspects. Technical aspects considered are the EDA or exploratory data analysis piece, then data engineering, data pre-processing and feature engineering, code quality, then data science process, how the solution was architecture. Then business-wise, the generalizability and reusability, which is one of the most important things, then achieving the defined objective, business objective, and then usability, because in modern world, UI UX is very, very important, and the ROI. Any solution we do should have a return. So these are the main areas we looked into when we were doing the evaluation technically and business-wise. Over to Ridmi.
Thank you so much. And let me share the prizes that the winners are going to take home with them from our sponsors. So these top 5 teams compete over the prizes worth of $13,000. The second runner-up will get a prize worth of $3,000 sponsored by Dell Technologies, and first runner-up will get the prize worth of $4,000 sponsored by Snowflakes, and the winner prize is worth of $5,000 which sponsored by Amazon Web Services. Okay, now it's time to announce the winners of Axiata Digital Labs AI Hackathon 2021. The most awaited moment of the day. So if this is not a virtual session, I'm sure that I can hear the heartbeat of these team members. So hold your breath, I will not take much time. Let me announce the second runner-up first. So ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up of Axiata Digital Labs AI Hackathon 2021 is Team Unicorn from Red Dot Digital Limited, Bangladesh. Congratulations team, and the team Unicorn will receive a prize worth of $3,000 sponsored by Dell Technologies. Congratulations once again. So very, very excited moment, and now it's time to announce the first runner-up of Axiata Digital Labs AI Hackathon 2021. 4 teams are waiting for the results, so without further ado, let me announce the next winner. The first runner-up goes to Team Exco from University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Congratulations, Team Exco. You will receive the prize worth of $4,000 sponsored by Snowflake. Now, the moment of truth. So, Team Stat Collective from Informatics Institute of Technology, Team Data Force from Wiley Global Technology Private Limited, Team Instinct from Pathowin Corporations are waiting for the results. So I'm sure that heart is beating so fast of the members in these three teams. Let me have the privilege to announce the winner of AI Hackathon in Axiata Digital Labs' first AI Summit 2021. The winner is Team Instinct from Pathowin Corporation, Bangladesh. Congratulations, Team Instinct. You will receive the prize worth of $5,000 from Amazon Web Services. Congratulations. Wow. Wonderful. Wonderful set of achievements and super exciting moments. Congratulations to all the winners of the AI Hackathon of the Axiata's first AI Summit 2021. So I'm sure that if this is a physical event, you all get a chance to have selfies with winning cups and the prizes. Let's celebrate this virtually at the moment due to this pandemic situation. So after that glittering moment, let's have the chance to go for the last item in our agenda, the closing remarks. So it's my honor and privilege to invite our Chief Executive Officer, Telecommunications Business and Group Executive Vice President at Axiata Group Berhad, Dr. Hans Vijay Surya, to address us with the closing remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and a very good evening. Indeed, a privilege to join you at the Axiata Digital Labs AI Summit 2021. First of all, let me congratulate all of you and Axiata Digital Labs and the organizers for putting together such a fantastic event with coverage across Asia Pac in terms of representation and competitors, as well as a galaxy of speakers who have brought the world of AI to this summit. I would like to thank the 90 over teams who participated. This hackathon would not have been the success it has turned out to be if not for your participation. And while congratulating the winners, I would like to thank every single participant at this hackathon. I'm sure that there has been a lot of innovation, a lot of ideas, and it would have been no doubt a very arduous task for the judges to select winners from among, or rather select champions from amongst a whole host of winners and world-class teams. I'd also like to thank our speakers who have taken time off their very busy schedules to honor us with their presence and their thought-leading inputs, our panelists, and very importantly, our judges who have been here throughout and enabled this hackathon and the summit to conclude the way it has done just a short while ago. Our sponsors, AWS, our platinum sponsor, a very special word of thanks to AWS, and also Snowflake and Dell Technologies for supporting this event. Dialogue Enterprise for being the connectivity partner as well. So as you can see, a large number of people, large number of institutions have come together to make this event a success, and I'd like to thank you all. I won't even try to add any wisdom to the topic of AI, given the galaxy of speakers we have listened to, world-class sharing, and the talent from across all the teams that have participated and been both participants as well as attendees at the sessions. But let me just share a few thoughts. Firstly, that it is really invigorating and exciting to see the speed at which AI is being democratized and pluralized, meaning that the speed at which AI is made simple, made affordable, relevant, applicable to such a large community of people, not only in the development community. It's certainly racing ahead in its applicability and relevance and reachability, I would say, to the development community. But even more importantly, I think the benefits of AI are now reaching a much wider segment of the world's population. And indeed, I feel that AI will certainly make the world a more equal place through its democratization and its availability and relevance to populations across the entire world. And why would I say this? Just drawing an example from our own industry in telecommunications. Axiata Group today serves over 150 million consumers in Asia. And a challenge that we face, or a vision that we have but have not been able to achieve thus far, is the ability to engage with every single one of those consumers on a one-to-one basis, to know each and every one of those 150 million consumers to an intimate level of personalization, so that we could design products which would delight each person individually, irrespective of where they are, how much they spend with the network, how sophisticated they are in terms of their consumption or as consumers, irrespective of their wealth or socioeconomic classification. Now, if we could do that, if we could have that one-to-one relationship with every single one of our 150 million consumers, I think our job will be done. And that is indeed the vision. And I truly feel that the combination of IR4 technologies, spearheaded by AI, and taking AI to the extent of digital twin environments, where each individual consumer is a person, not just a number, but a holistic profiling and personalization could be carried out using AI. That would be indeed the coming true of a dream for Axiata Group as one of the leading telecommunications operators in Asia. So I leave you with that thought. Let's make AI something which makes this world more equal, makes it possible for each and every consumer, each and every citizen to enjoy the same level of personalization, same level of care, irrespective of socioeconomic class, category, wealth, or any other attribute. So making the world a more equal place, I think, is our mission as technologists and as telecom players, as well as specialists in AI. So with that, let me thank Axiata Digital Labs, the management, Tushara, and his team, and everyone who has supported this event and made it a reality. Thank you, and have a good weekend.
Thank you so much, sir. Your participation is truly an honor to us. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, we hereby mark the end of our first AI Summit 2021. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Thanks again for all the speakers and panelists, and also Popcorn teams for bringing a liveliness to the forum with these amazing virtual backgrounds and technical supports. Also, thank you for all my good colleagues in Axiata Digital Labs, our analytics and AI team, and the countless people in Axiata Group who helped with the event marketing, organizing, and much more. That concludes a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable event, Axiata Digital Labs AI Summit 2021. This might not be the end, but a new beginning for all of us. Thank you so much, and good night. Stay safe.